Well, hello everybody and welcome. And hello to all of you who are in our live audience here at the Atlantic Council and those many of you who are on virtually today. And some good morning to those here, and again, our friends in Europe, good afternoon, and people really all over the world. And so I want to welcome you to our hard to believe, 8th annual Central and Eastern European Conference. And, you know, I don't think we've ever had a conference at a more important time, given the situation in Ukraine, given the situation with respect to European energy security, the role that Central and Eastern European countries are playing and will continue to play. I don't think I need to say anything more about that right at the moment. I mean, it's obvious, I think, to everybody how important it is right now to be working on these issues. I also want to thank the Visegrad Four, who we work with every year with respect to the conference. And this year we're partnering with the Slovak Republic. Thank you for all of your help with respect to this conference. I think we should go immediately to our initial speakers. And our first speaker, and ready to go, is Minister of Economy of the Slovak Republic, Peter Dovan. So let me ask you to give your keynote remarks, and then we'll be having a fireside chat a little later this hour. So, Minister Dovan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure and big honor for me to share the time at this wonderful event. And for me personally, if it was 5 weeks ago, I would be here as the representative of the electricity transmission system operator in Slovakia and in the European Union. 5 weeks later, I'm the Minister of Economy, also responsible for the energy. So it's really a pleasure and the honor. I promised the organizers to keep my first part, the keynote, very, very short. What I would like to actually share with you is the framework, the structure that our team has been working on with regards to the energy transition and the roadmap of Slovakia, but also the European energy system that would actually address 3 areas or the 3 dimensions of the complex and interconnected energy system, which actually needs to respect the complexity as well as the physics. And if you allow, I just ask for the flip chart. I don't know if the back rows could see the writing here, but I'll try to articulate. When we talk about the system and the dimensions of the energy system, how we look at the details, the areas, the challenges and the priorities are in 3 different vectors. What is the discussion about the climate change and the energy transition? It's about our vision and our shared desire to leave this planet to our children and grandchildren in a way they could enjoy. They could go to ski as we used to. They could go to the seaside and enjoy the sea. They could breathe the healthy air. So what we're trying to do is to find a way how to decarbonize, how to actually say goodbye to oil, gas, coal, and other emitters of the CO2, and just one of the areas. Also, the pollution of the water and the ocean is another area. So the sustainability is one of the dimensions. And of course, when it comes to the energy and replacement of the fossil fuel, it's worth to explore the new sources of generating electricity or providing the energy from the wind, solar, geothermal, and nuclear as well. However, how this is connected with the security of supply, it's something that was not probably on the radar of the big priority a few years ago. But the pandemics, post-pandemics, and the war in Ukraine actually provided us with the wake-up call and the urgency to look at this dimension. Are we really able to find a balance between measures that are focused on the sustainability with the security of supply? Do we have the infrastructure, not only the generation capacity, do we have the grids that would be able to cater for the growing demand of the electricity, of the power, and the generation capacity? Do we have the storage that would be available? Do we have also the technologies? Because security of supply in the energy system is not only about the fuels or the generation sources or the infrastructure. It's about the digitalization. The way how we're going to handle the energy system is going to be digital. So besides the raw materials and the precious minerals that wouldn't be necessary for the batteries, electric vehicles, storages, we're talking about the chips that are part of almost every single device that we're using today. Not only the mobile phones, but also in the energy system. What I'm really proud is that our team, together with the partners in Europe, are looking at the third dimension at the same time to keep a balance between three key areas, not just two. We're not talking about the dilemma, we're talking about the trilemma. And the third one is affordability. When we talk about sustainability and security of supply, we're talking about the households who take as granted that if the switch is turned on, the light is on. The industry that needs the energy to produce the goods, to manufacture and sell, to provide the jobs for their employees and the way of living for the families. We're talking about the public sector, the organization that provides education, healthcare, transportation, and so on. So it's very important and essential to look at the measures, not only in the balance between security of supply and sustainability, but also to put a price tag to see what is the impact to the costs and the affordability of energy. In Slovakia, in our team, we believe that access to electricity and energy should not be a privilege. It's quite a strong statement to say it should be granted, something we should be ready to pay for, but pay for in a manner it does not actually hurt our disposable income, it does not hurt our industry, its competitiveness on a global level. And when we talk about the affordability, the way how we actually look at it is in two buckets. The first one is the direct cost of the transition, which means, and you can translate it to different metrics, but one of them is what is going to be the cost of power or the energy, euro per megawatt hour. What is very important is also to understand the other part, the other area, and its indirect costs, the things that are very necessary to unveil and put on the table in the very beginning of the transition. And when I talk about the indirect, it's the things that we would pay euro per megawatt hour in the tariffs, the capital cost of the infrastructure, the incentives, or the capacity mechanisms that would need to be applied to keep the flexibility of the system. So I just wanted to share with you the three dimensions, and I leave and close with probably a small food for thought, because you can actually apply these 3 points here or use them in the three-dimensional chart. Just use the 3 dimensions. Can you see it? I believe that our ambition should be to find the balance and the set of measures and the technologies that would provide for the maximum in the dimension of sustainability, would provide the maximum in the security of supply, and would provide the maximum in the dimension of affordability. I'm the economist, so the math, besides the physics, that is my favorite subject, math and the statistics is something that I grew up and I made my degree. So basically we can use the area, the triangle, which is the maximum of 3 dimensions. I leave this with the food of thought. Pick a measure, pick a policy, pick a topic of the discussion of the last months and years, and try to put it on the 3 dimensions. Where it fits into sustainability, where it fits in the security of supply, and is it in the maximum or in the minimum of the level of the affordability? This is the way how we're actually looking at and trying to contribute to the system and the transition by using facts, respecting physics, and having no bias discussion about the nuclear, about the solar, about the transition from the fossil to the green energy society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And that sets a wonderful framework for the rest of our discussions and for our fireside chat a little bit later. As I was going through my notes in the opening, I never introduced myself, so if people are seeing a strange face on the screen, a lot of you know me. But anyway, I'm Dick Morningstar. I'm the founding chairman of the Global Energy Center. And once upon a time in ancient history, I was ambassador to the European Union, among other things. Okay, thank you, Minister. And we'll go to our next speaker, and that is Minister Davor Filipovic. I think I have that pronounced right.
Yes, you did.
Who's the Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development for the Republic of Croatia. And more, as you know, I meet people who are various ministers around the world. Those titles often do get combined now: economy, energy, sustainable development, and so forth. So we look forward to hearing your remarks, your keynote remarks, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Morningstar. Hello, everyone. Hello, my dear colleague Peter. And please let me begin by thanking the Atlantic Council for inviting me here and speak at the annual Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference. My ministry had the pleasure of working together with Atlantic Council on the PTEC ministerial meeting in March this year in Zagreb. I'm happy to be here with you because I know I'm among allies. Yes, among allies. In today's hyper-changing and unstable world in which we live in, allies are very important. We are allies in terms of civilization we belong to, in terms of values we live and defend. Yes, values, a concept that is rarely mentioned, but it is important and perhaps crucial. Values are important. They make the difference between peace and war, law and lawlessness, justice and injustice, good and evil. Russian aggression on Ukraine marked the end of an era. War has returned to European continent, and liberty, which European generations have taken for granted, must be defended again. Croatia has been with Ukrainian people from the day one. This is our duty as European, democratic, peace-respecting country, but more importantly, it is our duty as a country and as a people who have suffered aggression from a larger predator enemy. The government in which I have the honor to serve as a minister has been unreservedly with the Ukrainian people since the day one. Croatia, like Ukraine, fought for its freedom. Croatia, like Ukraine, was exposed to brutal propaganda before the aggression, confusing many about what is right and what is wrong, who is the victim and who is the criminal. Croatia, too, was once being denied statehood, language, the right to freedom and its own path. We took our fate in our hands. We fought for our freedom, and just like Ukrainian people are fighting for theirs now. And we won, and Ukraine will also win. 3 decades after the war, my country is a member of NATO, the European Union. We entered Schengen zone. We introduced euro as a currency in our country. That's an elite club of just 15 countries in the world. We have shown the world that even though we are a small country in terms of area and population, we are ready for great deeds. That's why today we know very well that Ukrainian people are going through what the Ukrainian people are going through and how humanly and security-wise it is important to help them. Croatia is sincere on Ukraine's European path. On this path, we will continue to help the Ukrainian people. We will continue to help financially, logistically, legally, and most important, we will provide our know-how in various key areas. We have the experience with reconstruction of a country destroyed by war. Namely, we had to rebuild our country after the war. My homeland had suffered damage in the amount of more than $250 billion. Our companies, Croatian companies, are ready to participate in the renewal of the electric power network, from designing to the delivery of equipment such as substations, power plants, and transmission lines. We also have companies which are experienced in the renovation of power plant facilities, whether it is a hydroelectric power plants, thermal power plants, or nuclear power plants. These companies were present on the Ukrainian market even before the Russian aggression on Ukraine. I believe that in your countries, as well as in mine, there are voices saying that the war in Ukraine and European energy are somewhat different topics, that this is all a misunderstanding or warmongering. And this is becoming a pattern across Europe. Voices like this were undermining Croatia's energy security up until a few years ago. Sadly, Ukraine and energy are the same topic. The topic of independence, the topic of security, and the topic of our future. The topic of resisting encirclement, the topic of standing up for what is right in the face of authoritarianism and despotism. No European country can allow itself to fall under the energy blackmail by hybrid actors from East ever again. History teaches us that subjunction in one domain never ends there. It always continues into other domains until it disintegrates the very fabric of the free nation. Therefore, if we are able to be safe, secure, and independent tomorrow, we must act today. My government persisted in the Croatian strategic project of LNG terminal on the island of Krk, and thus the Croatia became indispensable element of European energy security. We, as a government, suffered various attacks, some from the misled, some from the bribed actors. We endured. Today, it is obvious to everyone how long-term we were in our reasoning and how right we were in insisting on this energy supply diversification project. We are perfectly aware that energy independence and energy security is one of the main pillars of national security. As a responsible Euro-Atlantic partner, we are now interested not only in fulfilling our national energy needs. We understand the common challenges we all face, and Croatia is resolved to contribute to both regional and European security of supply by becoming an energy hub. Thus, we've decided to increase the capacities of our LNG terminal, to double the capacities in order to, and also to invest in the proper land pipeline infrastructure. The plan is also to make it suitable for the transport of renewable sources of energy such as hydrogen. In addition, it is necessary to work on new transport corridors, such as Ionian Adriatic one, which would connect Greece by the shortest route via the highway via Albania, Montenegro, and Croatia with Italy. By opening the corridor for the road traffic, other infrastructure could be built in parallel, natural gas and later hydrogen, and as well as railways. Hence, we became better connected with our neighbors, and the diversification of supply sources increases for all our neighboring countries, and not only the EU member states. One such well-incorporated project is a southern gas pipeline connection between Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is also a strategic project for Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. We play an active role in an active European stabilizing role in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Southeast Europe, since we know that if responsible actors do not step up, the region is likely a prey for an irresponsible state, para-state or non-state actors, especially in this turbulent era we live in. Croatia leads by an example. Croatia leads by the results, and we ask of others nothing what we are not willing to demonstrate as a country and as a nation. Once again, I'm happy to be here with you, with our allies. We may face many more challenges in the future, but none of us will be facing them alone. Our unity, our determination, our values, that is definitely our strength. Let us discuss and deepen our areas of cooperation to the benefit of our countries and the whole Euro-Atlantic community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Filipovic. Those were great remarks, and Croatia is playing such a key role in the region. Congratulations on the completion of the Kirk terminal, which was a long time coming. But the commitment to double the capacity will have huge benefits to the entire region. Our next speaker will be virtual. Is he here?
Yeah. If you wouldn't mind beginning the fireside chat and then coming back to the minister, we'll say to you when he's joined.
Whatever you say. Okay, we're waiting for Minister Galashenko to come on virtually, and we are actually, and it never happens, we're actually ahead of schedule. That may be why he hasn't come yet. But let's start as suggested, let's start our fireside chat, Minister Dovan. I thought that your description of the trilemma was really appropriate. And one of the things that we've certainly talked about here is the importance of the energy transition itself to energy security. I mean, it sort of goes without saying that the greater the use of new technologies, the less dependence on a supplier like Russia, and that both gas and new technologies and nuclear, as we've talked about, are going to be important to that trilemma. Do you want to expand a little bit on that? That we're not talking about an either-or proposition between gas, for example, and gas or nuclear and the energy transition.
Yeah. One of the aspects that I didn't share because I really wanted to keep the time of the keynote short and contribute to be ahead of the schedule is really the question: if we're talking about the CO2 emissions or the greenhouse emissions, what is the origin? And we need to actually be very clear and understand the nature of all 5 areas. I mean, there are many more, but 5 main contributors: the industrial production, the agriculture, transportation, heating and cooling, and I forgot the 5th one, but I'll remember. Every single area needs an individual approach in dealing with the decarbonization. And coming back to a question about the gas, about the current energy sources that we have here, we need to appreciate that almost 80% of the energy sources or the fuel comes from the fossil today. So any energy transition needs to be really bias-free and respect the physics and the timeline of decarbonization. Of course, there are the quick wins, and I can share with you the example of a project that we've been working on in the eastern part of Slovakia, where our steel producer is working on a project of decarbonizing their production to replace the blast furnaces to the electric arc ones, contributing just by 2 out of 3, they would contribute to 50% reduction of the emissions in course of the 3-4 years. There are other industries and areas where we need to do the exercise and calculation. The chart is not here anymore, about the sustainability, about the security of supply and affordability. That would show that in course of the next 10-20 years, we would still need to use the natural gas as the primary source of the energy. I don't think it's bad. We just need to compare it with the other measures and gradually, and with the urgency of the climate crisis, probably to speed up some of the quick wins implementations. It's very complex talk. I could be agitated and spend hours talking about the details from here to there, impact to the grids. Talking about the nuclear, for example, there's a lot of emotions and sentiment in the discussion. At the end of the day, if you really are looking at the three dimensions, the trilemma, and try to use the values in the chart, we get the answer. And I believe that without a bias, using the facts, we would come to an agreement that a combination of the new renewables with a stable nuclear power that would provide the electricity to the new applications, replacing the fossil fuel on a 24/7 basis, is probably one of the, not only the cleanest way of the energy transition, but also contributing to the affordability. But that's something that is probably for another meeting, right?
Well, that's great, a great answer. You know, I was thinking when we were talking about fossil fuels, if my memory is correct, Slovakia does have an exemption with respect to the oil embargo with Russia, and which I take it relates to the fact that that's really the only way you can get oil shipped in, at least for now. Could you just briefly explain that and what you're doing to ultimately rid yourself of Russian oil?
Yep. Let me start with the explanation and sharing the background, and then I'll respond to your question. When we talk about the oil, it's the oil that actually Slovakia has been importing for decades through the pipeline of friendship, Družba.
Družba, yeah.
And at the end of the pipeline, we have a facility, the refinery in Bratislava, on the outskirts of our capital, that produces and provides the fuel to our cars for the transportation, but also produces different other products as a side products of the oil processing. And we need to be really clear here: the plastics does not appear from the air or from the sun; it's from the oil.
Right.
So, with the wake-up call of the last year and with the sanctions in a play, we were very glad that we found a support of the European Union to understand the complexity, and that shift from one supplier source to another is not just a matter of reversing the flow of the oil, but changing the technology that has been built for decades in the factory. So the answer to your question, it's not only like be applied in the gas industry to find the different sources of the gas, having the contracts with the LNG terminals and the pipes, but it's investment into the transition of the technology at the refinery. So that's basically something that the refinery and the supply chain has been working intensively to be prepared for the diversification and change of the source of the origin. Honestly, if we switched off the pipeline and stopped using that, it would have a tremendous impact, not only to Slovakia, but also to the pricing of oil and the related products in the Central and Eastern Europe, probably the EU itself. So that's the reason why we gradually working on a change, but didn't do it, or were not able to execute it in matters of weeks or months.
How long do you think it'll take?
It's a good question. There is a range between, and don't quote me right now, it's another Chatham rule, but we talking.
Except this is public.
Yeah, I know. It's between. It's not going to be shorter than 1 year. So let them.
Okay. You know, Europe has done very well this winter for a lot of reasons, which I'm sure most of you are aware of. Good weather, you know, low demand in China for gas, reduction of demand, increased renewables, and the like. But there's still a lot of people who are worried about next winter. How do you see the prospects for next winter for Slovakia and for Europe as a whole?
There are things that you can control, and there are things you can't control. And you know, we should be thankful for the things that we could not control last winter. The weather was really favorable. So one of the reasons why we didn't have the issues and the crisis that we forecasted in the worst-case scenarios, it's thanks to that. Then you have the things that you can control, and it's the diversification of the supply, and that's what our gas company and the supply chain has been working on intensively within last 14 months. It's great to say that 14 months ago, Slovakia was 100% dependent on the Russian source of the natural gas. Today, it's 30%, so 70+% can be sourced today, but also in the winter from the sources outside of the Russian influence. The second area which we can control is the level of the storage, or stored gas for the winter season. And I'm really happy to receive the brief before this discussion from our guest company stating that we're quite safe for the upcoming winter season in terms of when it comes to the stored gas today, but also for the rest of the 24. I shared that yesterday on our dinner meeting. That should not be the reason for us to stop working and progressing. It's like with the boat on a sea, we have a calm water right now, but it might be misled by staying in the middle of the storm eye rather than being out of the storm. So there's a lot of work to continue.
Well, yeah, let me ask you, on the 30% that you get from Russia, is that still through excuse me, still through Ukrainian transit?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And what's somewhat remarkable is that transit is continuing to go through Ukraine, at least to an extent. And the transit fees, as I understand it, are actually getting paid. At least that's been my understanding. I believe that's right, which just seems sort of weird given the overall situation of the war. But which leads to the question, if Russia were to shut off transit through Ukraine and you lost that 30%, what would happen next winter?
When I answered your previous question, it was, and the question was, are we ready for the next winter?
Right.
It's a combination of the sources of the gas and the level of the storages that we have. So in short, we should not have a serious issue the next winter, but that's the simplification of the things. Probably understand.
Okay, good. Let's talk a little bit about nuclear and where you see the role of nuclear for Slovakia. Also, it's obviously very important in the whole Central and Eastern European region. It's a matter of debate among countries, member states, and even within the Commission. There's debate as to the importance of nuclear and financing of nuclear. How do you see the situation, and how do you think all this will be resolved?
So let me focus on Slovakia first, and then comment on the rest of the Europe. And we have Mr. Galushenko online with us.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Should we keep going?
Okay.
Just, tell us when to interrupt.
Say hello to our friend and answer the question I received. Slovakia has been #2 country when it comes to the percentage of the nuclear in the energy mix or the electricity production mix. With the Unit 3 in our power plant Mochovce, which is now on 50% and is going to grow in the course of the next months, and with the Unit 4, which is due in 18 to 24 months, we would actually get about 80%, close to 90%, which would make Slovakia the top 1 country in the world when it comes to the share of nuclear in the power mix. But that's not only the generation, it's also about the supply chain, it's about the talent, it's about the people who are working at the nuclear power station, but also in the suppliers' ecosystem. And that's something, coming to the second part of your question, we would like, and we are ready to share with our peers in the Central and Eastern Europe, but also in the rest of the Europe, which either considers to introduce the nuclear power into their energy mix or to ramp up and increase the share of the nuclear. Of course, it's a sensitive question. I believe that the only reasonable way going forward is to get rid of the emotions, look at the data, and make the decision at the end.
We should keep going for 2 more minutes? Okay. Okay, well, that answers that question. I was hoping to go to Minister Galushenko now because when we resume our fireside chat, I'd like to get your reaction to what he said and your views on how to best help Ukraine. We're still not quite ready. Well, why don't you start, and then let us know when we can tune into Minister Goloshenko, and then we'll just stop and come back, and you can respond to what he said.
I just realized that I can see Herman on the screen and you can't, so that's why I was waving.
He's right there. We're almost, technically it's almost ready. Okay.
Look,
now? No? Okay, go ahead.
The topic of Ukraine, the war, the terrible things that are happening there are very emotional for me, and for two reasons. I've been part of the transmission system operator who was in the daily contact with the Ukrenergo right after the invasion, or actually before, because we planned the isolated island exercise that was actually supposed to be 4 days, was extended to the end of March, and ended up by synchronization of Ukrenergo and Ukrainian system to Europe. That's one reason. The second one is that my family comes from the eastern Slovakia, and part of the family lives at the border. And
yeah, people don't realize there is a common border with Slovakia.
And not many people know, but my father told me that part of the family lives in Ukraine because of the split of the region after the Second War. So again, family and personal. And I don't want to add the things that we shared, how much we support Ukraine and Ukrenergo and as the country, as the people, because I would just repeat it. And okay, I think it's very important, and I'm happy that we are part of the Helbenes system.
Okay, let's go to the minister and then get your response when he's finished. So now it's my pleasure to introduce virtually the Ukraine's Minister of Energy, Herman Goloshenko, and we're anxious to hear your assessment of the situation in Ukraine and what needs to be done to help immediately and perhaps in the more midterm, and also to convey our best wishes to all of the Ukrainian people as they carry on this courageous fight for their independence. So, Mr. Minister, you're on. I don't know if he heard me. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello to everyone. It's a pleasure for me to speak today, and I think that the topic is really very important, especially in our situation, especially when Ukraine at war, and now we are fighting not only for our independence, not only for our freedom. So we are fighting for the freedom and the values of European countries and European democracies. In fact, I think that everyone can agree that if you fail to respond to aggression, you will have to fight it later and on more larger scale. That was really about the European leaders in 1930s, and it's also happened in this century. And that's really the big war. The first big war started not with the invasion in Poland, and in fact, the current big war really didn't start with the invasion to Ukraine. In fact, both wars started earlier when European politicians decided that it was better to negotiate with the aggressive regime than to resist these regimes. And but it happened as a result of trying to find the compromise with the aggressor. And of course, it looks like there is an attempt to find a comfort and peace for one part of Europe just because there is a war in the other part of the continent. And of course, a lot of countries could understand what I am talking about. First of all, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia. And in fact, Putin showed his intention clear when he assaulted Georgia. It was the first test for the limits of international law. And how did the collective West respond to this violation? The West allowed and welcomed the reconstruction of the Nord Stream pipelines. And Russia received even more leverages in continental energy policy. Profits from selling these fossil fuels really allowed Russia to build this military machine, which is now killing Ukrainians. And in fact, the same happened with Ukraine in 2014, Crimea, occupation of Crimea and Donbass. And we understand that it was another scenario for Russians to test the lines of international law. And nothing happened. So, I mean, and after this, the Gazprom almost finished the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. And we really, when we trying to send our messages and to communicate our messages to Europeans that, look, that is not about the economy, that is not about commerce, that is the issue of influence, and that is the issue of possibility to manipulate prices, that is the issue of dependence for European countries. Unfortunately, nobody hears us at that stage, and we're really trying to say that that is not a commodity, that is a weapon for Russians, which would allow them to earn more money for big war. And that is really what has happened. That is what has happened. And all our voices was heard, I think, in 24th of February last year, when the full-scale invasion started. Of course, today is 477 days of this war. Millions of Ukrainians suffer. Millions of Ukrainians leave the country. A lot of people lost their homes, and that is, of course, the issue of really, I must say, the genocide of Ukrainians from Russia. Look what they are doing. I mean, so they are shelling intentionally, directly, the houses. They are shelling people and civilian people. The attacks on the energy infrastructure, which they started from the 10th of October last year, and it was everyday attack on the energy. Of course, it's something far from war, that is far from battlefield. So, and they officially mentioned that we want Ukraine to suffer. We want them to suffer. So they are. This war is really going not only on the battlefield. So that is a war against the people of Ukraine. So that is the war with civilians. I don't want to make the legal notions of this, because everyone understands that it is exactly the crimes which is provided in the international law conventions. But today it's also what is very important, that what lessons we had from this situation, what lessons we had from this war. And I must say that, of course, the Europe also see already what happened with this trade with Russia. What does it mean, the export of Russian fossil fuels, how it's influenced the possibility of Russia to manipulate the prices, to manipulate the governments, and to manipulate the people in Europe. And that is really the consequences of all this policy which was before, and trying to negotiate with aggressor. The good thing is that Europe also already, I might say, have this solidarity against Russia. And that is very important, because we already have the packages of sanctions. And of course, we want to make them more tough. We want them to make more efficient, not to allow Russians to find any way to escape the sanctions. But the solidarity is also one of the goals for Russians. So now they want to split Europeans, and it looks like that is part of the next steps which they want to do. They already tried to do it several ways. I think they would continue to fight against the European solidarity, because this solidarity is a real threat to them, because this solidarity allowed to get rid of Russian coal, to get rid of Russian gas and oil from European markets, and that is very important. So we have the terms when the Europe supposed to stop any cooperation, for instance, in gas with Russia. So we understand that today everyone already have the feeling that any kind of cooperation with Russia, especially when we are talking about the fossil fuels, is really dangerous when they have the monopoly, they have the chance to influence the decisions inside the European countries. That is what happened with the storages, gas storages in Europe, which mostly all of them were owned by Gazprom. And in fact, if you want to store gas in your country, but that storage is not belongs to you, that is the issue, how you could answer the issue of national security. And a lot of decisions was made. And I really very glad that this European solidarity is stable. And in my communication with my colleagues, ministers in the EU and other countries, so we understand that we need, and there is a general understanding that we need to continue. We need to be sure that this solidarity would be last forever, because otherwise the Russians would split us, and we would have another very challenging things in especially in the energy market. The one thing which is also very important, and that is still the issue of discussion, that is the sanctions in nuclear. And of course, the nuclear is one of the intellectual part of export from Russia, and we understand there are a lot of dependence on Russian cooperation with Russia in nuclear, especially when we are talking about the nuclear fuel. But that is another very important step, because after what they did with the nuclear safety and security in the global aspect, that is not only about the Ukraine and Russia, that is not only about the capture of first day of full-scale invasion, Chernobyl NPP, then the capture from the 3rd to 4th of March, the Zaporizhia NPP. That is not only about this. That is not only about what they are doing on these nuclear power plants. That is not only about the many times blackouts of the nuclear power plants. And for instance, the Zaporizhia NPP was already 7 times in blackout. So, and each blackout, that is one step before the Fukushima scenario. That is the country which also operate the nuclear fleet, the country which in fact, in the top countries of the market in nuclear technology, it cannot be there. It cannot be on the civilized market when they, from one hand, they're trying to sell technologies, they're trying to be the reliable partner in nuclear industry, and from the other hand, it's destroy everything what the world achieved in nuclear safety and security. And that is not our only Ukrainian opinion. So that is also confirmed by EIA, for instance. So after the visit of EIA delegation, the first visit to Zaporizhia NPP, they mentioned and make a report that all 7 pillars of nuclear safety and security destroyed, that totally destroyed. And that is another challenging issue. That's why this sanction in the field of nuclear is very important, and we have to do this. We have to find the ways. We have to send signal right now to the civilized world that the Russian cannot be on this market, on the civilized market in nuclear technology in the future. Another issue which is also very important, and that is also comes from our, let's say, I might say, constant communication with our partners and with many international organizations in the energy sector, that very important not to allow the Russians to come back. That is something which is still in the heads of some people, that the war would be over in some times, and then we would come back to Russia, and then we would renegotiate some kind of agreements in the energy sector. That is very dangerous point. So we should take this as a position of the civilized world. Russia would never come back in the energy market, never ever. Otherwise, it means that we create this situation when they would trying to restart the influence inside the country. They were trying to have another tools to do this. That is very, very important issue. And of course, the obvious solution and I must say the solution and conclusion from what is now happening with the war in Ukraine is that that is dependence on any type of fossil fuels. And the answer to this dependence, of course, that is the green transition. And the green transition and transition of the energy sector, really very important goal to be achieved by all countries, to be sure. Because today we understand that, for instance, the green transition and renewables, that is not only about ecology, that is not only about the sun and solar, that is about the national security. As much as you can rely on renewables, which produce electricity in your country, which generate electricity decentralized around the country, and that is also one of the lessons which Ukraine took from the previous winter, where we had to maintain our system during everyday attack, everyday massive attacks, or not massive attacks, but everyday attacks on the energy infrastructure. That it's very important to have the decentralized generation, because, for instance, we had some days when they broke the lines and destroyed the lines of transmission of electricity. And for instance, when we had nuclear fleet in one part of the country, we can produce electricity, but there is no consumption level on the west of Ukraine, for instance, and we have to restrict production. Otherwise, we have a deficit in the other part of the country, but we cannot transmit from one region to another. And it makes the cut of supply for our households in one part of the country, and from the other side, we restrict production in the other. So decentralization is really a key point for our strategy, because we rethink a lot of in the energy of Ukraine after these attacks. Of course, we got some unique experience how to maintain the system during the attacks, how to how to change, how to quickly repair, what to do, some technical unique decisions. But I really frankly very hope that nobody would need our advice in the future in the situation like this, when there is direct missiles, drones, and artillery attacks to the energy infrastructure from morning to night, 24 hours a day, and from 10th of October to the 9th of March. And I must say that is really very important to feel safe, because the supply of electricity is the issue of national security. And unfortunately, Ukrainians this winter already felt what is this to live without the electricity, especially in the winter. And that is also connected with the supply of heating with water. And I must say that that is something which really people suffer from, but we become stronger from this. We finished this winter. We more united, because we are ready to do everything to win this war, because we call that is the energy front, that is our line of battle. And we win this winter. We won this winter, and of course, we're sure that we have to do this in the future, because we would win this war in all spheres. And of course, first, that is our army, which is now fighting to get rid of Russia from Ukrainian lands. And very important also what lessons we got from this war. That is what does the word friendship means. I mean, a lot of conference, a lot of communication was before with my colleagues, and so we discussed a lot of issue and green transition, net zero world. I mean, how we need to move, how we need to change the energy sphere in the future. But now we really understand what does this real friendship mean. So it means that we have your support. And I must say that with your support, we also win this winter, not alone. So we have you near us. We have the supply of equipment in kind. We have the supply of donations to the energy support fund of Ukraine. And in fact, that is what really helped us to withstand this winter. And I'm really grateful to the civilized world, which is near Ukraine. And we know that now we are working for preparation for the next winter, and we are working together. We're working together. We only increase the level of cooperation to be ready for the next heating season. And I must say that thank you for support which you provided to us. And really, I know that you believe in us, and we feel your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I understand that you actually cannot hear us where you are, but we greatly appreciate all of your comments. And I think the minister made several important points that, you know, this is not a war just for Ukrainian independence, but for democracy in Europe. That solidarity, he kept emphasizing, is so important. Another point, and be interested in your comments on this, what does it mean to say never go back to Russia? And does that mean just no longer being dependent on Russia, or not getting any fossil fuels from Russia? And then his nuclear point. We talked a lot about this last night. One of your colleagues from Slovakia made a very important case that sanctions on nuclear materials, fuel and other materials, would be very counterproductive, but the minister made a very strong plea, basically. So we have about 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. What's your reaction to all of this?
Being a member of the Take Care government, the technocrat, means that I'm not binded by the political party, and I can speak up my mind if the facts check. And or to truly answer the question, I'm not a politician, so I probably I'm not the right person to ask the question, never Russia, or what would be the long term. Personally, what I can say is really, that's what I told you before Herman made his speech. I'm really, really sorry for what happened, and I'm really sad because I've been growing up in the Central Eastern Europe, and what Russia does, it's something which is beyond the limits. And so that's my personal view. In terms of the fuel, be it nuclear or the gas, as I shared in the very beginning, you know, the trilemma. That's how we actually look at the answer. What we need to do, what are the measures to keep the balance, to keep the flow of the energy, not only to our industry and households, but also for the system in Europe, etc. However, if I can end this fire chat by one statement, because we had a discussion at the breakfast about the cooperation and the support of the Ukraine. And it might be perceived as, you know, the Ukraine needs help today and will need after the war. What I'm really happy to see, and you probably share the same opinion at the military side, that one of the best prepared and experienced army today in Europe is Ukraine, based on experience. And I can actually say the same for the people working on the grid level, especially the electricity one. We had the discussions with our colleagues in our company, SEPS. Whenever they were, you know, unsatisfied or arguing about the small details about the canteen or the benefits, I just asked them, guys, would you like to change the roles and go for 1 week to the substation or to the control room of Ukrenergo, just to value what we have? So we've been helping, as Davor mentioned. We are part of the group of the friends who are providing support, and we're ready to do it by the end of the war and beyond that, after the war is over.
Thank you. We Amos has not gotten here yet. So I'm being instructed by our events people that we can go on for a little bit. You could sing a song. Now, Ben Schmidt sang a song last night, so maybe we need him to do so. But there is
Ben,
one.
would you help me?
There is one area, though, that we didn't talk about that is worth some brief discussion, and that's the need for transatlantic cooperation. Mm-hmm. And how do you see cooperation with the United States and the need for the U.S. to work with the EU, the Commission, and with member states, including directly with Slovakia?
I'm economist by degree, and the discussions we had at the university and after when we've been having the meetings, alumni meetings with the professors, was, are you in favor of the multilateral cooperation and a partnership, or the one country and the country's interests and so on? I'm more on the liberal side. And the history showed, from the Marshall Plan to the globalization to the help, even the last 1 year, that the cooperation and the partnership is very important for the countries involved, for the stability and security of the regions and the global security, but also to the benefit of the people, the households and the students and the young ones. So if you ask me whether it makes sense, I would honestly say yes. If you ask me what areas, that's where the Atlantic Council is also helping, from the energy, through the policies, through the cooperations and education. I think we have a lot of things that we can build on, and a lot of initiatives and challenges that we can tackle together. And together, we could accomplish much more and in a shorter time than every single country or the region individually.
Well, that's great. And thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you for your flexibility with respect to the fireside chat and starting, then going to the minister in Ukraine, coming back. And it was just terrific. And thank you again to the Slovak Republic for partnering on this conference. And we are going to go directly now to Olga, who is going to do a fireside chat with my old friend Amos Hochstein.
Rachel, thank you.
Yeah. That was
Thanks for joining today. Thank you so much, Ambassador, Morningstar Ministers. What a fine way to kick off our first session. Our next session is on Europe without Russian gas, a lasting legacy of war, ? And I'm pleased that we have a very special guest joining us, joining this conversation at the top of the panel. Amos Hochstein, who is the White House Senior Advisor to the President for Energy and Investment and a Deputy Assistant to the President as well. Amos, there's only a few people out there, if any, who've worked on these issues from so many different angles for 25 to 30 years, is it now? So we're just going to jump right into it. I'm just really honored to have you here with us today. How have the last 16 months changed administration's view towards natural gas and its role in the energy transition, the way we talk about the definition of energy security overall and the role that gas can play there? And I would also say how we can utilize gas as a mechanism to work with our allies.
Well, first, Olga, thank you for having me, and it's good to be here. Thanks for mentioning that it's been 30 years that I've been working on this. Makes me feel great.
Plus
happy to do that. Working just 10 years ago or so, more than 10 years ago when we started the Energy Bureau at the State Department with Secretary Clinton, President Obama did that, was exactly because of this question, actually. This was the issue that we faced. It's also good to look around the audience and see that I have several of my colleagues from the Energy Bureau from 10 years ago and 12 years ago sitting in the audience today. What caused the creation of bringing energy and gas into the foreign policy realm of how we approach was Europe. We looked at it from a global perspective, but it was really a Europe issue. Just to remind folks that when President Obama came into power in 2009, January 20th, that was the day that the Russians had shut off gas, I think on January 1st or 2nd, and it lasted until January 20th. So when Secretary Clinton came into office as Secretary of State and made her round of phone calls, the first thing she heard from Central and Eastern European leaders was largely, you guys got to change this. We can't have this every few years. So we've been in this conversation for a very long time. I don't think that the last 16 months really changed how we think about natural gas. I think it changed what we had to do. And I think it had two impacts in opposite directions. And if you look at the document of the joint statement that President Biden and President van der Leyen had together in, I think it was March 25 of 2022, which addressed the gas crisis as the war had just started. And it talked about, the document, the joint statement had two pillars to it. One was diversifying, helping Europe diversify away from Russian gas. And the second was helping Europe diversify away from reliance on gas, period. And I think that's the way that we see natural gas is today is still an important part of the energy transition, but it's part of the energy transition, which means we want to get to the other side of it. And we want to have a way to make sure that we manage the energy transition so we have enough oil and gas into the future as we build up the structures and the networks and the infrastructure for a cleaner energy system. So clearly gas is cleaner than coal, and we have to have it as a supply for as long as we need it, but we need to get to that other side of it. So we have to focus on energy security of supply, meaning that we have enough renewables, that we have enough baseload capacity that is that works with renewables, and that we can get to that cleaner energy economy as quickly as possible while not losing sight that we can't have energy shocks, because energy shocks are not only economic issues, they are, and concerns, they are also geopolitical and national security concerns. So that's the management of that.
You mentioned the gas shutoffs in 2006, 2009, and then of course, broader lessons that we learned. And Europe has invested quite a bit to build out that infrastructure following these. I mean, these shutoffs actually inspired Europe to get out there and build out interconnections, north, south, not just with Russia. But there are broader lessons here, not just for natural gas, right? In terms of as we build out the clean energy economy, and in terms of not relying on just one supplier, how does that translate into the clean energy development?
So let me start from the beginning of your question, because I think a lot of the work that we did together, the US and the EU, 10 years ago, was creating those alternative energy infrastructures on natural gas. And I think the importance of noting that even today as we look to move forward is important, because that's what enabled Europe to mitigate against the Russian cutoff of natural gas. Without Kirk Island and the ability to the reverse flow that happened that used to go from Ukraine down to Bulgaria and ultimately to Greece, but to go the other direction, all those things that we did 10 years ago had tremendous impact and meaning these last 18 months as we've diversified and brought in additional capacity. You can bring out a lot of LNG into Europe or new sources of, or bigger volumes of pipe gas, but if you can't move them around, if you can't move the molecules around, you wouldn't be able to affect that change. That is important as we look now, because to the core of your question, energy security means not learning the lesson from the war in Ukraine that Europe should not be reliant on Russia for gas. The lesson is also not a broader lesson of Europe should not be reliant on Russia. It is that no one should be overly reliant, specifically in energy, on any single supplier. So as we get to a cleaner energy economy, we are at the same risk, if not greater risk, of repeating the exact same mistake. And the way I see it is, we had a 20th century architecture, and if we're not careful, we could fall into repeating the 21st century energy architecture mistakes of the 20th. And that means that as we look for clean energy supply chains, for manufacturing of solar panels and wind turbines and critical minerals and rare earths, and that entire supply chain of where it comes from, we are already so far behind, and we run the risk of having that dependency on one supplier. It may not be Russia, it may be China in this instance, but we have to, that's the lesson from this war. It is not a Russia lesson, it is a dependence lesson.
Much broader. Let's take a quick stock of where we're at right now. Overall, last year, with help from US and other supplies, Europe was able to withstand Russia just shutting off its exports to Europe for the most part, with several just very small exceptions. So right now, looking into this switch, is this permanent? Is Europe done with Russian gas? And my second question to to follow up on this, is there a scenario where instead of blackmailing Europe and stopping supplies, where Putin decides, I'm going to flood the market. The blackmail didn't work. I'm going to flood the market with cheap gas. And in that scenario, would we consider sanctioning natural gas?
I don't, look, you asked two different questions.
Yes.
One is on the, where are we on the supply side? Ironically, I think that they still supply through Ukraine.
Yes, and Turkey a little bit, yes.
Right, 45 MCM.
And LNG, don't forget about that.
Yes, so there's still some supply coming in. I think we've done as much as we can on a bilateral basis of cooperation to surge capacity from the United States, from the Middle East, from North Africa, from Egypt, Israel, to make sure that Europe can be in a position, as good a position as possible. And what that means is that the refill season of injection of gas into storage is at the max level, and I think we're pretty much going to be there at the beginning of the heating season. You'll be at 90%, north of 90% across. So we've done everything we can, and I think as long as the war is continuing, we will be living sort of winter to winter. We got lucky the last couple of winters with fairly mild winters, and so the math really relies on that. If we have a cold winter, we're still at risk. This is not something that we see, oh, this winter is going to be fine because we have a lot in storage. If we have a colder than average winter, and depending when the cold snaps are, we still run a risk of having some shortages. Not that we won't have enough gas for people's homes to heat, but perhaps on the industrial side, we may have some shortages that we'll have to mitigate. And so we have to stand guard, and that's why we set up the US-EU task force to look at emergencies. It's not to do the regular work of the US-EU Energy Council, but rather the emergency side. So I don't think that we're out of the woods, and I don't think we'll be out of the woods for a couple of more years, assuming the war goes on, as additional supplies come onto the market from Qatar, from the US, et cetera. And I think then we kind of get to that, the peak. I don't really think that we need additional infrastructure to be built beyond what's already planned. So I think that that's how I see where we are today. As far as your second question on the strategy, look, I think Putin is throwing a lot at the wall as far as his strategies. I think the bottom line is as long as the US and the EU are able to continue to work so closely together with the support of our allies from sort of the non-geographic West, we've had so much support from Japan and Korea and Taiwan and the East Med, that has enabled us to continue to focus on making sure. So I don't see those strategies that he may take are going to be successful, and if they are, I think we'll have solutions for them. Even not on gas, but on oil, the price cap, despite the fact that everybody thought in the market that it wouldn't work, that was largely because people feel that when something's new and never been tried before, then they tend to think it's not going to work. Even the financial industry today says that it's worked beyond expectations. Again, nothing's perfect, and I never declare victory, but so far so good. We've been able to keep prices a little bit lower. Most importantly, as keeping price of both natural gas and oil low, and we are relatively low where we are right now, that is the most effective tool to keep Russian revenues for their war, and we're seeing that with their reaction of trying to raise money from oligarchs and businesses and so on. That's what we have to focus on and keep a delta between what they sell, what the market price is, and make sure we put pressure to discount Russian energy products.
We only have 30 seconds left. What's our next big shock, potential risk to the energy system, and how do we mitigate that? How do we get ahead of that working together with our allies?
It's hard to predict. I think that we want to look at the energy supply system as holistic. And we now have to look at oil and gas just as much as we look at the critical minerals. And there, I think we have a great national security risk of supply shock. We have low prices at the moment, but we have over-concentration in one area. So everybody wants to invest in a gigafactory. Not many want to invest in mining and processing. The problem is you can't have a gigafactory without the mining and the processing. So we have to have a globally diversified system. The IRA was a giant step forward. I think we have to do a lot more to bring the world together. Otherwise, as soon as the next geopolitical crisis happens, the tool that can be used is to stop supply of solar panels,
Right.
stop supply of batteries, stop supply of components, which could really have an impact on the global economy and specifically on the US and European economies. So I worry about that. I look at the number of vehicles sold. I'm very happy about how many electric vehicles are sold in Europe. I'm not as happy about the origin of most of them. So I think we have to have a more diversified, globally diversified system to prevent that shock that you're talking about. I think it's around the corner.
Amos, this was fantastic. As always, we love hosting you at the Atlantic Council. Please come back soon. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator of this upcoming panel, Dr. Benjamin Schmidt, who is the Senior Fellow, Department of Physics and Astronomy at the Kleinman Center for Energy and Policy at the University of Pennsylvania. And he will take over as the moderator to introduce our fantastic panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And most importantly, Ben was also in the Energy Bureau.
Well, hello, thank you for being here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the next follow-on panel on Russian energy in the future and European energy security post-Russia, effectively. I think that it's no surprise to this audience that we're talking about these issues still, and that just like Ukraine's war didn't start in February 2022, Russia's use of energy as a weapon didn't start last year either, even though we saw absolutely dramatic cuts and all sorts of energy weaponization going on in the early phases of Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine throughout 2022 into this year. Just like the war in Ukraine started in 2014, Putin and the Putin regime has used as a method of state policy energy as a weapon, both in terms of cutting security of supply, both in terms of menacing offshore and onshore energy infrastructure, and of course using energy as a political weapon and as a method of Russian malign influence and elite capture, the practice of Russian energy state-owned enterprises co-opting and coercing and recruiting former senior European officials in particular to work for them over the years has been an absolute area of strategic corruption that needs to be addressed, and something that we've talked about here at the Atlantic Council before. But anyways, with that in mind, there's a lot to get to, so I want to jump right into the panel. I'm so excited to be here with such an esteemed lineup. First, we have Ambassador Barış Ekseni, Acting Director General for Energy and Environment for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkey. Ambassador Richard Morningstar, founding chairman of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council. Elisa Newman-Hood, Executive Vice President and General Counsel at Accelerate Energy. Marin Siorki, the Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors and Vice President for Business Development and Trading at SPP Slovakia. And last but not least, Alex Whittington, Director for International Affairs at Cheniere Energy. And as we had Presidential Advisor Hochstein speaking before, being a Bureau of Energy Resources alum at the State Department, we have, again, a majority of this panel are alumni of the State Department Energy Bureau, and we have folks all throughout the day and that are in this room as well. So I almost wanted to make sure that I pointed that out, and we're all proud to kind of carry the torch forward no matter where we've gone. So thanks so much. So I want to start with a quick opening question to the entire panel. Will the European Union be able to continue to counter Russian energy weaponization and remain resilient in terms of energy security of supply over the coming winter, while still holding Russia to account through sanctions and other means, and avoiding a return to business as usual with Putin's Kremlin and Russian state-owned energy imports, something that I know that we would like to avoid to the greatest extent possible? So I think I'm just going to go straight down the panel. So Ambassador, first to you.
Thank you very much. It's great honor, to be here with such esteemed co-speakers. As you have stated, we have seen a dramatic shifting, in the global energy sector, and Turkey, as well as other European countries, has been able to mitigate the energy crisis of last winter to the best extent. And this is thanks to the diversification policies that the country has been pursuing for nearly 3 decades. And last year in 2020, we were able to import natural gas from, as a matter of fact, 15 different sources, thanks to our different pipelines coming from different countries, as well as our LNG capacity. We have 5 LNG infrastructure in the country, which is enabling us to import nearly 150 million cubic meters of gas per day. This is around 56 BCM per year. So this is an important capacity. And last year, we have been able to decrease our demand for natural gas for about 10%. We have been able as well to decrease our dependency from the Russian gas for, again, about 10%. 54% of our installed capacity comes from the renewables. We are aiming to integrate the nuclear, into the system. And of course, we are looking very much forward, to create some cooperation with countries, US included, of course, when it comes to the SMRs. And I just want also to underline that with regards to LNG, US has become our most important provider. And the nuclear, of course, will help us as well to reach our net zero target by 2053. And of course, our infrastructure and also our geostrategic position has helped us, to contribute to the European energy security. We had through pipelines with the Azeri gas, which has been which the level has been increased, and also with the LNG that we have been gasifying and then forwarding, I mean, to the neighboring countries. We have signed to this end, I mean, an agreement with Bulgaria. We are also in close discussions with some other countries in the region. Whether, I mean, it will be possible, I mean, you know, to continue in this trend, of course, it will be, I concur with Amos, I mean, we'll have to go winter by winter. This winter we had been lucky enough, I mean, we had a milder winter, I mean, than the past ones. We had our storages full, and so it will be important to see as well, I mean, how we will be able to cope, I mean, the next winter. When it comes to Turkey, of course, I said we have different pipelines, but for instance, I mean, for us, one of the pipelines for the Iranian gas, for instance, this also from time to time creates, I mean, an issue of energy security for Turkey due to the shortages that we have, I mean, each winter when it comes to the Iranian gas. So, and also, I would like to underline that it's true that energy security, again, like in the 90s, has become a part of the broader national security, I think, for the whole region, Turkey included.
Great, thank you. Ambassador Morningstar.
I guess the answer to your direct question about next winter, I hope so. Minister Dovhan was, during his remarks, was very optimistic. I think that this winter was the result of luck and good policy. I think things, at least on the surface, seem pretty good for next winter. Storage is still up. That I would say Chinese demand isn't increasing quite as much as had been thought it might for the next year. There's going to have to be a continuing effort to reduce demand. And that it's going to be important that Europeans feel as strongly about reducing demand of the users, customers, as they did during this winter. I guess I would be optimistic. It was interesting that the minister said that they still get 30% of their gas from Russia, and that's from transit through Ukraine, which continues and is being paid for, which is quite remarkable. The question is, will it continue? He seemed optimistic that they could deal with that. So, yeah, I mean, who knows? But it's you know, I'd be optimistic. The question on, you know, will Europe, and the question who in Europe, how much solidarity will continue, you do begin to hear some quiet voices talking about a return to Russian gas. I don't see that certainly not in the short term. A lot of that depends on what is the ultimate resolution, if there is a resolution, of the conflict. The key issue that I think that our earlier speakers emphasized, never again with respect to dependence. That, yeah, there may be some, you know, Russian gas that comes in. We've talked about nuclear fuels, which still is being supplied by Russia. But the key, the critical point is never again to become dependent. And that relates, you know, you've all probably heard this before, don't trade dependence on Russia for dependence on China. So that's, you know, a whole nother issue.
Dependence is key. There should not be a Nord Stream 3, that's for sure.
Right.
Elisa, over to you.
Sure, thanks, Ben. I'd say my answer to your question really comes down to both political will and also proven technology. And I think in the past 16 months in Europe, we've really seen both in spades. We've seen how European leaders have mustered the political will, how governments and companies on both sides of the Atlantic have come together to bolster European security. I mean, speaking for my own company, Accelerate Energy, we have been very proud to contribute our proven technology, which are floating LNG terminals, otherwise known as FSRUs, a technology that we pioneered 20 years ago and that has been tested in every region of the world, and that, again, we were able to contribute to this effort. To just pull a couple of specific examples, just 4 months, and this, again, credit to European leaders, and in this case, particularly to the leaders of Finland and Estonia. Within 4 months of the Ukraine crisis, we had signed an FSRU lease with the Estonian and Finnish governments. That LNG terminal was in operation as of this past winter, thereby allowing both of those countries to fully release themselves from any dependence on Russian gas. We've, of course, seen in Germany 0 LNG import terminals before the Ukraine invasion, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I should say. And 3 LNG terminals currently in operation, with a 4th terminal, which is an Accelerate terminal, due to be operational by this winter. So I would just, again, looking back, to the extent that past is prologue, tremendous credit to European leaders who, in record time, corralled the domestic companies, enacted legislation, emergency legislation, and in many cases, drafted regulatory frameworks, in some cases from whole cloth, again, countries that had never before imported LNG, who assembled teams within bureaucracies, again, in some cases that had very limited experience with LNG, to collaborate on this combined effort to bolster European security. Of course, I think the question is whether this political will continue. I would say if it continues at any level, even approaching what we've seen over the past 16 months, Europe should be in good shape.
Great, thank you. Sir.
Thank you for the question. It's quite a global question, and first answer is there will be never business as usual that was. We have to face with this situation. The first part of the question, can we survive next winter period? The answer is yes, and why? So when last year we started facing with the problem with the gas supply from Gazprom and from Russia, we faced it can happen that from one day to another we'll stop. SPP is 100% owned by the government, and we have more than 1.5 million households, so we have a big responsibility. We are the second biggest country in Europe with this gas network supply for the households. So immediately we have to start prepare the contracts, scout the market, who can sell the gas, because when was the situation Sweden Sound, we even didn't have effort, we didn't have contracts. We didn't have available capacity on the THE, on the hubs from Germany, Czech Republic to Slovakia, or from Italy, Austria to Slovakia. So it was quite a tough job, but we did it. So the target from the government was immediately increase the inventory, prepare for the last winter season. We had 100% before the winter season, and we had contracts from the biggest companies like BP, Shell, Exxon. So the source was from Exxon to the Adriatic LNG. That was definitely LNG, and we had the source from the North Sea through the THE hub. So we've been covered, and also the mild winter helped last year. So we had less by 30% less demand. 50% was the mild winter, 50% was the savings from the households, from the companies. So we decided keep this inventory in end of March and continuously have the gas in our storages, because something can happen. Of course, it's not free of charge, because we have to finance this 60-70% inventory, but we are on the safe side. So the diversification, what we did, we covered not only 23-24 winter period, but also 24-25. That's the reason why Minister Dohan is very comfortable that with the inventory what we have, with the diversification contract what we had, we are safe, I have to say. Even tomorrow the gas supply from Russia will stop, no issue for Slovakia. Similar situation are in the other countries in Europe. They keep the 60-70% inventory even over the summer, and they diversifying.
So we've heard a number of solutions and optimism so far. Alex, are you going to toe the line or give us some downer news of some?
No, I'm going to keep to American optimism on this
excellent.
one.
That's what I was hoping for.
So US LNG played a really vital role in helping Europe address the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It really highlighted the importance of energy security, kind of in two ways. One, reliability of production, and flexibility in delivery. So the additional, let's say 46 million tons of LNG that Europe imported in 2022, half of that came from growth in global supply, half of that came in diverted cargoes, principally from Asia. A number of panelists have talked about that. Going forward in this winter and beyond, that inherent flexibility in US LNG will continue. That flexibility will be used to support our partners and customers in both Europe and around the world. And then in reliability, the US is a reliable LNG supplier and will continue to be so in the short, the medium, and the long term. And just to highlight, kind of building also on what other panelists have talked about, I mean, infrastructure is critical. Over the last 16 months, we've been able to get US molecules into markets we weren't able to get them into previously. And a lot of that has to do with the accelerated infrastructure that's been put in place.
That's no pun intended.
Very much pun intended. I make it in front of Accelerate all the time. It never gets old. But it's really that infrastructure's helped get molecules into new markets. We expect that to continue as well.
Great. Well, thank you. And we're going to stick with the topic of infrastructure and go right to the question on how do we ensure that the EU can continue to diversify away from Russian gas dependency, both through infrastructure investment and market mechanisms. This is a question for everyone, but I do want to start with our representative from Turkey, because there's a lot of both talk and actually concern about the prospects of a Turkish gas hub to support Europe and the prospects that it could be used as diversification or possibly used as a mechanism by the Russians to get more of their gas into Europe just by a different means. And so I'd love to hear Turkey's take on this.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, President Putin has come with the proposal, I mean, of a Turkish hub. But I mean, as a matter of fact, I mean, the Turkish hub, the work on the Turkish hub is not new. We have been working on this, I mean, for decades now. And all the projects that we have realized, I mean, the infrastructure, the pipelines, the storage level, increasing the storage level, the LNG facilities, trying to increase the entry points, I mean, into the Turkish soil, increase the exit points, were all, I mean, in relation to our aspiration to become an energy hub. I mean, whether the Russian gas, I mean, will be in this equation or not, it's really, I mean, at the end of the day, it will be for the market to decide. If there is no business as usual and if there is no demand for the Russian gas, then it will not find its place over there. Because, I mean, in relation, I mean, to the Turkish position, we as well, we do not want to increase our dependency on the Russian gas. Our aim is to diminish it, and we have been doing that for years. I mean, because at some point we were at the level of 60%. Now we have come down, I mean, to 30, 36, 37%. And we want to continue to advance on that. But of course, I mean, there will be other sources. I mean, the sources in relation to the Caspian, East Med, Middle East. I mean, we have just nearby Iraq. There's a huge, I mean, gas potential over there as well. Most of it, I mean, for instance, I mean, from the oil fields, I mean, gas is being flared, and this is, as a matter of fact, I mean, equal to the amount of the gas, I mean, they are importing from Iran. So there are lots of works to do there. But I believe that the most important thing, I mean, we see that this is really lacking, is this coordination, cooperation, and dialogue among the countries between the EU and Turkey. And unfortunately, we have not been seeing this, especially in this time of crisis. So this is, I believe, the biggest challenge that we have ahead of us.
Great. Well, thank you. And I'm going to just stick with you on just a small follow-up on that. You say the market will decide, and if there's, the rest of European countries don't want to return to business as usual, then there shall not be Russian gas in the system. But I could easily see a scenario in which there's a lot of Russian gas going to this hub, and countries that say that they're, getting rid of Russian gas are in fact saying now we're taking Turkish gas, right, and somehow rebranding it. How do you split that out so that a customer will know where they're going to actually get this from, whether it's from Central Asia or the Eastern Med or Middle East?
First of all, we have two. We have the Blue Stream and we have the Turk Stream. I mean, that's carrying, Russian gas to Turkey. From the Turk Stream, one pipeline just feeds Turkey. The other pipeline feeds the Eastern Europe. So it does. So I mean, for the Russian, for additional Russian gas to come in when we talk about a hub, there needs to be further construction, of new pipelines. So this is I think the pipeline will be constructed if there is the market at the end of the day. And also, let's say the Russian gas might come and be transformed into LNG, but I don't see it really commercially viable when they have their own LNG infrastructures anyway.
Okay, thank you. We're going to do this pairwise just so we get through all these questions. Who else? Someone raise their hand and give their thoughts on this as well. Elisa, please.
Sure. Well, it seems we are in violent agreement that Europe needs more of its own energy infrastructure and also to deepen collaboration with traditional allies. I will mention I do see two barriers to both of those, both in the short term and the long term. The first is pipeline interconnections. Obviously, the continent has made great strides in terms of both pipelines within EU member states and states in the region, and importantly, between European countries. So just in the past year, we've seen the Baltic Sea pipeline completed, the Greece-Bulgaria interconnector. In Poland, by the end of the year, with credit to gas systems, we will likely see a pipeline that will connect the Baltic Sea gas from the Baltic Sea pipeline, LNG, regasified LNG from the terminal in Świnoujście, regasified LNG from the planned terminal in Gdansk, connected by or brought via pipeline to cities in central Poland. So we definitely have seen a lot of progress. With that said, there is much work to be done and money to be spent, and I would put Ukraine and pipeline connections to Ukraine really at the top of that list. So that's, I would say, sort of short-term obstacles. In terms of the longer term, I would say a major barrier is, and though it's understandable, is European leaders' reluctance to commit to gas beyond the short and medium term. And recognizing that that is politically difficult, recognizing Europe's ambitious climate goals. Of course, cutting the other way, gas does allow for alleviation of dependence on coal, and is, of course, a reliable backstop to renewables. With that said, I think that probably U.S., turning to the point about allies and U.S. exporters, U.S. LNG suppliers probably, to some extent, do need to meet European governments where they are, which is a shorter time horizon in terms of contracts. And then just lastly, I'll mention to that end, Accelerate has secured about 1 million tons per annum of LNG from the U.S. Gulf Coast, which we are prepared and planning to sell to customers starting in 2026, whether that's on 10-year contracts, 5 years, 3 years, 1 year, again, trying to meet the needs and the optionality that European governments are seeking.
Great. So I want to go to the next question. We'll have one more on infrastructure and take this in a little bit of a different direction. We often focus a lot on what I call kind of the Bloomberg terminal approach to energy markets, where we look at the security of supply and things like this, and that's always the first and main pillar of, in particular, Europe's energy security. But we've increasingly seen, especially over the past year, since Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine began, that the critical cyber and, in particular, physical security of energy infrastructure has been brought to the fore. Obviously, the dramatic sabotage of the Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 pipelines comes to mind, but also kinetic strikes against Ukraine's energy and critical infrastructure. And we've seen the fact that in the North Sea and the Baltic Sea, report after report after report continue to come out of Russian alleged intelligence vessels, military vessels, and other vessels that have capabilities to probe and menace energy infrastructure in both the, in this case, the offshore, and obviously there's concerns for onshore infrastructure. So I want to go to the panel and ask, what practical physical infrastructure protection steps are governments to make, the private sector making, and where can we go from here?
Can I?
Yeah, please.
So I want to comment this. We are in a very bad position in the Europe because we are inland country, so no access to the seaside, no FSRU availability. And last year we faced with 3 big bottlenecks what has to be led mainly by the European Union. First, LNG vessels. There are no LNG vessels available. Last year, over the summer, the charter rate for LNG vessel fly to the sky $400,000 per day instead of 10,000, which was before. So no vessels. If you want to supply or replace the Russian gas, you need vessels to bring the LNG. The second, regasification capacity. So I would like to bring my vessel, all slots sold out. There was no available slots to bring the LNG vessels. So the infrastructure, not everywhere you have FSRU. So the regasification capacity is still not enough. And the third biggest problem, which really the repower from European Union can help, is the infrastructure. We would like to bring Croatian LNG to Slovakia or to the other inland countries. But the pipeline is not enough. So we're expecting, and we are pushing European Committee to invest, use this money, increase the capacity. So these are the three technical bottlenecks. The biggest bottleneck in the commercial side, Russians, Gazprom, during last year, they bought a lot of capacities in THG. So the real countries like Czech Republic, Austria, or Hungary, we didn't have availability to buy on the gas year and go and buy capacity. So we pushed European Committee, cancel this, take the capacity from Gazprom because they don't use. So use or lose, do it. Germans already did it. So on the German side, Gazprom doesn't have any capacity. But still they have on the PSV, which is for us very important, due to the Adriatic LNG, due to Ravenna, Piombino terminals. So we are pushing to do this, to take the capacity which they are squeezing gas because we cannot transfer our gas. So I can have a slot in Italy, but how I will transfer the gas? So these are the main tasks from a European Committee. If you want to really replace the Russian gas, improve the infrastructure, improve the regas capacities.
And I think the European Commission has a really important role to play in that as well. If we zoom in on the region, it's European support and financial support, I think, is going to be critical for the build-out of that infrastructure. But just as important is the right signals coming from Brussels to buyers in the region that longer-term purchases of gas and LNG are okay and can fit in Europe's broader decarbonization strategy going forward. And this will allow buyers across the continent better access to secure and structured long-term contracts, which brings down pricing and helps secure supply, not just this decade, but also beyond. I think that's a critical kind of piece going forward.
Okay, and obviously companies like Accelerate Engineer have monitoring and security at the forefront of your actual infrastructure, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, infrastructure protection is critical in the United States, in Europe as well, and I think there's a lot that can be done government to government as well as government to private sector on both sides of the Atlantic.
Okay, I have a special question for my dear friend Ambassador Morningstar on a topic that is near and dear to both of our hearts. We wrote a foreign policy piece about 6 months ago extolling the international community to lower the G7, EU, and Australia oil price cap on Russian Urals grade oil, crude oil, from $60 a barrel down closer to the marginal cost of production, near $29, $30 a barrel at the time. And at the same time, we're looking at broader energy sanctions. It's not enough to just have more sanctions policies announced. Enforcement is key. This is why I keep harping on the fact that, especially for tracking ship-to-ship oil transfers or transfers of illicit dual-use goods to the Russian Federation, the commercial space sector needs to be in dialogue with the commercial energy sector to help with satellite imagery. That means not only optical satellites, but infrared, radio frequency, and synthetic aperture radar. And I think that's really important as well for enforcement. But Ambassador Morningstar, the sanctions question goes to you. What can we do to help make sure that we empty Putin's energy piggy bank further?
Well, you've answered a lot of the question. But Ben and I have worked a lot on the issue, and I do want to answer the question. But on your prior question, one thing that hasn't been mentioned on infrastructure security, what the Nord Stream explosions show is that whoever did it, it is a real threat. There is a real threat to infrastructure. And we didn't mention NATO. NATO has to play a major role with respect to infrastructure security, particularly in the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. I would think that satellite imagery can be hugely important in tracking potential saboteurs and so forth. And basically on cybersecurity, the private sector has to play a major role. I know that Microsoft gets a lot of credit in working with Ukraine to ward off cyber attacks, which have not been as bad as anticipated. Countries have to work together. Private companies have to work together and have to share information. I could go on a little bit, but I just wanted to make those points. On sanctions, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that sanctions isn't a zero-sum game. It's not going to be 100% successful or 100% failure. And that whether or not the price caps have been successful, one first has to look at what are the objectives. Now, Amos would tell you, and did, I guess, that, hey, you know, price caps have worked. They've reduced Russian revenues from what they might have been otherwise. I don't think it has had a huge effect on Russia's war-making capability. And sometimes, you know, from the administration, sometimes, and I believe I heard Amos talking about affecting Russia's war-making capability, but usually it's more nuanced. Well, we're reducing Russian revenues. We're getting oil to the markets. Stability is important in the oil markets and so forth. I think that, you know, one has to question whether, to the extent that Russian revenues have been reduced, how much is from the price caps, how much is it from the European oil embargo? Basically taking away most of the European market. And I know that some countries, including Slovakia and a few other countries, have necessary exemptions. But most of the Russian oil market to Europe has been closed off, which has had a tremendous effect. So how much, you know, how you measure that, you know, that's been what's reduced Russian revenues, or the price caps, you know, that's hard to judge. It's really important, I think, what you mentioned, that it is, you know, looking at enforcement. You always talk about the ghost ships and so forth, and, you know, how do you deal with those issues? I think are going to continue to be important. Frankly, although I think it would be helpful to lower the price cap further, and I would suggest that, and I think that the arguments keep having to be made. I would be surprised. It does not appear at this point anyway that there's an appetite among the G7 countries, the EU, US, to do that, and I think that they're, you know, are committed to saying, well, you know, we've been successful. We've achieved our dual aims of reducing Russian revenues and keeping stability in the market, so let's not rock the boat.
Trying to have your cake and eat it too, right?
Exactly, as we said in that article.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I've been saying, I think that as the military counteroffensive goes on, I think we need a sanctions counteroffensive from the West to help Ukraine as much as possible. I want to go to you, Elisa. As we're going forward with reducing dependence on Russia in terms of a geostrategic issue, we're also seeing an accelerated energy transition, and we see the Repower EU plan as kind of the successor to the European Energy Union concept that we saw back in 2015. And, you know, there's a lot of very exciting and interesting proposals capturing flared gas, all these sort of things to increase energy efficiency, kind of the other area of energy supply that we can get. So what is the private sector's role here, and how can the US and EU continue to cooperate to both get us to a more energy secure place across the continent of Europe, but also support the energy transition?
Great, well, thank you. Well, I'll stick to my knitting, which is the natural gas aspect of the energy transition, and in particular, the U.S. role, both for government and companies. And to that, I would say, I believe it is incumbent on us to redouble our efforts on LNG cargo carbon certification. So the U.S. Department of Energy and U.S. industry, LNG and gas industry trade groups have been working very hard to develop a reliable metric for measuring carbon emissions. I think that's essential so that European customers and customers around the world can make informed choices based not only on geopolitical exigencies, but also based on their climate concerns. I would just note that Cheniere has really been a leader in this effort to develop a reliable metric. I guess I'll just mention one early report that I've seen, not I think for publication yet, shows that US LNG compares very favorably to pipeline gas from anywhere in Europe, except for pipeline gas from Norway, even taking into account, obviously, the long journey from the United States. And it compares extremely favorably to Russian pipeline gas. So I just think that's a space that we need to continue to work on and to watch.
Great. OK, so we have about 4 or 5 minutes left. I want to do a last word to each of you. My closing question is more of a Jeopardy-style question. So what is your biggest European energy security priority? If you had to choose one for 2023 to help Europe get through the next winter so we can make sure that energy security is not on the minds of ordinary citizens across Europe and industry, so that Europe can focus on supporting Ukraine to its victory to restore its sovereignty over its territory. So I will start with Alex. So how do we get there, and how do we not return to business as usual?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we've seen a lot of resilience and innovation over the last 16 months in Europe on the energy front in the face of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I guess my message would be, keep it up. The crisis isn't over on the energy front, even though that there are some in some quarters that are kind of speaking to it being over or ending. That kind of resiliency and innovation needs to keep going, I think, in the short term and the medium term. And then I would just make another plug for long-term security of supply for gas is going to be critically important, I think, for Europe. Without it, at a minimum, it means that Europe is going to be far more susceptible to spot market price swings, and that has the potential of wreaking havoc across national budgets in a way similar that we've seen over the last year and a half.
Great. Thanks, Alex. Please.
So I already mentioned, for us it's really important the infrastructure, because we are inland country. We need to get access for the hubs, bring the gas to Slovakia, and without this we cannot survive. What's happening now, mainly in Germany, they put the new tax, the storage, security, safety tax, which was 50 cents per megawatt hour, now 1.5. So why I have to pay the security storage for Germans? So we have additional transportation fee. So if all the countries will increase all the cost for gas transportation to inland countries, Czech Republic, Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, so it costs us only for the next year more than 100 million euro extra cost. And the thing is what I mentioned, the safety security stocks, what we have to have until the situation will be not balanced, because the supply-demand balance in the gas will be around 2026, 27 maybe, when Qatar gas supply will start, when all the facilities, investments will be done in Europe. So until that time, that's the reason why we have only short-term contract, because this big risk for us go to 5-10 years contract if we don't know what will happen. And we still have valid contract with the Russians, take or pay, until 2034. So we have to face also with this situation.
Great. Thanks, Elisa.
I can piggyback on those comments. Money, financing. So infrastructure is expensive. Companies like Accelerate are willing to commit capital, substantial capital, to building out a European LNG import infrastructure. We're even willing to go downstream and invest in power plants. But we are not willing to do it alone. We need financing from multilateral institutions, from European institutions, and frankly, most importantly, from US lending institutions. I see that the US Development Finance Corporation has a critical role to play here. The discussions we've had to date have been extremely encouraging, but we now need to put pen to paper and sign loans and then disperse them.
Great, thank you. And I'm told we have about 4 or 5 minutes left, so 2 minutes each. Ambassador Morningstar, 2 minutes.
First of all, again, I agree with everything that's been said. That And that I think Alex is right. Europe has to do more of the same. They have to have some continued luck, but also continued wise policy decisions by the Commission and by member states, and hopefully not repeat, I think, disastrous decisions like Germany's nuclear decision. But that's my point of view. But I think what's most important is that there be a common philosophy among all of the member states and the EU on some key points. One, gas, no matter whether you like it or not, gas is going to continue to be important. And that gas, and I think I said this during an earlier session today, gas and the energy transition are not an either-or proposition. We need more gas, certainly for the short to midterm, and we need more clean energy. And that together is what will solve the energy security issues and avoid dependence on a single sector. And I think, as you mentioned, Alyssa, the gas can be decarbonized. US gas is relatively clean. It can become even cleaner. Companies keep telling me that methane emissions, basically eliminating methane emissions is easy. Well, let's see it get done, finally, once and for all. But decarbonized gas, nuclear, and new technologies are all going to be part of the ultimate solution.
Excellent. Science and technology. Love to hear that. Ambassador, final word to you.
Thank you. I will really echo my predecessors and especially Ambassador Morningstar. Turkey, of course, is a country, whose industry very heavily depends on gas. So gas will be there, for the foreseeable future. And of course, renewables are very important, but there is still not full reliability on the renewables. So gas will be there, but so there has to be an expanded infrastructure. We have to gain some flexibility. Turkey and also its neighbors, and for that we have to work on the infrastructure. We have to work on the interconnectors, on the reverse flow. But for that we need financing investments, and for the investments, to get realized, again, I will say that the governments and especially also the EU Commission will have to give clear messages, to the business community, because otherwise, because we have vast untapped resources, around Turkey, but for them to be able to be developed and for them to be able to be transferred, to the markets, we need investments, and those investments, as a matter of fact, were needed yesterday. But still, we are just, discussing. There are some maybe memoranda signed, but there is no real work done. But for that, really, we all have to get together and come out with strong and very clear messages, to the financial institutions and also to the business community.
Well, thank you, and thanks to the whole panel for all of your great discussion today. I think we've seen a lot of priorities that we have to come together as a transatlantic alliance to recognize. And I think that the one thing that is bringing me hope is that there is this growing recognition across all areas of Europe now that Russia has and continues to weaponize energy, has not been a reliable energy supplier. Projects like Nord Stream 2, not just a commercial deal. And that's very obvious today. I think it was obvious for the past 8 of these yearly sessions that we've had here, but oftentimes it's been considered in the transatlantic community a debate, even though we were staring right in the face of the facts of how the Putin regime has weaponized energy against our collective security. So I'm just glad that it's no longer considered, even though it wasn't considered a debate, and something that we can now work together on both sides of the Atlantic across all of Europe and all of North America, and work with global democracies to address. So thank you all. This has been very hopeful, but we have a lot of work to do. So with that, I want to turn this over to a keynote intervention from His Excellency Viktor Parlakov, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Moldova. Our virtual audience will see him on the screen, and our in-person audience can see him on the screens in here. So thank you all so much.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to speak on this distinguished panel. Ambassador Morningstar, ambassadors. We probably can speak, when I speak about our case here in Moldova, I have to make a disclaimer in the beginning. Most of what I'll be speaking is kind of boasting the results that have been attained before I was in the office. So I'm now happy to say and to boast what we've accomplished over the last particular year and a half. That was the result of the team that worked, more or less the same team, but that worked under the different leadership. And I would like to give the credit to the political leadership of the President Sandu and the now advisor to President Sandu, Andrei Spinu, who was the Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development at that point in time. Now, briefly speaking, what we have done and what we have accomplished, and in fact, why we think, and it's been recognized by others as well, that we have been a kind of a success story in this year and a half. We started as a country which in 2021, and I'll of course speak mainly about the gas because this is the topic today, but the same thing relates to electricity as well, partially. But on the gas side, we started as a country that has been fully dependent on one contract, Gazprom, and had no experience whatsoever and no instruments to work with international markets. And although the infrastructure, and that was a point very validly mentioned in the previous speeches, the infrastructure was there until starting with 2020, 2021. Technically, the reverse flow on the Trans-Balkan pipeline is available since January 2020. Technically, the Iași-Ungheni interconnector with all, additional infrastructure that allows to bring about 1.5 BCM per year to Moldova from Romania was in place since 2021. But in fact, it was not used. We were still relying on one contract, Gazprom, and had no experience. Now, after a year and a half, we are in a situation where not only have we gone through the first winter in our history, 2022-2023 winter was the first winter where we consumed no Gazprom gas on the territory controlled by constitutional authorities. Yes, we still have the Russian gas supply de facto for free to Transnistria, and that is, let's say, as I call it, an unstable equilibrium that will probably not last for long. But the territory that we control has been fully supplied with gas procured from international markets. And the price we've managed to get was actually a better price than the formula that we signed with Gazprom in 2021. Now, over this year and a half, we managed to both develop a company that is now a recognized trader on the regional market, opened a subsidiary in Romania, managed to be not only the first company that used the Moldova-Romania Iași-Ungheni interconnector, but also commercially used the reverse flow on the Trans-Balkan pipelines. Moreover, it was the first company that commercially used the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria. And at some point, it was the only company that had the experience to work along the entire, what we call here, the vertical corridor from Greece to Western Ukrainian gas storage facilities. We're now storing gas. We can store gas in summer. We are planning to consume in winter. We think there will be higher prices for gas from storage. So this is a completely new world for us in terms of diversification of supply, in terms of sources, the different sourcing the gas from different suppliers, and also in terms of the maturity of the market that we can actually have in our country. For the first, no, maybe not for the first time, but we're now experiencing new suppliers coming into our market, supplying to eligible consumers, etc., etc., etc. From a country that's been largely dependent on international support, we have turned into a country which we think now can contribute actually to the security of supply for the Central Europe. Because what we witness now is that, in fact, this is slightly, let's say, concerning us, or is of concern for us, that the underground gas storage facilities in Western Ukraine are largely underused. And we are actually expecting that if that situation continues into the cold period of the year, we can experience shortages of supply in Central Europe, because that was traditionally one of the largest source of or buffer or for gas supply in winter in the region. And we therefore can expect price spikes and instability in the colder season. That's why we actually, as a country, through the state-owned company Energocom, are purchasing gas today and storing it in Western Ukraine. But we think that by opening the corridor from Greece through Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova to Western Ukraine, we've basically created a new opportunity for gas supplies to Central Europe, which is still available, and it's proved to be quite competitive. Also, it invites more LNG terminals in the agency, and particularly in the Greece. Our cooperation with Greece is, let's say, very promising. The Greeks are planning or are envisaging that this corridor becomes or makes better case for the second, let's say, floating terminal in Alexandroupolis, because the first one is to be commissioned soon. So the infrastructure is obviously key. We've seen that this has been a critical element that allowed us to survive through this winter. But also for us now, it's actually becoming more an issue of fighting for hearts and minds of people than the issue of ensuring the security of supply. Because while we've managed to win the battle for energy security, for security of supply, now we have to fight the narratives that the Russian Federation is promoting in the Republic of Moldova, trying to undermine the, let's say, the European integration path. Because basically what they are saying, what the narratives they are promoting is that everything that you're being told about diversification of supply, about integration in the EU European market is fake. In fact, you're buying the same Russian gas, it's just more expensive because you buy it through intermediaries, which is actually not the case. We know well part of the gas where we are buying from and at which prices, and that's definitely not the Russian gas. But the narratives they're trying to build are obviously extremely dangerous and trying to undermine the European accession of Moldova. That's why now for us, it's more a battle for people's hearts and minds than the battle for energy security itself. We have to first, let's say, counter the Russian narratives, which are attacking everything related to a free gas market. and in the same time alleviate the pressure on the consumers, because no matter how, let's say, convincing you are in terms of arguments for gas market, you'll still not be convincing enough if consumers' bills still increased a lot. That's why we need to bring the positive news related to European accession to our consumers. And for us, we see as the number one priority in this respect, massive energy efficiency programs for the residential consumers that would bring both investments that are visible, physically visible for consumers, that are tangible, and that are bringing long-term benefits in terms of reducing consumers' bills, even though the prices may fluctuate and may grow again. Thank you.
4, 3, 2.
Good day. I'm Fran Burwell. I'm a distinguished fellow here at the Atlantic Council, and I'd like to welcome you all to our panel on transatlantic green industrial policy, coordination or competition. We have a super panel to talk about this, and I hope we're going to have a really interesting discussion. But I wanted first to put a couple of items on the table, and then we can talk about those as well. First, I think we throw the term industrial policy around a lot, and I think we need to consider a little bit what is industrial policy, and do we know it when we see it? My own definition is that it is when governments offer incentives, not necessarily financial incentives, but most frequently, and possibly penalties, to encourage companies and industries to make decisions that they would not otherwise make based purely on a business case. I think that we can have a good discussion about the differences between the US and the EU approach here, and I'm looking forward to the panelists also chiming in on their views on what is industrial policy. I would say that having an energy system or a green energy system requires that that is resilient, requires that the cost is not the only determinant. I think that's where we were in the past, but not where we are now. But how a country chooses to make that change is something that has an impact on its domestic economy, but also with its international economic partners. The second point I want to make is that the US and the EU are incredibly interdependent, both in trade and investment. Over 60% of the foreign direct investment coming into this country comes from Europe, and the reverse is also true. About 60%, just over, of the foreign direct investment in Europe is from the United States. And I saw one figure that in the first 3 quarters of 2022, US companies invested $172 billion in Europe and only $7 billion in China. So that's not the way it's usually portrayed, but I think that when we are talking about industrial policy, we're talking about a lot of companies that are operating in both markets, not only trading, but also investing. And the final point that I wanted to make is that when you have that much business together, you will have disagreements. This is inevitable. And US trade policy, US-EU trade policy is littered with such disputes going back to bananas, hormone beef, and GMOs, even though trade has grown quite significantly over the years. So the question now before us, I think, is, was the IRA, the US Inflation Reduction Act, was this an indication, another episode of these brief quarrels? Sometimes they're not so brief if you look at Airbus, Boeing. But was it one of these episodic quarrels, or is it an indication of a systemic issue that is arising as we both try to address the energy transition and the need to make our economies, and particularly our energy systems, more resilient? To go deeper into this, I'm going to briefly introduce our panel here. Miguel Guertetra is here with me in Washington, although he is the chief economist for DG Energy at the European Commission, and thus has a central spot in EU industrial policy. Steve Smith is the group head of strategy for National Grid in the UK. Sabina Skretich is on the board and the chief operating officer at ENA, which also is a holding company that is part of that has PPD, Croatian company. Glad you could join us. And then from the Hungarian government, we have Ambassador Peter Zarate, who is the state secretary for security policy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Miguel, let me turn to you first. When the EU was confronted with the US IRA, there was a bit of tension in the air. I think it has resolved quite a bit or alleviated quite a bit, particularly after Presidents Biden and von der Leyen got together here in Washington. And we now have some processes that we are going through in terms of addressing those tensions. But how did the EU feel it was necessary to respond domestically, internationally? You put forward the Net Zero Industry Act and the Critical Raw Materials Act. Is that it? Do you see this as indicative of differences between the way the US and the EU will handle industrial policy?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the audience and discuss about this, because I think it's the key topic that we will be discussing in the upcoming years. I mean, making the link to what the previous panel said and the previous interventions, I think it's important to understand that the energy crisis that we had last year, in a sense, accelerated the need for the green transition, for the Green Deal, but not only for a reason of saving the planet, but because it is important for our affordability and it's important for our security of supply. I think energy policy is at the center of many discussions that we will have in the coming years. And the green transition is a massive structural change of our economies that we will have to manage in a way. I mean, I think we need to start from the big picture. I think it's very important that we cooperate so that there can be a healthy competition based on rules. That is extremely important because we have a lot to gain together. I don't think that it should be portrayed, I mean, this green transition as a zero-sum game. The cake can be bigger for all of us. We can have new markets, more innovation, more products, but we need to set fair rules together. And I think that it's very important, and I think you were alluding to President Biden and President von der Leyen work together. I think it's very important that we work on a series of issues so that going forward with this transition, we can, have a rule-based approach. And I'm thinking about, cooperation on a cheap, stable access to commodities, openness of the markets to like-minded countries, and so on. There might be differences, in the approach between the EU and the US. This is normal. I mean, in the IRA, there is, a strong focus on tax credits. On our side, there is a strong focus on targets, subsidies, regulatory approach. But what is important is, I believe, to focus on this big picture together going forward. Thank you.
So let me just briefly follow up. And I want to invite our audience online to ask questions of the panelists as well. And we have a microphone over here that please, those of you who are here with us in DC, feel free to get up and put forward a question. One brief follow-up for you. You mentioned like-minded countries. There's been some discussion, not so much in the Commission, but among member states about clubs. Do you see clubs as having a role here? How do you get from a bilateral US-EU to including Japan and others?
Okay, no, I think, this is, we are probably at the start of this discussion because, the definition of what is a club, what would be, the responsibilities and what would be the objectives, I don't think that we are yet there, but I believe that there is a discussion to be had about ensuring that we have cheap and stable access, for instance, to commodities, to be able to do the transition in a way that doesn't drive, massive volatility, high uncertainty, very high cost of capital, that would make it much more difficult, and it would take longer. So I think in that sense that it is very important, I don't know if it's, coalitions, clubs, but that the dialogue of like-minded countries about, conditions for demand, access, so that, this volatility that might happen, in the market is well managed.
Okay, good. Let me turn now to one of those like-minded countries and bring in Steve Smith from the major utility. Steve, let me ask you, where is the UK in all of this? What do you see as the industrial policy, if there is one, of the government moving forward for an institution like National Grid? And what do you see as the right signals that you want to see to make a transition to green? And does it matter when you're thinking about how the US and the EU are having some differences, not clear how significant or long-lasting those differences are, these teething problems? Where does the UK come into all this?
I'll answer the question, and thank you for inviting me to join. I suppose the first thing to say is just National Grid operates both sides of the Atlantic. So we are 50% in the US Northeast, and 50% in the UK. So we do sit, both sides of this and see not just the UK angle, but also the US angle as well. So, I mean, in some sense, and going back to what was said in the intro, I mean, we can't see this as zero sum. We're all on a collective journey. Solving climate change only works if everyone does it, and there's no benefit to any bloc or any club doing it faster than another. So, I mean, to come back to your question, I mean, in the UK, based on your definition of industrial policy, we've had that for a long time in terms of greening our power generation, where we've had, government-backed contracts to get low and zero carbon generation built, which have been increasing in scale and ambition for a number of years. The things they haven't had to date is any rules of origin or rules of production. So they've simply been contracts to say, if you build it, but it doesn't require you to, have any of the materials or labour, in the UK. I think more generally in UK policy, I think we are sat there looking at what's going on both, in the US and the EU. And I think, the political discussions are now starting about whether we need to go beyond that. But I would just come back to where I said, if you think the big challenges in greening, the energy system, they are global problems. And if anyone, we all have a collective interest in driving the cost of these technologies down. And we will all pull on the same critical minerals, the same, supply chain for the equipment to do that. So I think my plea would be, we are better doing this together and in consort, because that will help make that transition, more affordable for all of our customers in all of those countries.
So thank you very much for that. Are there particular things you're looking for from the government to do more that would be helpful to you as you move towards the green transition? And as I understand it, Britain is moving to have particularly a focus on low carbon hydrogen. So what are you looking for? What would help?
We are primarily at heart a networks company, so we'll build the networks that will enable us to green the way we heat and transport ourselves around, as well as sort of light our homes and factories and power our businesses. Actually, the biggest challenge for us is around planning and permitting for the infrastructure we need to build. Both in the US and in the UK, we probably need, power networks that are 3 times the size they are today to handle that extra load for electric vehicles, for the electrification of heat. And historically, it's taken us, typically 7, 9, 10 years to build that. Most of that time taken up with getting planning approvals. So, I mean, I know it's not directly relevant to the discussions today, but probably the biggest thing we as a company that needs to build those networks need is to get, countries to focus on, reforming those planning arrangements, and then also just giving us the ability to build those networks ahead of need. So historically, we've been asked to build just in time, and given the scale of what we've got ahead of us, we're going to have to take some commitments. And we're seeing, I think, positive signs both in the US Northeast and in the UK that governments and regulators are moving in that direction and understand we need to be able to build significant, network infrastructure faster, and regulatory arrangements need to fund that in anticipation of the demand rather than, waiting for the EVs and the heat pumps to arrive.
So thank you very much for that. In fact, I think that the permitting is a key part of the Net Industrial Act, if I recall correctly. And I saw a piece in the Washington Post today about how slow getting connections to the power grid here is in the United States, and how that has become a major bottleneck for getting green projects online. But let me turn now to Sabina Skeric. Enel is a major green company, but also does have holdings in PPD, which is primarily fossil fuels. So she's got oversight of both parts of this industry and a very real oversight of the transition. So what are you looking for from governments? What are the signals that you're getting either from your national government or from the Commission? And are they working? Are they setting you in the right direction, do you think?
Well, this is very true what you just said. ENAB is one of the biggest energy company, privately owned energy company in Croatia that basically started from gas trading. And it used to be and still is one of our strongest company that we have within our management framework. But in the last 6 years, we developed and implement another strategy in order to diversify our business. Exactly one of the reasons for diversifying was the fact that we are tracking really closely all regulations that are putting in act in Brussels for entire EU market. And it was clear 20 years ago even that entire Europe is going towards sustainable, green and clean technologies, clean and green industries, and renewables when we are talking about energy. So that was the major reason why we decided to develop strategy that will basically transit our business toward that direction. So if you ask me how important those signals and guidelines from not just government for us, but also European Commission is, it is extremely important and very helpful for us. So as a private business, what we need to see a vision, we need to understand strategic goals and where is the place where we are all heading. In this sense, entire framework, regulatory framework and policies that European Union and European Commission made in especially in last 5 years were really useful. But what we also need, we need more clear implementing plans and more, well, to see more, how to say that, determination to really cut, for example, administrative burden that we in whole Europe, here in Croatia, we do. We can talk especially for Croatia, we do have. And timeline for example, from the idea until you put into operation some solar plant is extremely long, especially if we are talking about some bigger projects. Now we are also in a project that include geothermal energy, and those projects are really renewables, and their importance is more in the fact that they can really change and come instead of coal or, for example, gas when we are talking about producing electricity on a stable way. But those projects, the geothermal projects, are extremely expensive, and they are really complex when we are talking about research and first phases of research. So what we need, we basically need some framework where we can get all the licenses much easier and much faster, where we can get our connection on grids, where we can get some support for financing. And those decisions and those framework for private sector should be really clear, really simple, in order to give the opportunity to private sector to act quickly, fastly, and I'm sure that private investors can be extreme power to even to support even faster this green transition.
So I'm sure you've also been watching. Thanks for putting those out on the table, because I think the question of financing as well is a big one in Europe. In recent meetings there, I certainly heard about how projects that everyone had been talking about last year were still being talked about as future projects, in part because of the financing was being very difficult, especially for renewable energy. But I'm sure you also were watching the IRA and the tax credits that will be coming to companies in the United States. What do you think about that? Has that affected you at all? Or is that something that you see as allowing companies to perhaps export to Croatia at below cost? Or is it something you'd like to see, tax credits from your own government? How does that affect your view of your situation?
Well, sometimes it is really hard to compare United States market and European market, because basically we have several different, quite huge differences. But of course, that any kind of financial support that could be provided, especially for big companies like ours, for example, is more than helpful. When we are talking about IRA, we did look at that quite closely. And of course, that is the question of competitiveness of United States companies in comparison with EU companies. But as a private company, we are always for cooperation more than some kind of competitiveness. Why don't we talk about knowledge transfer? Why don't we talk about some joint ventures where both sides can get the best and affect their goals? Last several months, there is quite strong discussion within EU, especially because of the fear that industrial production, especially in those new technologies, green technologies, are going to move out from Europe.
Right.
And that is also the fear that we are going to lose our knowledge. And it is extremely important issue, and we have to discuss about that issue quite openly and try to find those solutions. And to be honest, European industry is in a way of some kind of renaissance. Last 10 years, we are trying to bring back our industry production within Europe. But in the same time, it is really hard to find that the right level, because we have lots of obligations that are coming from our orientation towards green. And for example, some other countries do not have that, especially the countries that are not members of EU. A last example you have in petrochemical industry. In Europe, basically all petrochemical industry during this time of high gas prices were stopped with their operations. And European market was flooded with products from Africa, Turkey, and other countries that do not have such high level of, for example, CO2 emission burden and other stuff. So from our point of view, it is always better to sit and to talk quite openly about all the questions and try to find the best way how to use from both sides what both sides can give. And, so that both sides, United States, European Union, Great Britain, can prosper. Because we do have entire Asia as a huge market and huge, and there are lots of new players, and they're also really fast in their development. So we all have to find some way how to, let me say, live together and prosper together in our ideas.
Good, thank you. Let me turn now to our last panelist, and let me also remind the audience to get those questions in and go to the mic if you're inclined. So one of the areas where there's been a lot of discussion within the EU, and I think we will probably see some of it in the United States as well, is the differences within the EU over state aid. And how much should there be new monies in response to the Inflation Reduction Act, or do you just loosen the rules, which have been loosened a little bit for renewable energies? And also the discussion about nuclear. How green is nuclear? Should it be included in renewable targets? And Ambassador Țărărea, I wonder if you could provide us with a perspective from Hungary on these issues.
Thank you very much, and many thanks for the invitation. I think it's a very timely exchange of views. First, in the nuclear, you're right, there was a very important debate about what could become the part of the energy mix of the member states while we are entering the green transition. We have a very strong commitment that we have to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, and this will be a tough game if you want to maintain your competitiveness and the affordability of your energy supplies, but still moving towards carbon neutrality. Then it's inevitable that you have to have, for example, nuclear as part of your energy mix. And this debate, at the end of the day, because there were quite a number of EU member states who are pro-nuclear, I mean, countries who are for the peaceful use of nuclear power for energy generation. With the leadership of France, we could achieve a good result in this debate, and now nuclear is a legitimate part. Without nuclear, we wouldn't be able to reach the goals that we set by 2050. And we also think that it's part of your sovereignty, basically, to define what is part of your energy mix and what are the proportions within them. So now there's nuclear, there is gas as a transitional source, also inevitable, and of course the renewables. In that respect, we have made a lot of progress, but there is still a lot to do, of course. Now, state aid, state aid is legitimate between some limits, with some limits. I think both the US and the EU has rules for state aid for different types of investments. The problem is if this becomes an overwhelming solution, and if this is making competition between the different parties imbalanced. So in that respect, I think it's important that we all follow the WTO rules and we do something together. For the IRA, for example, it is not beneficial for Europe. It is in the interest of the US to have the IRA. But I think we have to talk more. The Commission has to talk more to the US administration to find some solutions, because if we go along this path, then it will become more controversial, the relationship between the US and the EU, and we will have more trouble. We understand the interests on both sides, but I think we have to find a solution for this. Thank you.
So let me turn to you, Miguel, about this last point, because we do have a dialogue going on now, a transparency, clean energy transparency incentives dialogue. But I think Ambassador Zárate has raised a point of how similar we are or different we are. Is the US going and funding things that will then make Europe's industry less competitive? Perhaps not within Europe so much, but globally. And the other thing that is coming down the pike at us, I think actually the transition phase has now started, is CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Do you see that as part of industrial policy in Europe? And how do you think it will avoid disadvantaging partners like the United States who don't have a carbon price, for example?
First of all, I would like to say that, we have been speaking now for some minutes, but we have not yet mentioned the word China.
That's true.
And I think that it's very important, not to present the discussions we're having today as an issue, between the US or the EU, is there, competition? I think we need to look at the big picture. And, Chinese products, they have been somehow, subsidized. The state has been quite present for some time. So this, I'm coming back to this idea that, we need to work together with like-minded partners to ensure that we have similar rules. Now, in terms of competitiveness of the industry, there are many factors. If it was so easy, with public policy to ensure that an economy is competitive, we will all be very happy. But I mean, as I said, there are different factors. There might be different incentives, different regulatory tools to try to incentivize this competitiveness. But I would like to come back also to a point that Ambassador was mentioning. I mean, we are committed to this net zero path. Yeah. It is not going to be easy, and we need to deploy all the different tools. Now, it's a bit of funny discussion to say, I mean, is this policy a climate policy? Is it an industrial policy? Because today, energy issues and climate issues, they are at the core of the economic discussion. I mean, I think for us, CBAM is a very important tool. I mean, we have now reached an agreement at the Council with the Member States and at the Parliament. We are now in this transition period that will last until 2025. And we would like to work with other countries in the world for our own implementation, but also, going forward in setting these rules that would allow, I mean, actually trade to happen in a way, because CBAM is not discriminatory, in a way that, leads to this climate transition and, to better industrial production. I mean, we need to go, as, the other panelists say, on this together.
So let me ask Steve Smith to expound a little bit on the UK as, a like-minded country. CBAM will affect you as a third country now, not as one of the member states, but you do have some carbon pricing. So what are you expecting over the next couple of years in terms of, and maybe National Grid is not on the front lines with the EU, but what are you expecting vis-a-vis energy policy and the transition in the UK vis-a-vis the EU? And how do you see it playing out with the US as well?
I think, as has been said, with the crisis in Ukraine and the impact on gas prices, I think it's helpfully reinforced the dependencies between Britain and the EU in terms of our energy security. I mean, we are heavily interconnected with mainland Europe, both on the gas and electric side. And, I think it's increasingly likely that there will be a large, offshore electric grid that helps, both sides of that relationship balance. So I think it's driven greater cooperation and a greater understanding of the need, for us to work together, which had been there for many years. Sadly, Brexit, maybe led to a bit of a hiatus, but I think it's reinforced that need. I mean, we have been shipping vast quantities of LNG into Europe to help. And, Europe has moved a lot of electrons our way as well to help us. So I think you will see greater physical ties, and there are many already between the UK and the EU. And look, on the US point, there are many things in the IRA. There are technologies that we need for the transition. I mean, you mentioned hydrogen. Nobody is yet able to produce hydrogen at scale from green electricity. Some of the incentives that are in place through the IRA should really drive the scaling of those industrial processes. And hopefully if US companies can crack that, and certainly something we're involved in the US Northeast, then to the point about, knowledge share and transfer, that's a benefit to the rest of the world, because, there are many other countries that will need that as part of their solution to the transition. So again, I come back to what I said before. I think, the watchword should be, cooperation and working together, because, there are collective problems for us to solve. And if we want to have security and reliability, then more interconnection. I mean, we are interconnected physically with the US as well, because much of that gas we ship to Europe came from the US by boat. So I think we just need to remember that our energy systems are intertwined, and that should foster more cooperation, and less of a sense that this is zero sum.
Right. So, but let me go back to Miguel's comment about China, because I think what you're saying about energy flows makes a lot of sense. But I wanted to ask you about, obviously China manufactures a ton of chips. They provide a lot of critical raw materials and rare minerals that are part of an energy system and certainly of a grid. how are you seeing competitiveness vis-a-vis China? What do you need to do to ensure that your system is resilient despite China's domination of some of those components?
Well, I think COVID made every large multinational company think hard about its supply chain. So China is one aspect of that, but just more generally, that just made everyone realize that you needed to understand not just where your major components were coming from, but then the things that were intrinsic in some of those components as well. So I think all of us are thinking hard about our supply chains and how resilient they are. And in the electric sector, I mean, as I said, we're just going to need much more of all of the basic inputs. So we are going to need to see a huge increase in manufacturing capacity for transformers, for cables, for everything like that, because every country is going to need to dramatically increase the size of its network. So I think, again, it speaks to that need for cooperation and to make sure that we are able to manufacture those components that we will all need, where we are comfortable sourcing them.
And let me go with the same question basically to Sabina Skeric. As you look at the multitude of energy projects that you're putting together, clearly you have a need for some of the same things that we were just talking about. And I think that Steve's observation about the need for enhanced manufacturing capabilities for these not just the materials, but also things like cables, electrolyzers, wind turbines, et cetera, all those types of things. What is your view of the need for that, the role that China, which has been very active in Central and Eastern Europe over the years, what's your view of the reliance on China and what should be done about it, if anything?
Well, I think that Europe has lesson learned during the COVID time. As Mr. Smith rightly said, we were all witnessing a situation where our supply chains were totally broken, and basically entire Europe was affected with the lack of not just some complex resources for some complex industry, but also with some basic production. And I think it was quite shocking experience for the Europe as well. From our point of view, it looks that a European Commission through Net Zero Industry Act is actually trying to set up the platform in order to, when I was talking before, in order to bring back production. You rightly said on the very beginning that it is not just a question of affordability. We are basically here talking, and Europe, but also US as well, is basically talking about three major pillars. We have to talk about sustainability. We have to talk about secure supply, not just energy, but all primary sources. And we also have to talk about sustainability. So sometimes it's really hard to make peace between those three pillars. But from our point of view, it is out of huge importance to set up such scene with all the possible help could be made in order to make a revival of industrial production in Europe. Not just the old industries, but more important, these new industries, for example, solar panels and everything what you need in order to put a solar panel on some roof, for example. Almost 90% of those products are basically made in China. So looking from that aspect, European Union needs some strong partner. And this is, from my point of view, reason more to make some strong alliance with United States, for example, and to bring more efforts into finding points of aligning between different policies that are implementing not only in the European Union, but also in the United States. Because from our point of view, we have the same, I would say we have the same problems and we have the same challenges. So we have to find a way how to build our competitiveness for new decade, new 20 years, new 30 years.
So I'm going to go to Ambassador Tsaite for a last question there, but then I'm going to come back to Steve and Sabina and ask them for the one thing that they would like from a government to make sure that their investments succeed. And then Miguel, you're going to get the last word, so you can defend against what they say, or promise them that it's coming. Not Steve exactly, but Ambassador, two questions for you. You mentioned earlier that the IRA kind of puts forward a framework where if we continue, and I may have misunderstood you, if we continue in that direction, which is, it's good for the US, but not for Europe so much, there could be greater US-EU tensions. And others here have placed a big emphasis on cooperation. So I wondered if you'd expand on how you see this being an irritant in the relationship. And then you also mentioned sovereignty as part of how a government approaches its energy decisions. But there's also the quality that has been brought up a couple of times in this panel and others about resilience. And I wonder if there's how Hungary sees the need and the steps to be taken to make its energy system resilient from countries that might not be as friendly, or at least from disruptions of any kind. And
with this last question, you open a huge.
I know, and we only have 2 minutes, so go ahead.
I will try to minimize my
Thank you.
intervention. Yeah, I mean, on the first one, we always say that antagonism. There is no antagonism between competition and cooperation, and I think that's the baseline. So we have a lot of common interests between the EU and the US, especially if you look at the big global markets. The two have to work together, and in that respect, I mentioned the IRA, which is not a very helpful instrument in this cooperation, but we still believe in intra-industrial and inter-industrial cooperation, and we are sure that we can only achieve the climate goals if the US and the EU work together and not against each other. We know that it's not easy because it's a very complex trade and industrial regulation issue, but we have to continue along that path. The other thing, resilience. Yes, we have a legacy in Central Europe with a lot of exposure, for example, to Russian energy supplies. And we have done a lot for the sake of diversification in the past 10, 15 years. We have connected our gas pipelines to the neighboring countries. We have started a new nuclear plant construction, and so on and so forth. But now, with this war in our back, it's even more difficult to secure the supplies. And everybody is fighting to get secure supplies of different types of energy sources. So we hope that with the diversification activities, we will be able to have more sources and more routes to get secured and affordable gas, oil, and nuclear fuel parts supplies. But this is again a difficult way, and in the EU we discuss a lot about possibilities, how we can achieve this goal, but it will take some time. But we'll do our best to diversify and make it more resilient.
Thank you very much. So let me go to Steve. What's the one thing that you would like to see governments do to help you be more resilient and go through the transition?
I've already said it, just reform permitting planning. We need to be able to build electric infrastructure at pace, on a scale we haven't in a long time. And I think that's a common problem across the EU, the UK, and the US. And we need to work collectively on how we fix that, so that otherwise, as I said, if the networks aren't there, then they will become the bottleneck.
Sabina, last word from you. the same question.
Thank you. I must agree with Mr. Smith. The same is from our side. Less complicated permitting procedures that takes less time than it is today. And of course, if I can choose some effective financial framework with guarantees, with tax policies, and financial products that could support that intensive financial and investment cycle.
So, Miguel, let me ask you, the Net Zero Act, Critical Materials Act, Raw Materials Act, both have permitting limits on permitting, but for very specific projects, strategic projects. Is this the beginning of the EU attacking this problem that they've laid out here for permitting generally, or what do you think?
Yes, I think, we have been addressing this issue for a very long time, but we have also learned with events that unfolded in 2021 and 2022 that, infrastructure and investments can be deployed very quickly.
Yeah.
And, I think the LNG terminals that were delivered in the northwestern region in the EU are a good proof of that. We have passed emergency regulations for permitting. I agree very much that we need to now do a big effort on grids to be able to absorb all the new renewables that will come, but also the electric cars, the heat pumps, the electrification of the economy. And for that, it is very important that we cut red tape, that we get the financial incentives right, and that we have clear, predictable, stable regulation.
So thank you very much for that. I think that we have also to see that type of reform in the United States. So we'll see what happens with that. But thank you to our panelists. Thanks very much for joining us here today. And thanks very much to the audience for joining us as well. And to Miguel for actually being here in person. But I look forward someday to seeing all of you, everyone in person.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a wonderful lunch, and thank you all once again for joining the 8th Annual Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference. We still have several fantastic sessions for you this afternoon, but I'm very excited for this upcoming conversation on Ukraine, for building, transforming, and turning Ukraine into a clean energy security giant that it can be. Our keynote speaker for this panel, I'm just really honored to welcome Ambassador Jeff Pyatt, who is the Assistant Secretary for Energy Resources at the Department of State. Very few people out there know the region in Ukraine in the U.S. government as Ambassador Pyatt, so we really, truly are happy to welcome you today and look forward to your keynote remarks.
Thank you very much, Olga, for the introduction, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for having me back here today. Ministers, colleagues, friends, I'm really delighted to be part of this conversation, and in particular, this panel, which is just so well timed. Just a couple of days before the Ukraine Recovery Conference that will take place next week on Tuesday and Wednesday in in London. Our delegation will be headed by Secretary Blinken, which reflects the abiding commitment of the Biden administration to stand by Ukraine, and our understanding that even as the Ukrainian armed forces continue working on the battlefield to reclaim their sovereign territory, we need to be working together with the international community to lay the foundation for reconstruction and the emergence of a prosperous, democratic European Ukraine in the future. So this is a terrific panel on an absolutely vital set of issues. Since coming back to Washington as Assistant Secretary, the Ukraine part of my life has focused on two complementary goals. One, of course, is our immediate imperative to help support the resilience of Ukraine's energy infrastructure and help Ukraine to defeat Vladimir Putin's efforts to weaponize the winter against the Ukrainian people, and I'll return to that in just a minute. But also working just as hard as we can, jointly with our allies and partners around the world, to lay the foundation for a future Ukrainian energy system, which will be cleaner, greener, more sustainable, more resilient, and reflecting the highest European standards that I know the Ukrainian people are so interested in achieving. I came to this job after 9 years working as a U.S. ambassador in Europe. I lived through the war from my vantage point in Athens, but critically, of course, I served 3 years in Kyiv during the first period of Russia's unprovoked invasion of a sovereign European country. I know firsthand the strength and the resilience of the Ukrainian people, and I know that all of us, and I speak for everybody in this room, expressing extraordinary admiration for how the Ukrainian people have demonstrated again and again over the past 15 months now their determination to prevail in this epic struggle. In terms of the energy story, and in particular, the Ukrainian response to the systematic Russian attacks on the energy grid, which began last October. I think we all stand in admiration of the Ukrainian energy workers who have been out on the field working to maintain the integrity of the Ukrainian energy grid. There is no question that starting with the attacks last October, Vladimir Putin believed that he could use attacks on civilian infrastructure to accomplish what he had failed to achieve on the battlefield, to force the Ukrainian people to relent. That failed in part due to the courage and resilience of the Ukrainians themselves, but also a lot of hard work by the U.S. government, by our interagency community here, including the State Department, the Agency for International Development, Department of Energy, all of whom were really all hands on deck to mobilize assistance from the U.S. side, but critically also our partnership with the European Union, with the European energy community. We have ensured that just as Putin failed in his effort to weaponize his oil and gas resources against Europe starting early in 2022, he failed in the winter of 22-23 to weaponize the winter against the Ukrainian people. But Russia continues its brutal attacks. Today, the Ukrainian energy grid is about 50% degraded. There are billions of dollars of investment that will be required to undo the damage that Putin has done with his attacks on thermal power plants, on auto transformers and the transmission grid. And we saw just in the past few days with the attack on the Kosovo Dam, a further example of attacks on civilian energy infrastructure, which has further destabilized the system. In the case of the dam, the loss of that asset and the billions of dollars of future damage that have been done by that attack has also rippled across the energy system, as Ukrenergo has been forced to cut back on hydro generation further upstream in order to warehouse water that will be necessary to hopefully refill the reservoir at some future date. So we have been working systematically through a G7 plus coordination group that I have been leading at the request of the White House in order to both dialogue with our Ukrainian counterparts, Deputy Prime Minister Kubrikov, the CEO of Ukrenergo, Kudrytsky, Minister Halashenko and the team at the Ministry of Energy, in order to understand in pretty close to real time their immediate requirements for support, and then to identify where that support can come from. Secretary Blinken himself has led a number of G7 plus foreign ministers meetings, jointly first with Germany as G7 president and now with Japan as G7 president, to elevate that focus up to the political level in what Foreign Minister Baerbock called the energy Ramstein, an effort to parallel what we have done on our military and security assistance coordination in the area of grid and energy equipment. As Secretary Blinken likes to say, we've all become a lot more expert on the supply chain for 900 kVA auto transformers, and also the difficulty of quickly repairing the damage that Vladimir Putin has done. Together, we've delivered more than 84,000 tons of energy equipment, more than 5 million pieces of gear, which has flooded into Ukraine in order to give Ukrainian energy workers, and I know we have Maxime here from DTEC, who will be able to speak more eloquently about the work that is actually being done at the ground level. But we can't relent. There are only about 15 weeks left before the next heating season. So we will not take our foot off the gas in terms of working to deliver Ukraine's urgent infrastructure needs. The Agency for International Development has tenders out for auto transformers. The first 2 new auto transformers delivered to Ukraine are now in the final stages of delivery, financed by Japan, manufactured in Korea, and delivered by UNDP. The European energy community itself has a very elaborate procurement system in place now in order to deliver what the Ukrainians need to undo the damage that Vladimir Putin has done. I will say, however, that what has really inspired me, including when I was back in Kyiv in December, is the degree to which even amid this military and security challenge and amid the energy emergency of last winter, Ukraine continues to work towards the vision of a cleaner and greener energy system, a system that meets the highest European standards, rather than rebuilding the Soviet-style centralized grid that was the legacy of Ukraine's independence. We are absolutely committed to our dialogue and listening to the Ukrainians in this effort. That will very much be part of the work when we're together in London next week, and we're delighted that we will have such senior representation from the Ukrainians themselves in London. But this is not just about hardware. It's also about software. And I know from my own time in Kyiv how central energy has been both to the Ukrainian economy, but also to the challenges to Ukrainian democracy. Energy has been one of the traditional vectors of Russian malign influence in Ukraine. That's why it's so important that on my watch as ambassador, Ukraine ceased to depend on Gazprom as a supplier, and we developed the infrastructure for reverse flow from Europe and other non-Russian sources of energy. Energy has also been a traditional driver of corruption. It is not a coincidence that so many of the oligarchs, including several who are either in jail or have fled to Russia since this all began, made their money first in obolenergos and local energy networks. And again, our Ukrainian colleagues today can speak to that. The United States is committed and has made a very large financial commitment to helping the Ukrainians to build a European energy grid for the future and to continue to push the envelope on the greening of that grid. So more green hydrogen, more biogas, restoring Ukraine's status as a clean energy supplier to the rest of Europe. Deputy Prime Minister Kubrakov and Energy Minister Halushenko like to talk about Ukraine as a power brick for the rest of Europe, which it truly should be as we look to the future. Ukraine, once it restores its sovereign territory, will have a very large nuclear resource, has some of Europe's best terrain in terms of wind, in terms of solar, and ample possibility to develop new lines of energy generation, for instance, in the area of clean hydrogen. It is critical, however, that we bring the private sector along in this effort. That's going to be another big part of the conversation in London, and why I think it's so important that the Ukrainians themselves will be there to talk about reform, to talk about the business environment. And I know that's also a priority for our hosts in the FCDO. And of course, that new investment, that future investment environment, if it's going to attract American and other companies, is going to have to be built on principles of transparency, rule of law, competitive markets, all the reform principles that our colleagues who are here today from Central and Eastern Europe understand so well, because you have traversed exactly the same transition. So let me just finish up, first of all, as I always do, by quoting my president, President Biden, who has been so eloquent in making clear that we will stand by Ukraine as long as it takes, but also in highlighting the State Department's extraordinary focus on this particular facet of our broader support for Ukraine, and my optimism that we're actually coming into a very important and positive period in terms of the Ukraine energy story and the benefits that the rest of Europe will derive from a Ukraine that is restored to its sovereign borders and has the ability to reestablish its role as one of the energy powerhouses of the continent, and also something I'm sure Roger will talk about, Ukraine's prospect as well to become part of this energy transition supply chain, which we need so urgently to develop because we don't have enough wind nacelles, we don't have enough non-Chinese silicon wafers and solar cell manufacturing facilities. We're going to need all of the resources that we can identify, including in the area of critical minerals, as part of our own energy transition in Europe and here in the United States. And Ukraine is extremely well positioned to be part of that story as well. So thank you again, Olga, and thank you to colleagues, and I very much look forward to hearing, especially from our friends and colleagues in Kyiv today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. What a perfect setup and introductory remarks for the rest of the conversation for the next hour. Getting the immediate support right for Ukraine and getting the reconstruction of the energy sector right. It's not just an ethically right thing to do or a nice to have. It is essential to Europe's future decarbonization and energy security efforts. I am pleased to welcome our panel today. We have representation from the European Commission, from the private sector, and from the U.S. government. So I think covering a lot of the key angles here as we have this timely discussion. I will go and introduce our first speaker, Andrei Kovalyev first, who is the CEO and the founder of ENI and also a former CEO of Naftogaz. Andrei, going to you first with a quick question. How does the immediate support for the energy sector in Ukraine, how does that bolster future reconstruction efforts? How does that provide foundation for that? And how can the international community prevent future massive attacks on Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure? We've seen terrible ecocide and genocide as a result of the explosions of the dam committed by Russians. So how do we prevent that? How do we work together on making sure that that never happens again?
Thank you so much for introduction, and thank you for the invitation to speak here. I would echo something I've been saying during our previous conference approximately a year ago, is that Ukraine did amazingly good job in the past by joining European energy system. And in 2014 and later on in the gas sector, we won, and we did win, against Russian blackmail and Russian leverage, because we consciously chose to become a part of European united and single gas market. Later on, we connected to European electricity system, which helped us a lot during last winter and will help us in the future. And I'm strongly convinced that for the resilient and stable operation of Ukrainian both gas and electricity systems next winter and in many winters to come, being part of the united European energy system is a critical and crucial element of our success and of our resilience. That also opens significant opportunity for private business to come, to invest, and to develop components of our system right now, while war is ongoing. And that, in my view, one of the main challenges for both Ukrainian government, Ukrainian business, but also our Western partners, European Union, United States, United Kingdom, everybody. We will not be able to maintain our economy properly, and we will not be able to deliver economic outcome if there is no development while the war keeps and while the war exists, while the war is ongoing. That challenge is something which, in my view, can be addressed properly, provided there is, firstly, enough of technological support, meaning technologies are made available to be implemented and built in Ukraine. There is enough insurance for private business not to be afraid of the military consequences. There is enough funding provided for companies willing to come to Ukraine and develop various elements of our energy system, which later on can be used to send energy to Europe. It is also important that while we are doing this, we are removing impediments which were implemented last year because of crisis situation, but no limitation on import and export of energy in any form, whether it's electricity or gas, should exist between Ukraine and Europe. So being part of one single European market and also having access to the three components, which I just described, would not only allow us to win the war and keep maintaining our economy while we keep fighting Russian military forces, but also create a solid foundation for development of our economy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your remarks. We will go to Jake Levine next, who is the Chief Climate Officer at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. DFC provides a variety of unique financial services. Could you talk about where can DFC play the most meaningful role? And following up on Andrei's comments from earlier, what can be done, what kind of offerings, financial support, risk management, risk transfer can be offered right now without waiting for Ukraine's victory? What can DFC do now for businesses and other entities that are out there hungry to support Ukraine's reconstruction efforts today?
Well, thank you, Olga, for that really important question. And also thank you to you and also to the Council for convening this crucial gathering. It's an honor to join you, I think, for the second year in a row now. But the work that the Atlantic Council does to provide a venue for this type of discussion, not only about policy and diplomacy, but about business and how to bring investment into Ukraine, into Eastern and Central Europe is critical. And we appreciate your efforts to do that. And I also just want to thank Ambassador Pyatt, my co-conspirator and colleague on so much of this, the leadership that you have provided and the clarity and the vision for the administration's approach to supporting Ukraine and supporting Ukraine in its work to become fully resilient, fully independent and a leader in Europe on clean energy and energy security is really, really remarkable, and we appreciate it. Let me just give you a sense, because you mentioned what can we be doing right now. DFC has been in Ukraine. We are there today, and we will be there tomorrow during Reconstruction. We have right now a portfolio of nearly $800 million of investments and exposure in the country. We have been very active during the war to communicate as loudly as possible that we are open for business. In fact, I had the opportunity to be in Kyiv in February with my CEO, Scott Nathan, when we announced several new transactions that had taken place in the wartime era, including one which was about our intention to mobilize $250 million for Ukrainian commercial banks to support small and medium enterprises across the economy, the lifeblood of the Ukrainian economy that will create jobs, that will continue to bolster the tax base, that will help Ukraine's economy withstand this brutal attack. And we believe that that mobilization of DFC resources will easily catalyze more than $1 billion of private sector investment in the small and medium enterprise sector. We're actively building a pipeline for transactions that we can continue doing right now. One of the tools that is most sort of widely deployed in our portfolio in Ukraine today, and which we think is relevant, particularly in the moment that we're in, is our political risk insurance product, which is a very unique financial tool that gives the private sector comfort in doing deals in very difficult jurisdictions. We are not aware of any commercial operation that would seek to start new operations or new business in Ukraine without this type of a de-risking tool, and so we're eager to provide it where it can help advance Ukraine's efforts on energy and climate security and on financial security, and where it also dovetails with the US interest. And I just want to mention that in addition to DFC's deployment of political risk insurance, alongside, by the way, a whole host of other tools that are relevant, from financing and guarantees to equity investments and technical assistance in Ukraine, we're also very actively, and I want to flag this for many of the excellencies and colleagues in the audience today who have a regional focus, that we are working very hard to also support the countries neighboring Ukraine, the Eastern and Central European countries that have to provide the bulwark and the wall against future malign influence from Russia and others. And just in this year, we have made significant commitments to help diversify energy supplies in Moldova. In Poland, just last week, our board announced another $500 million in investment in this area, where we are helping to enable shipments of US supplies of energy in lieu of Russian supplies. We're active in Kosovo. We met with the Prime Minister of Kosovo, who, upon our departure, when we asked, what advice would you have for us as we address this really now global crisis, his response was, people are worried about the Baltics, and I want them to worry about the Balkans. We have malign influence happening every single day, coming from Russia, coming from other neighboring countries. And so we've been very focused on how we can support Kosovo and North Macedonia and Croatia in that work. And the product that we deployed in Kosovo, which is uniquely sort of American in the sense that it follows on a USAID grant and it follows on an MCC compact, was a guarantee for DFC to support something called the Kosovo Credit Guarantee Fund, which is now receiving applications for electric vehicle businesses, for energy efficiency businesses, for rooftop solar businesses, to help Kosovo to develop its own climate and energy security and resilience. I want to just mention one last thing, and then I'll conclude, which is a sort of something to underscore a point that Ambassador Pyatt made in his remarks. which is that we are eager to support the Ukrainian vision for a new kind of energy infrastructure. The very first meeting that I had in Kyiv was at Ukrenergo about 8:30 in the morning, and 10 minutes into the meeting, the air raid sirens went off. We moved down to the basement. We conducted the rest of the meeting in a bunker, and we had a presentation from the CEO of Ukrenergo outlining the vision of a distributed clean energy grid that would no longer be subject to explicit targeting by Russian missile and drone strikes. They've withstood thousands, but part of the reason that they are unfortunately an easy target is, to Jeff's point, that it is Soviet infrastructure that the Russians literally have maps to, and they understand where all the critical nodes and substations and transformers sit. And so this infrastructure is essential. It's integrated fundamentally into Ukraine's national security, and the vision that Ukrenergo, in partnership with Minister Halashenko, has laid out for a clean energy grid that can export zero carbon electricity. I see our Assistant Secretary from DOE here in charge of our nuclear program, Katie Huff. The work that the Ukrainians are doing to lay the groundwork for small modular reactors, for major conventional reactors, to be a net exporter of this clean energy is fundamental, not just to the Ukrainian security, but to European security. And this is what we're actively working to do. I'm eager to learn from those of you in the audience in the private sector about your projects, where we can support. I'm sure there's stuff we can do with GE and Roger, and appreciate the chance to join you.
Thank you so much. Your point on making sure that we're not rebuilding back the old, inefficient Soviet-style system, but something that's cleaner, more resilient, more integrated, an innovation playbox in a way where you can truly try out new technologies and how they interact with the consumers and with the energy producers. So thank you so much, Jake, for your fantastic remarks. I think through all of these remarks, it's clear that the private sector will have a major role to play. It's my pleasure to introduce Roger Martella, who is the Chief Executive Officer of GE. Roger, what are the top 3 things that the private sector is looking at when considering engagement in the reconstruction and, let's say, transformation efforts? We're not just reconstructing, we're transforming Ukraine into the next clean energy powerhouse. And for companies interested in these opportunities, once again, what can they be doing now? Is there a way for them to kind of start thinking through these efforts now, where they're not waiting for Ukraine's full victory, where they can start exploring those business development opportunities now? And what are some of the barriers standing in the way, and how do we address them?
Well, Olga, thank you for the honor of including the private sector on behalf of GE and the private sector for being part of this discussion and for the partnership with our colleagues here in the US government and Ukraine and elsewhere. And for GE, as a company that helps provide 1/3 of the world's energy, we see energy as the lifeblood of our civilization. Kids need energy to feel safe, parents to access healthcare, to live a prosperous life. And so when someone targets energy, we take that pretty seriously. And I can't think of anything that's a higher priority for our employees, for our leadership, for our company, than to support the emergency power of Ukraine, to support the reconstruction of the grid in this clean energy model. And also, as Secretary Paya talked about, which I'd like to cover too, is building a new supply chain so that we're not just delivering equipment to Ukraine, but we're helping them build the factories and the workforce and the training so they can become exporters of clean energy equipment. So that's all part of what we want to do. And I think to your point about what are the 3 things to enable that today, I think the first really is what we're doing today. It's partnership, public-private partnership. Companies thrive in environments that are de-risked. They're all about how to de-risk their environments. And when you're working in a war-torn situation, trying to do emergency things with a lot of uncertainty, it's kind of the antithesis of how companies are able to really successfully operate. So with the partnership with the State Department and our other colleagues in government, it's been a true public-private partnership that's enabled the government to de-risk the environment for companies so that we can focus on what we're doing and getting the technology where it needs to be. An example of that, earlier this year, we were able to deliver an emergency generator, TM2500, which can power 100,000 homes on a trailer. And we were able only to do that because of our partnership with the US government, de-risking that environment so we could really focus on the delivery. Same thing with the Kamenova Dam, working through a partnership on how we can get
the consequences of that addressed as quickly as possible so we can restore power and so on. So this theme of public-private partnership, it's really been unprecedented. I think it's the best partnership I've seen in my career. It gives me a lot of optimism for where we're going to go, both for Ukraine and the energy transition. I think the second is, to your point about what can we do today, is the theme of lead time and planning now for things that are going to take a year or two to work out. The energy transition is happening. As a company that produces much of the equipment for the world, we do not have this sitting on shelves. There's no inventory around, and the lead time on this type of equipment that's needed in Ukraine is many years if you get in the queue. Now, we have to rethink that, and of course, we're going to prioritize equipment. We're going to work with our customers to prioritize, but the sooner we know what's needed, the earlier we can engage on the planning, the quicker we can allocate resources, the quicker we can make sure that we have things where they need to be and we can reprioritize. And part of what we want to do along the same time is we want to make sure we're using our global inventories years ahead of time so we can allocate things for Ukraine. We're talking to our customers to say, sorry, you're going to be about 6 months late because we have a higher purpose here. But we want to also be talking, it's not too soon to be talking about supply chain, about talking about building factories. What's the type of equipment where Ukraine can hit the ground running, building some of the equipment they need, some of the equipment Eastern and Central Europe needs for the clean energy technology? How can we start to train those workforces? So we're already starting those conversations. It's not too soon, and we need to be doing that right now. I think the third thing I'd say, what we need is kind of runs a little counter to the other two, is flexibility. It's not going to be a straight line. It hasn't been a straight line so far. When you normally work with the customer, you have a contract, you have a timeline, you implement that contract and so on. And we have to understand that there's going to be some challenges along the way. Internally, we have to know that. We have kind of a different mode when I speak about Ukraine, where my leadership's become a lot more flexible with me. There's some uncertainty here. We need to pause on this. We need to hold on to that. If it was another customer, they wouldn't have that patience. But for Ukraine, we're being more flexible. And the same has to happen with our external stakeholders, our customers, our supply chain. We're going to have to just think outside the box and be more flexible, knowing these are pretty unprecedented circumstances. So I'd say those are the three things that we can do to be successful here. I'd like to just close by saying this is critical for Ukraine. Nothing's more important. But if we look at Central and Eastern Europe being a leader in this clean energy transition, and I think really leading the world and maybe the most pragmatic, the most commonsensical approach to a successful clean energy transition, I hope that some of these lessons we can apply more broadly than Ukraine and support Central and Eastern Europe on the supply chain, on having that equipment ready to go, and being able to integrate all of this together.
Thank you so much, Roger. Just a quick follow-up. You mentioned several tools that are already existing, successful, they're working well, but where are the gaps? What's missing for companies as they assess their involvement?
I think that we have to inspire companies to be thinking years down the road. We tend to think in the short term, we tend to think quarter to quarter, and this does not lend itself to that. I think, again, our partnership with the US government has really helped de-risk that environment, but we know this equipment's going to be needed, whether it's a year from now, 18 months, 2 years from now, and we have to be thinking with that mindset of not where we are today, but where we need to be, and then working backwards kind of month by month, quarter to quarter, to make sure we're working with our suppliers, with our supply chains, with our customers, with our infrastructure, so that everything lines up. If we don't do this now, I know we're having a conference in London next week where this is really critical, we're gonna miss the opportunity, because it's not going to be the demand or the resources. There's lots of resources here. It's going to just be the logistics and being able to deliver, especially in the context. I just want to be clear on this. The Inflation Reduction Act is working. It is driving a lot of demand in the US. We're seeing other countries all around the world doing similar things that's driving demand. The energy transition is happening, and we need to make sure we're prioritizing Ukraine as the demand goes up here and the capacity just can't keep up.
Thank you so much. We'll go back to our virtual panelists. Paula Pena, who is the Director for Just Transition, Consumers, Energy Efficiency and Innovation, the Director General for Energy at the European Commission. Paula, thank you so much for joining, and it was lovely to see you in Dubrovnik at the IMF and the Croatian Bank conference. So thank you so much for being here. I have a quick question for you on the role of energy efficiency in the reconstruction transformation of Ukraine's energy sector. And then, of course, what does a just transformation, what does a just reconstruction look like, and ways that the Commission can support and engage in these efforts?
Thank you, Olga, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for organizing, for inviting me. Very pleased to be here with these fellow panelists. And before speaking and looking into the future, I think it is worth spending a moment also in what has been done over the past years. And Andrei already alluded to this. And in fact, since Ukraine joined the energy community in 2011, it's been really making sustained effort in basically integrating the single, being part of the EU single market. And this has been a work over years where Ukraine, well before the war and for a sustained period of time, has transposed legislation aligned with the legislation in the EU across the energy sector. So be it on renewables, be it on energy efficiency, be it on the market, on the electricity market. So really incorporating and implementing principles which are in line also with the legislation that we have in the EU, and clearly coming closer and closer to what is the internal market of the European Union, and certainly also on energy. And this is actually what has allowed also to make a difference over the past year, notably when we think of the synchronization with the electricity grid of the European Union, which happened practically overnight and was not planned as such. And so this is because a lot of work had been done in advance in bringing Ukraine closer together. In parallel, we had set up already a few years ago a high-level working group on market integration based on a jointly agreed reform roadmap, jointly agreed with Ukraine, of course. And you would think when the war started, forget about it, right? I mean, Ukraine now has other priorities, other things to be putting their efforts in. Well, believe it or not, the discussions in this group about market reform continue and have been going on. And I have really been impressed from the very first day of the war, how incredibly our friends from Ukraine have been focusing always on the future and on the day that this war will end, and how will the new Ukraine look like. It is really inspiring, and I can't not say this because it's been impressive in terms of commitment, of resilience, of determination. Now, on energy efficiency especially, Ukraine has adopted in 2021 an energy efficiency law, again, very much aligned with the legislation on energy efficiency in the European Union. And interestingly, Ukraine has actually met its national target on energy efficiency for 2020 and is adopting a number of policies and measures and has also its own national energy and energy efficiency action plan. Also good news, Ukraine will now be working on the National Energy and Climate Plan, which is also a tool that we use within the European Union, and which is really a roadmap across the whole of the energy system with a concrete trajectory, ambition for 2030 across the energy system, where there is the role of energy efficiency, of renewables, of decarbonization in general. So we are very confident, really, in the European Commission that once this terrible war is over, that Ukraine will be able to leapfrog in terms of energy transition, as actually is happening within the EU. Ironically, this tragic war is accelerating the energy transition within the EU. And with all the determination that I'm seeing, I'm very confident that the same will happen, is starting to happen, because as we see, we're discussing the reconstruction, we are discussing the future, and so many actors across the world, not just in Ukraine, are committed to a Build Back Better reconstruction and are already investing it, be it the public, but the private sector, and we'll be seeing this also in the London conference next week. And it's clear that the reconstruction will be based on a different system, on a decentralized energy system, on a smarter, on a more efficient decentralized, on a more efficient energy system. And the foundations were already there in terms of regulatory framework. Their support will be there, and the determination clearly is there. You mentioned also the just transition. How can we help? Already before the war, we had a program on just transition for coal regions in Ukraine, which of course now has been suspended. But there are a number of programs which we will are resuming in an adjusted manner to targeting the context of Ukraine in order to allow it to start already now looking into the future and in looking into really an energy system which can also avoid the mistakes and the hurdles that we have gone through within the EU. That is also the advantage. So again, the opportunity for Ukraine to leapfrog into a decarbonized energy system.
Thank you so much, Paula. And before I introduce our next speaker, I want to remind our in-person audience that we will take some questions towards the end. There's a mic that you are welcome to line afterwards, or you can submit your questions online, which I will be tracking as well. So just to remind us to start thinking through some of the questions for our fantastic panelists. It is my honor to introduce Maxim Timchenko, who is the Chief Executive Officer of DTEC. DTEC has become the face of strength and resilience of Ukraine's energy systems with just tremendous sacrifice. Maxim, keeping the lights on in Ukraine, that shouldn't just be our end goal. We should really focus on rebuilding and transforming it into a thriving clean energy economy that can contribute significantly to Europe's decarbonization efforts, European energy security. What does this path look like? And how do we make sure that we don't go back to the status quo like we discussed with the previous panelists today?
Thank you all. First of all, I'd like to thank all participants, and especially Ambassador Payet for all your support over the last 15 months. Now I feel like being, although virtually, among friends, because we met many times during these 15 months of the war. And every single day we feel your support and in all the practical steps. Definitely, this energy war is not finished. We have to be prepared for the next winter season. We do everything possible for that. But if you remember our first meetings, indeed we were talking about future. And our post-war future of energy industry, in my opinion, started on 16th of March, when we all together, with support of our European partners, United States, and all our participants, managed to connect Ukrainian grid to European grid. What was planned to be done in 2024, we've done it in 3 weeks. And I think this is the moment when we started our journey into the future of Ukrainian energy sector. Green, modernized, with the best technologies to become, as it often said now, become green powerhouse for Europe. For the tech, for the company, which is a major private power and gas producer, it was one of the most difficult year for the whole history of 18 years history of us, the Ukrainian market. But in 2014, when it was first invasion of Russians, we lost about 30% of our production assets, Donbass and Crimea. And our response was to invest more than 1.2 billion euro in building renewable capacities, wind and solar farms. During the last 15 months, we lost 50% of what was built since 2014. All our wind parks now on occupied territory. And I'm confident that we will get it back, but that's reality. And our today's response was to continue construction of one of the largest wind farm in Europe, Telegulskaya wind farm, 500 megawatt. And during wartime, we managed to build the first stage, 114 megawatt of capacity, investing more than 200 million euro into this project. And we're proud of this. And what I'm saying, it's symbol of our resistance and symbol of our confidence in the future of our country. I think it's the best example and leadership by example for all other investors or companies thinking either it's time to invest in Ukraine or it's better to wait. I think it's extremely important not to miss the moment. I don't need to repeat what potential we have in developing renewables, in developing infrastructure, in exporting clean energy to Europe, and in playing extremely important role in future energy security landscape of European Union. So we've done it. We've done it without foreign contractors, with missiles flying above our heads, with 20-30% of our working time people are spending in bomb shelters, but we managed to build 114 megawatt of wind farm in Ukraine during the last 7 months. Now we want to continue. I think it's extremely important that focus of recovery conference in London will be on private sector and the role of private sector in the recovery of Ukraine. And today it's time for policymakers, for financial institutions, for governments, and for investors to think seriously about private sector in Ukraine and how important it is to support private sector and to make private sector as a leading force, a driving force of recovery. So we are coming with two very concrete projects, and I think that as more tangible projects, concrete projects can be brought to this discussion, then more results we will get. The first, as I already said, to complete construction of 500 megawatt project. What we need for that? Nothing more than 415 million euro. We know where we get equipment. We know how we bring equipment from the border of Ukraine, because none of foreign contractors can bring it to Ukraine at this moment. We know how to build it, and we know how in record time of 18 months we can add about 400 megawatt capacity, renewable capacity to Ukraine. But we need to have access to capital. In reality today, for private companies, only international financial institutions supported by the government can be source of the capital, of finance. And this project we want to present next week, and we hope to get response from organizations like EBRD, EIB, and also DFC. I hope that we can develop such projects with GE so that support can be provided from US government and US institutions. The second, what we need is market reforms, market liberalization. And we are really grateful to our government and to our partners that in such extreme conditions in the Ukrainian market, we managed to save liberalized market model developed since 2019. We have to continue. As I already said, we're part of Europe, of European energy market technically, being synchronized and getting more capacity, cross-border capacity to flow power. Now we have to continue market integration, market coupling, bringing European rules of the game to Ukraine. And I think extremely important factors for investors and for the trust we build in with our government. And the third factor is partnership, as it was already mentioned. I think none of foreign investors can be brave enough to come to Ukraine without having local expertise or local partners. The same as Ukrainian companies, they need to learn from their partners outside of Ukraine and learn from new technologies they can bring and share. So we're ready to continue our investments. We, as I said, take an important decision and took all the risk, starting from military risk and going through production risk and a lot of associated with this project of building wind farm. And we invite companies to come and join us. One more project, which is also very important, is Kyiv Regional Grid. Unfortunately, the whole world see news in April last year. What was the level of destruction in Irpin, Borodyanka, Bucha, these small cities from Kyiv region. And today we developed a 10-year plan how to bring the whole power grid of this region, which supply electricity to 1.2 million and have more than 40,000 kilometers transmission lines, how to bring it to European standards. And it will take 10 years and it will cost 2.4 billion euro. And this concept we also want to bring next week to present to the public and to investors and to governments to show that this is the way how we continue developing our sector and basically bring new standards and new system to Ukrainian energy.
Thank you so much, Maxim. Really appreciate your remarks. We're already getting some questions from the audience, and I will ask you to keep your responses very quick because we only have less than 9 minutes left in the session. Andrei, I'm going to go to you on this question, and then we can see who else can chime in. With the London conference, this is a question from the audience, with the London conference coming up, what do you expect to happen there, and how should we define success? What has to happen at this conference in order for us to say this was a successful reconstruction, not just conversation, but something that kicked off tangible actions?
Following up on the idea which I was discussing during my short speech, the success and the criteria for success for me personally would be the number of projects, very specific projects, which can be implemented while the war is ongoing, which will be signed to be implemented in Ukraine in the nearest future, which can be also compared to the number of funds allocated for these projects and number of megawatts of energy which will be produced out of these projects while the war is ongoing. I would like to resonate with another point which was mentioned by speakers today. And that point is that no matter how tragic and how painful this war is, it has opened many opportunities for leapfrogs, as Paula suggested, and I fully agree with that. And those opportunities for leapfrogging can be implemented right now, not only in Ukraine, but also in combination between Ukraine and countries which are neighboring us. For example, one of the ideas which we are currently discussing in one of our private initiatives is to combine production of various components for the new green energy generating capacities, no matter what they are, both in Ukraine and, for example, in Poland, using the techno and tax havens that Polish government is currently offering. Not only it can be beneficial from point of view of consumers who will be able to enjoy additional supply, but also can be beneficial from point of view of Ukrainians, because some of our citizens stay in Ukraine and work here. Some of our citizens have moved outside, but they would like to stay connected to Ukraine and work there. By moving partly production of those components from Ukraine to outside countries, we can help both categories and also satisfy high demand in the market. I do hope that this conference in London will bring more money for exactly projects of this type. I fully appreciate the ideology of contemplating project when the war is over, but we don't know when that will happen, unfortunately. I do hope very much it's going to happen sooner than we expect, but we also have to be ready with the plan for extended military process, and to maintain energy economy and hence invest into energy projects while it is the case? Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. Jake, 30-second response. What does DFC expect to announce or discuss or accomplish at the conference?
Well, I'll try not to get ahead of my CEO in terms of stepping on any announcements coming, but I expect that there will be some. And I think I really just want to underscore what Andrei said, because as he was speaking, I think that our vision of success is, I'm holding here our pipeline of projects, and it is significant, but we want it to be significantly larger. Mm-hmm. We want it to be more diverse in terms of the sectors of the economy that we're identifying projects in. We want to be able to move more quickly. And so in terms of the conference next week, using that as a platform for capturing the entrepreneurship and the hustle of the Ukrainian economy. I mean, look, there are projects now that are being built in the western part of Ukraine, in the central and northern areas, where there is a strong economy, business is happening. We want to grow that, and we want to make sure that the private sector has an outlet in London. That's why we're going to be there, in part, to facilitate deal making, generate leads, and move concepts into our pipeline for development.
Amazing. Roger, for the private sector, there's going to be a huge focus on the role of the private sector at this upcoming conference in London. What does success look like? What do companies hope to walk away with after they attend the conference?
I would hope in London we would know who's in, who are the companies that are going to support these efforts, and let's get together and execute. We think like a company, and so I heard Andrei talk about numbers. These are, to us, key performance indicators, KPIs. So companies want to set their goals, their targets, and their metrics. I would love to walk away next week knowing, what does that universe look like? Where is GE going to contribute? Where is DTEC going to contribute? Where is Siemens going to contribute? How are we all taking parts of this? When do we need to deliver things by? Who's going to work with who? And what are the KPIs that we're working towards? And then we can go ahead and do what we do well, we execute.
That's
so
right.
I'd like to see us move forward on the planning at this point.
Excellent. Paula, a quick 30-second response, and then we will go to Mr. Timchenko for your quick wrap-up as well. I know you've mentioned the London conference already in your remarks, but I'm sure you have additional thoughts on the metrics of how to measure success. Go ahead.
Well, Olga, thank you, and we'll be represented at the highest level by the President von der Leyen herself, and I'm sure, as in previous occasions, President von der Leyen will know how to best support Ukraine and use this opportunity and use it also as reaching out to all international partners and gather support behind. I think what is important is to really convey the message of that we're all behind Ukraine, public, private sector, across the world. This will be extremely important. And then, indeed, to have very concrete signs of investments. And I can refer to examples. As recently as last week, we signed an agreement with Ukraine, which will allow project promoters in Ukraine to apply for the EU funding on projects of common interest. These are in the areas of energy, of transport, of digital. So clearly, we believe on the opportunity of starting investing in the future of Ukraine already now. And I'm sure this will be also the clear, not just message, but also with a clear roadmap that will be coming out of the conference.
Thank you so much. Maxime, 20 seconds, final thoughts on the London conference.
I can make it even in 5 seconds. Result for us is the fact that international financial institutions will turn to private sector. This government-to-government approach or support only state-owned companies probably should be a bit different. Now, please start thinking that private sector can build Ukraine.
Thank you so much. This was an incredible conversation. And just to summarize, we talked about the need to act now, not to wait, to act faster, not make excuses for why we're not moving faster, and bolder and being brave about investing in Ukraine today, but also the importance of partnerships and the right kinds of mechanisms, risk management or risk transfer, and just overall transatlantic, across European public-private partnerships that will make these reconstruction, this transformation efforts successful. Thank you so much, Ambassador Pyatt. Thank you so much to our excellent panel here in person and virtually. And it is my pleasure to hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Jennifer Gordon, who will introduce the next panel, just as fascinating of a discussion on nuclear energy. Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Olga.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the 8th Annual Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference. We are live from the Atlantic Council. My name is Jennifer Gordon, and I'm the director of the Atlantic Council's Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative. And I am truly looking forward to this conversation on nuclear partnerships. But first, I am delighted to introduce the Honorable Catherine Huff, who is Assistant Secretary for Nuclear Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. Dr. Huff, I am so looking forward to your remarks.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the Atlantic Council. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you to this incredible array of panelists. They're really set up to talk about a couple of very critical and relevant issues that have already come up today in a number of contexts in the brief time that I've been able to observe. The representatives here, of course, are in a space that you'll hear more about it, but a lot of them are real leaders in this context. And the context here is nuclear energy and what's its role in this transition, the clean energy transition, a transition that is just, and a transition that incorporates real energy security, sovereignty, and resilience worldwide, not just here in the United States and in Eastern Europe, but in Europe, in the global South, and of course across the entire planet. Nuclear energy has an opportunity to provide some real carbon-free, emissions-free, stable, resilient, firm, clean power that a lot of Eastern and Central European nations have real experience with, are uniquely capable of becoming new nuclear countries or expanding their nuclear power capacity. My role in the United States government is to oversee the United States nuclear energy research and development enterprise. This increasingly includes some demonstration and deployment of new nuclear power in a way that we haven't in the recent past deployed an incredible amount of nuclear power. The United States Department of Energy is doing so at an incredible new rate. I'll talk a little bit about how we see it domestically, how we see the globe's opportunity, and in particular, what it looks like from our perspective to partner with Central and Eastern Europe towards your ambitions. I'll touch a bit on the special case of Ukraine, which of course has a very important role to play here and has had some very specific challenges recently. And our partnership, of course, is steadfast in support in those contexts. Domestically, here in the United States, we're trying to get to that same zero carbon electric grid by 2035 and net zero by 2050 that a lot of other nations are targeting. President Biden's goals are underpinned by a number of new spending policies that you all have heard about: the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law. These two have an incredible number of provisions in them to support specifically nuclear in addition to our other clean energy technologies. We estimate that in order to get to net zero by 2050, we'll need to double and possibly triple the amount of nuclear power in the United States to provide that clean, firm power that backs up the incredible build-out of renewables, long-duration energy storage, carbon capture and sequestration, hydrogen economy, and a lot more that's going to go into our clean energy transition domestically. The Inflation Reduction Act has a number of production tax credits for carbon-free electricity that are fairly technology agnostic. There are production tax credits for existing nuclear, and there are investment tax credits for new nuclear, as long as it can come online really quickly. In the bipartisan infrastructure law, there was $8.5 billion direct dollars for the existing nuclear fleet and for the build of two major demonstration reactors in the Generation 4 style reactor types. One is the natrium sodium-cooled fast reactor that's being built adjacent to a retiring coal plant in Kemmerer, Wyoming. And one is the X-Energy XE100, a gas-cooled pebble bed reactor with TRISO fuel that'll be deployed in the southeast in Texas. So we have a lot going on. In addition to all of that, my office also oversees a demonstration of the NuScale technology that will be deployed in Idaho. That project is another cost-shared project between the U.S. federal government and the private industry, building out that new technology to show that we can move a first of a kind. Because, we have a lot of U.S. reactor vendors interested in selling new reactor designs. Some of them are light water, small modular reactors that intend to take all of the lessons learned from the gigawatt scale light water reactors deployed across the globe and shrink them down so that those sort of giga projects become mega projects or even sort of smaller. By shrinking the size of nuclear power plants, we should be able to modularly construct them rather than stick-build construct them on site. And we expect that there should be some real economies of scale and simplification of safety systems so that they're more passive. And those more passive safety systems should enable smaller footprints for the emergency planning zone around those small modular reactors. We have a variety of them coming out of the American companies that we work with in DOE. This includes the GE BWRX 300, which you guys should know that Synthos Green Energy in Poland, alongside the Tennessee Valley Authority here in the US and OPG in Canada, have a private partnership, if you will, to fund the completion of the design for that reactor so that it can be ready for deployment in a number of our countries, these four to start with. This is in addition, for example, to Poland's desired deployment of gigawatt-scale reactors, and I think represents a real way in which gigawatt-scale and small modular reactors can coexist in a single country. The same is true of Romania, where, of course, they have the Cernavodă plant that they're refurbishing, a number of reactors there at the sort of traditional, conventional gigawatt scale, and their interest in new-scale small modular reactors coming along behind it. In addition to GE BWRX 300 and the NuScale Voyager 6-pack or the Voyager 12-pack, those small modular light water reactors are accompanied by other small modular light water reactor designs. Holtec has one. It's a 160 megawatt reactor design. The Westinghouse company that has recently deployed the AP1000 has also recently announced the AP300, a 300 megawatt scale version of their gigawatt scale design that's recently been deployed in a number of places, including here in the United States. So that AP300 would shrink down that proven design, use a lot of the same supply chains, and deploy. So I bring all this up because, you know, that set is probably the first set of movers, including those advanced reactor demos and the small modular light water reactors we're watching. But in addition to that, there are a variety of reactors coming along behind them. And we in my office, targeting research and development, deployment and demonstration, are interested in supporting the continued research and development in that space as well, so that there are a variety of options. Now, we recognize that there are challenges. And I think that's the key topic here, is that, you know, in order to double or triple the amount of nuclear power here in the US, we're going to have to make sure that we have a secure fuel supply. We're going to have to make sure that we are dealing with the high capital costs of nuclear. Most of the money you pay to have a nuclear power plant happens right in the beginning. Those operations and maintenance costs are pretty flat and low. The fuel costs are fairly low as a component of the total power, and they last for a really long time, but they are very expensive to build in the initially. And of course, time. We need to start building them on time and on budget. We think that smaller, more modular type of design will contribute to that time component. Now, what does it mean for the world, right? This is just the United States plan. We think we're going to need a lot of new nuclear, hundreds of gigawatts. It's actually also pretty similar to the rest of the globe. The International Energy Agency estimates that the globe will probably have to deploy doubling their existing nuclear power capacity across the planet by 2050 in order to meet all of the commitments that nations have made for the climate. The UNECE has estimated that that region might need to double or triple the amount of nuclear capacity in that, you know, UNECE region of Europe. And of course, the IAEA, the OECD, NEA, and many other agencies have made similar assessments that the amount of nuclear will have to grow because we need more clean, firm power to replace coal. We in DOE see this as a particular opportunity in the United States. We have a lot of coal plants that are around the right size. They fit into the grid and have, you know, been providing hundreds of megawatts of firm power. But in order to make it clean, firm power, one must replace it with a similarly sized plant that produces approximately the same amount of power, but without the emissions. One opportunity is to capture that carbon, but another opportunity is to leverage the workforce, the high voltage power lines, and the cooling water in those regions and deploy new nuclear. That's the kind of thing that's happening in a number of places, including Romania, including that Kemmerer, Wyoming plant, et cetera. it's certainly the case that a number of your countries have ambitions and considerations, are exploring new nuclear. Some like Czechia, we have, you already have a strong nuclear power experience and are exploring the opportunity for new nuclear. Ukraine, of course, has a similar story, but disrupted by Russia's unprovoked, unjust invasion. The invasion itself plays a key role in the way that we look at nuclear going forward. I think it's important to note that Russia started this invasion by walking through Chernobyl, looting it, weeks later, shelling a radioactive source facility, and of course, soon thereafter, capturing the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and proceeding to conduct a number of unconscionable actions that completely disregard key fundamental pillars of nuclear safety. Those actions continue, and we do not condone any nation, particularly a nuclear power that knows better, in acting this way around a nuclear power plant. Critically, the other 3 nuclear power plants in Ukraine have continued to support the firm need for power, despite the incredible devastation across the grid. I think this is an important component of the way we should look at the resilience and capability of nuclear power, but also who is the appropriate partner in making contracts or developing a technology with. I think Russia has clearly demonstrated that there's no question that it's not a responsible nuclear power or vendor of civil nuclear technologies. And in order for it to face consequences of those actions, we collectively can partner to replace the supply chains that it currently dominates, including the fuel supply and other nuclear technologies, not just the conversion and enrichment and fabrication of nuclear fuel that Russia currently has a very significant role to play in the market, but also the export of those technologies themselves, which certainly such a nation uses to fund its war machine. In Ukraine, of course, too, there's a commitment, and Assistant Secretary Ambassador Pyatt gave some very important remarks just an hour ago that touches on this, but ultimately the Russian invasion has also shown the incredible resilience of Ukraine, and their commitment post-invasion, when they rebuild, will, I think, include a build-out of small modular reactors to support that distributed energy solution. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing from folks, from our Ukrainian colleagues in this context, but ultimately we fully hope to support our Ukrainian partners as they rebuild for that distributed grid. I think, I'll leave with just a couple of key pieces here, is that, there are a few things together that this conference touches on. The global energy security in particular, the resilience of power and grids and energy itself, and also the cleanliness and justness of such a transition. If you combine all of these things, a power source that has a capacity factor as high as nuclear. In the United States, it's 92%. We have incredibly high-performing plants like Cernavodă in Romania. There's a number of really great performing plants across your nations. That resilience, that firm power, combined with its cleanliness and lack of emissions, plus its contribution to security by not having to have fuel delivered daily, but instead every year or two, really reduces the kinds of disruptions that can happen in the context of a conflict or any sort of threat to sovereignty and energy sovereignty. And I think while we certainly have seen nuclear power used as a weapon in this conflict, we've also seen it help in the support of the grid through those other 3 plants in Ukraine that don't get as much attention for their continued work. So I'll just say, the global implications of Russia's actions demand an international response. And I know my secretary and I agree that part of that response is to deploy more nuclear power in support of all of our grids. And I think the United States would like to be the 100 years partner that you all think about when you think about more responsible partners in nuclear technology. and nuclear supply. So thank you for that. I know you have an incredible panel lined up. I will listen to some of it. Unfortunately, I have to run off shortly after this, but I'm so grateful to be here today, grateful to the Atlantic Council for putting it on, and grateful to all of you, for especially those of you who have traveled across oceans to be here, and I hope you have enough coffee to get you through the remainder of the afternoon. Thank you.
Dr. Huff, thank you so much, as always, for sharing your insights with us. And I think it's truly a testament to how much this government, this administration cares about nuclear power, both at home and also deploying nuclear energy abroad. So thank you. And I'm now delighted to introduce our panelists who will be speaking about how we move from agreements to power generation. So first we have Anna Birchall, who is Special Envoy for Strategic and International Affairs from Nuclear Electrica. Kornélie Gronska, who is Energy Security Senior Policy Officer at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. David O'Keefe, Assistant Treasurer and Director of Corporate Development from Centrus Energy Corporation. Michal Solovov, Developer and Shareholder from Synthos Green Energy, joining us online. And Branislav Striček, Chief Executive Officer of Slovensk Elektron. So Anna, I'd like to begin with you because Dr. Huff mentioned that Nuclear Electrica is working to refurbish the Cernavodă plant, but also to build a first-of-a-kind small modular reactor in Romania. So as we think about nuclear, and we talk all the time about nuclear energy meeting this moment, can you tell us why nuclear and why now?
Jennifer, firstly, thank you so much for inviting me here back to DC and the Atlantic Council. You know, Atlantic Council is very dear to my heart. And great respect and great thank you to Ambassador Morgenstein, to Olga, London, and all the energy team that has been helping to keep our region and to keep nuclear from that point of view on the agenda, even when nuclear wasn't that fashionable, you know, sometimes. You mentioned Nuclear Electrica, you mentioned Romania. Dr. Thank you so much for all your great efforts and all our friends and Ambassador Payat and all the friends that we have in the administration, because it is true that at least in recent years, we've been pushing very heavily to see energy from the security point of view, not just from the commercial point of view. And that's why, coming back to Romania, we have 2 power plants now operating with 2 new builds. And of course, we're very proud to have the first deployment in Europe of the SMR with a new scale. And we've been having now more than 50 years experience on the nuclear. I'm very proud that Romania was the first and the only country in Central Eastern Europe when even 50 years ago we decided to go with the North American technology because we didn't trust the Russians. And we always said, and we've been advocating to take the energy away from Russians' hands and Putin's hands because it's going to weaponizing it. And we are now in the process of refurbishing Unit 1 as well, meaning that we will be adding 30 more years of life. So why nuclear? Very short, because nuclear is one of the cleanest sources of energy, and this is science, is not politics. It is one of the most affordable and sustainable sources of energy. And quite frankly, we are not going to meet the decarbonization goals without the nuclear. Likewise, nuclear is going to help many, many countries to have that balanced mixed on a sustainable basis. And of course, nuclear is providing other benefits. You can have the hydrogen is providing a lot of benefits on the health, and so on and so forth. Why now? Well, it pains me to say why now. It should have been many, many years back. But now probably is still the time when time is still on our side. And I have to say that with the US effort, particularly, to really look at Central Eastern Europe and to see the energy, of course, through the lens from the private sector, meaning for, it's a market, as I was mentioning earlier, it's a market where most of the countries there except Romania, they have now on the nuclear the Russian technology. So it's a market to be grabbed in terms of the US companies, and it's a sizable market. But likewise, very importantly, from the administration point of view, seeing energy and seeing our region as securing our region from that point of view as a security aspect that's always been very, very important for us. So now the time is still on our side, but it won't be long. And one thing that we need to continue to learn is to invest in very trustful partners. And from that point of view, I'm very grateful to the efforts of the US to have this mass deployment from the nuclear point of view, either on a traditional power plants based or the small module reactors, but that massive deployment will secure our region for not just 100 years, but many, many hundred years to go.
Anna, thank you so much. Michal, I'd like to turn to you because Dr. Huff also mentioned the agreement that was just signed between Synthos Green Energy, Tennessee Valley Authority, GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy, and Ontario Power Generation to deploy the BWRX-300 design in Poland, but also really beyond. So what drove your initial interest in nuclear energy, and what do you think is the imperative for nuclear power at this moment?
Good evening. It started by my interest into the nuclear energy started basically by accident and partly by necessity. So our chemistry company, Synthos, is a big energy consumer. We are consuming electricity and steam. Of course, we are producing energy from the coal. It's a usual way in Poland, in our area. Probably it's not a common knowledge, but it's the same case with the German. So there was a number of reasons why to look for the completely different solution. And probably the first was to save the planet for our great kids and to be more green. There is a huge expectation from the customers that the products have to be green oriented in every aspect. So the energy is one of the part of the product. And of course, the competitive issue. The cost of the production from the coal became more and more expensive. CO2 emission right, the price of ETS per ton rose from €4 to almost 90 right now. And we need really to have the sustainable and green energy produced in the base load. And the imperative for the nuclear energy, I believe the first one is the safety. But the second one, and it can be quite surprising, is, I believe, economy. And my approach to this is a commercial approach. Of course, there is a lot of nice side effects, but we have to do it in completely other way. And this is type of the revolution from my perspective. We are moving from the basically state-owned investments done mostly by state-owned companies to more private, market-oriented, and competitive approach. And this is, I would say, the new imperative for the nuclear energy.
Michal, thank you so much for those insights. Cornelia, I'd like to go to you because the Czech Republic currently has 6 operating reactors, which account for about 36% of the country's electricity mix, excuse me. So are there plans to build more reactors? And to what extent is nuclear energy playing a role in the Czech Republic's decarbonization strategy?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's an honor to be here. Yes, to your question, we have a plan actually to build more. At least one nuclear reactor, as Dr. Huff was saying, the gigawatt size, so a big one. And I'm saying at least because, of course, there are some studies ongoing whether we could build even more. And of course, we have also plans to build SMRs. And as it comes to the procedure for the one nuclear reactor, there's actually an open tender at the moment. It started in March 2022. Of course, the discussions have been ongoing for many years, but the open call for for project proposals started in March 2022. Then we received actually 3 project proposals in the fall last year. And just to put you into perspective, the documentation is about 90,000 pages. So that needed to be studied by experts and also high-level officials. So there have been many discussions with the potential suppliers on the expert level as well as on the high level. And the plan is now actually the 3 suppliers got an updated, or they need to submit an updated initial bid by October this year, and then there will be evaluation going on, and then from next year it should be the government that decides which supplier actually will win. And in terms of SMRs, of course, that is also in the pipeline of our plans. At the moment, actually, we're having a review of our energy strategy. Last time it was reviewed in 2015. And of course, since then, there have been new ambitious goals set up on the EU as well as a Czech level. And in order to implement it, we need to review our strategy. And the strategy should also include small modular reactors. And this is actually really exciting times as, we need to implement a lot of new measures.
Thank you so much, Cornelia. That was fantastic, a great overview. And Branislav, somewhat similarly, please talk to us about the role of nuclear energy in Slovakia and share more as well. I understand you also have a new construction project happening.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for having me here. It's an honor to be part of this conference. So, we are the utility which is 34% owned by the state and 66% private. And we are operating currently 4 reactors, and one more is in commissioning process. We are currently at 55% of the power, and we are about to reach the 100% power in 2 months. And the 6th reactor is in process of completion, and we are expecting to have it online in 18 to 24 months. As a matter of fact, already today, Slovakia has 59% of the energy, of the overall consumption of energy of the country produced by nuclear sources. And by adding 2 more reactors into its generation portfolio, we will be the world leader in proportion of the nuclear on the overall consumption. So, you know, the nuclear has a long-lasting tradition. We are since 70s in operating our power plants with the utilization factor, which is on the top of the industry, ranking us in the top among the top deciles of the operators, which we are really proud of. You know, the safety standards are also very high. And what makes me extremely happy that we have made this bold decision in 2008 to construct two more reactors, and one of them is coming into the generation exactly in the period when it is most needed. It is most needed due to the war, due to the fact that there is a lack of energy in our region. And also the prices, which rose significantly over the last year and this year, are sky high. And not having the nuclear, not having that new source of the energy, the new reactor, we would not be able to do what we are doing. We are providing the households with energy which is at extremely competitive prices. It's 61 euros per megawatt hour, while, you know, on the market the energy was sold at 500 last year. And there was demand for it, so it was actually possible to sell it at those levels. While we as a company committed for 23 and 24 to deliver the households at 61 euros, which is giving also the competitiveness to the country and less suffering from the hyperinflation and the situation which is happening in the Eastern Europe. So we are now very proud of where we are, but the road was very bumpy. When we would speak here 5 years ago, the plant cost us 6.2 billion to construct, and there were no banks in the world which were ready to provide the financing for the nuclear. We have really struggled to finance the project. Even though it's a Russian technology or Russian design, it's a Russian design. There is no single component from Russia. Just to make it absolutely clear, it's Rolls-Royce, Siemens, Framatome, and others of the Western world. So the design is Russian, but all the equipment is from the Western world. Despite that, the banks had difficulty to finance it. I think we as an industry now must enjoy the period we are living in, but we shouldn't fall asleep. We went through this bumpy road, and when I see now, the banks are opening the doors. The nuclear is being considered part of the generation mix. This was not the case even 2 years ago. On the other hand, the challenges of the budget overruns and time to market are huge. With 15 to 20 years time to market, and with the budget overruns which we are seeing, at least in Europe, on all the projects which are carrying out, is basically killing the industry. So we, all of us together, have to work on making sure that those new projects we are speaking here about, because also we have the ambition to go to SMRs and replace our 2 last coal plants with the SMRs going forward. We have to make sure that those replacements will happen in reasonable time frame and at acceptable cost, because otherwise we'll again fall back where we were 5 years ago. So that's very important that we keep this momentum. We do not just enjoy it, but we work on it and make it as an industry this technology an option for decarbonization and for making this planet livable.
Thank you so much. And finally, Dave, Centrus, of course, is a U.S. industry leader in nuclear energy. So what is, from that vantage point, what do you see as being unique in the Central and Eastern European region among emerging markets for nuclear technologies?
Well, thank you, Jennifer, for having me participate in this very timely and important conversation here at the Atlantic Center. If I could, just a word about Centrus Energy. We are America's enrichment company and the only publicly traded enrichment company in the world. We are building the first U.S. enrichment plant in 70 years. And for those of you who may not have been reading the New York Times yesterday and our press recently, we are about to put into operation a demonstration HALEU enrichment plant in Piketon, Ohio, by the end of the year, having received our operational ready review certification from the NRC earlier today. When in the industry, we often talk about nuclear time in civilian nuclear power, and it's a thing. I mean, we've talked here already about the decades of planning that have gone into these projects, but now that we're seeing these projects on the, really advancing, the pace and the urgency and the swiftness with which decisions are being made and resources are being mobilized is very refreshing. And it's very important as well. Obviously, the success of these projects will have immeasurable consequences for climate as well as energy security. And, Dr. Huff in her remarks earlier mentioned the 100-year relationships, and that's a thing. Historically, civilian nuclear power projects have brought intergovernmental agreements, treaties, long-term service agreements, long-term fuel supplies. And so we are really on the cusp of an opportunity to cement sort of a long-term, very strategic relationship that will redound to the benefit, again, of the climate and energy security. And frankly, it's really not unreasonable to think that Central and Eastern Europe might soon become the nuclear export hub of Europe. It's a very exciting time.
Thank you so much, Dave. I want to move and talk a little bit about some of the challenges that the nuclear energy industry is facing, because I think that the best way to overcome them is to meet them head on. Anna, you and I have talked a lot about broader EU acceptance for nuclear energy, and especially we've spent a lot of time talking about the green taxonomy. So tell us kind of where we're at, but also what are some of the other benchmarks that you're looking for from the EU?
Well, indeed, we've been battling together, and thank you for all your support when we got the taxonomy. And I have to say that this has been a huge battle and a huge win, and a lot of credit goes to the Commission and to the President of the Commission, of the European Commission, because they've been very courageous. The Commission has been very courageous to push this piece of legislation, which is allowing the financial institutions to actually finance the nuclear projects, because we all know that those projects are a little bit expensive at the beginning, but if you look overall, in the end, is showing that the sources, as I mentioned, from the nuclear, is one of the cheapest sources of energy and very affordable source of energy and very sustainable. So but we have other battles now, to have the hydrogen from the nuclear. So, the battles continue, and I have to say that our region, all the countries from our region are united in the front of promoting the nuclear as a source of energy in terms of the security as well. Some takeaways, I have to say that EU has been acting in a very unified and with a serious solidarity in the face of this unprecedented crisis, and managed to adapt and to adopt very strong and tough decisions and sanctions in a record time. The Repower EU plan, our response to the energy crisis unleashed by the war in Ukraine, the set common objectives to reduce the dependency on the Russians' energy imports, and achieving the decarbonization objectives. It put the nuclear at the center, at the place where nuclear should always be. What are the takeaways and some benchmarks? I think one is to never allow the energy in Russians' hands again. I think this is one of important lessons. Another lesson is don't eliminate one dependency and become dependent again for just from another source. So diversification. Another important decision that was taken at the EU level was to allow the member states to decide their energy mix. And I think this has been a very wise decision, because in the case of Romania, we mentioned the nuclear development that we have in Romania. So practically through those two power plants that we are operating as we speak, we are securing 18% of Romanian energy need. With the other two that are underway to build, and plus the SMRs, and with the SMR, we are, in our site in Doicești, we are very advanced on that. So, I'm not trying to speak with a lot of subjectivity when it comes to Romania, but we've been, acting very, very professionally, and I have to say that Nuclear Electrica has been proven to have more than 26 years of high-level operation in terms of the safety, because safety is important. So another lesson from the EU point of view is that we've been advocating that the nuclear it's a safe source of energy as well. And I will end by just saying one thought. We need to make clear that the nuclear power is not in competition with the renewables. It could become complementary. And from that point of view of the energy mix, we do need to make the case, look, we are not in competition. We could go on the complementary. Don't lose sight of the social and economic benefits. So in short, I do believe that the EU is going on the right track. There are countries in the EU which to me doesn't make sense. You close the nuclear power plants, but then you open the coal. And you are advocating that you go for protecting the environment and achieving the climate change. But leaving that aside, I do believe that the common efforts of pushing at the EU level, especially in allowing the financial institutions and encourage the financial institutions to finance the nuclear power projects. And I will end by saying that we are very grateful. Nuclearelectrica is very grateful by the support given by the US EXIM, by the DFC, because we've been talking earlier. This help is being given not just from the commercial point of view, but as I said, from the security point of view, because never lose sight that the energy in our region is always going to be a security measure as well.
Anna, thank you so much. And I'd like to stay on this notion of financing, which is often a hurdle for nuclear energy projects. Michal, I want to go back to you. Tell us again why you feel that nuclear energy is a good investment, and speak as well to this business model of the technical collaboration agreement, and whether this is something, this idea of building and deploying multiple SMR units, whether that can be replicated in other regions and really around the world.
Great question. I believe that it should be a good investment. This is the reason why we're doing this. Not only one, but there is one of the reasons. In case of Poland and in our area, it's really difficult to find an alternative to the nuclear energy. Wind farms and solar energy will not provide stable access to the electricity and heat industry, but also household needs. There is 14 million of the Polish citizens connected to the heat, to the district heat. I'm convinced that SMR, especially built in large numbers, will offer energy at an attractive price and became in the same time a good business. Recently, we have a few key players in the financial market which showed that they believed in our projects. I mentioned the Exim Bank, the DFC, the largest Polish banks, and the Polish National Fund for Environmental Protection. All of them give us the option for the further financing with the quite significant money. But to make it really successful, we have to achieve certain criteria in area of time and money. So we are basically believing and thinking about a quick development. 3 years for cooperation with national nuclear agencies and local governments. We already started achieving the decisions on 2 sides, basically with the deployment of 6 SMR possible, so 6 times 300 megawatts. We believe that SMRs have to be deployed in 3 years. The construction phase have to be finished in 3 years. The agreement which we signed, the TCA, and the modularization is a critical issue here, and we believe that we can achieve those times. 6 months for the synchronization with the grid operators, so we should land with the first SMR in the time, it's the money. So we try to limit it ourselves, and we believe that together with Hitachi we can achieve the overnight cost not higher than 1.5 billion per unit. And TCA and carefully choose partners who signed the TCA give us the chance to do it. Of course, we need to have the financing in place, and we have a problem with financing long-term projects. SMRs, by the way, is creating the opportunity to be really short. So we are talking more or less about other real estate development, which usually takes up to 6 years in complicated projects. So it's not unique on the market to finance 6 years or long project. Anyhow, I believe that type of support from the countries on the area of, for instance, CFD contract for different will be really welcome. And this is, by the way, quite recognizable tool and used in different area of energy production. And on the end, all of this should lead us to the potentially attractive cost customer in area of 55 to 60 per kilowatt production. TCA is an agreement which we signed together with the GE, Hitachi, OPG, and TVA. It's a part of the development of this business. The agreement should be beneficial for all the parties, but have a huge impact on the timetable. We all decide to spend basically $500 million to increase and speed up the process of development, standard design and detailed design. And the results of this agreement basically is to have from our perspective, have standard design which is fitting EU standards. Hitachi is fully recognizable, state-of-the-art technology provider, most experienced company globally, with the great leadership and by Dr. PGA, TVA. They are both nuclear fleet operators with great leaders, Ken Hartwig and Jack Ilias. So basically, we are newcomers, we are mostly the developers and the idea bringers. So we try to leverage on our great partners. And each of us is willing to deploy the fleet of SMR. And this should create for us the cost advantage and increase the speed of learning.
Michal, thank you so much for those insights. And I think as we think about the Central and Eastern European region and kind of building this green wall of SMRs and of nuclear more broadly, I think back to what Dr. Huff said a moment ago about moving away from Russian supply, and that Russia has shown itself to be an irresponsible partner and an irresponsible vendor. And so, Cornelia, I'd like to turn back to you because you talked about the tender earlier, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you were referencing the Dukovny tender. And could you say more about the decision to leave Russia out, or to not consider Russia for this tender, which, by the way, this decision was well in the making even prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
Yes, indeed. So this decision was made in September 2021. It was actually included in so-called low carbon law, which also entailed and included some security guarantees. But of course, the question about security has been ongoing among the members of the parliament, Senate, among the government. So, and of course, we're questioning, okay, is Russia a credible partner in an area of energy where actually the national security is involved? And the answer, as you may see, was obvious. But of course, we couldn't exclude Russia per se. However, we included in this law that only countries that are parties of so-called agreement on government procurement can be actually included in such tenders. And Russia is not party of this agreement. And this agreement actually ensures transparency, and we couldn't include Russia in this way. So, and of course, as the circumstances evolved and as unprovoked Russian aggression against Ukraine happened and is still ongoing, and even is targeting energy infrastructure and weaponized energy sector in the hands of Russia, it was a really, really good decision. So I just really want to insist that it is really crucial to really think of who should the partner be in when you're thinking of national security and energy.
Cornelia, thank you so much. And I want to move, I'm going to stay on the notion of moving away from Russia's supply, but move a little bit to the fuel side of this. Bronislav, recently an agreement was just announced with Framatome to provide fuel to VVERs in Europe instead of just using Russian-supplied fuel. So could you shed some more light on that agreement, if you could?
Sure. It's actually not an agreement. We have signed just the memorandum of understanding, and it's not legally binding. However, it is the first step towards the diversification, developing alternative supplier based in Europe. So we and all four operators of the VVR 440 technology are speaking to the Framatome, and we are going to support and also finance the development of the new fuel. That's what is the memorandum of understanding about. However, we have to realize that development of such a fuel will take, from 8 to 9 years, and therefore the dependence on the Russia will be still there for, quite a long period of time. Even though at the same time we have run the international tender from which we boldly excluded whoever from Russia. So we excluded the Russian companies to participate in, both for uranium or for components, uranium conversion, enrichment, and fabrication. And for the fabrication, which was the main component and dominant by the Russians, the Westinghouse is going to be the winner of the tender. We are just finalizing the last steps in process of signing the agreement. So we will have, what we want to do is basically go from Russian dependency to have 2 alternative suppliers. We do not want to go from one dependency to a new dependency on one supplier. Because commercially and even from the point of the security of supply, we have learned that that's not the right decision to do, to be dependent on one. So that's what we want to establish going forward. However, we have to keep in mind that it will take time. Unfortunately, the nuclear industry is not the one where the things happen overnight. Yeah.
Branislav, thank you so much for those insights. And finally, Dave, to you. From your perspective, how can we move away from Russian-enriched uranium?
Well, yeah, the answer to that is a very tricky question. Obviously, it doesn't happen overnight because currently Russia dominates the nuclear fuel market with about a 50% share. And just for historical reference, if you go back to 1985, for example, the United States at that time was at about a 50% share of the global market for enrichment. And the market gradually diversified away from the United States so that it wasn't overly reliant on a single source of supply. Well, the circumstances today are dramatically different, but here we are in a similar situation with Russia, again, having that 50%, about 50% share of global uranium enrichment. And the key difference now is there's an urgency to stepping away from Russia, as you referenced. It can't happen overnight, obviously, but Centris, as I mentioned, is launching this program to enrich HALEU. And it's an important part of moving away from that Russian supply. But our project is demonstration scale, and the DOE is rolling out the HALEU availability program that will hopefully boost that beyond demonstration to better support the reactors of the ARDP program. But this reliance on Russia is really problematic. It takes time, it takes investment to replace it, and that's just to replace the fuel needed for the existing global reactor fleet. I mean, when we're talking about HALEU, which is what I had referenced earlier, it takes about 5 kilograms of low-enriched uranium to produce 1 kilogram of HALEU. So not only do you have the challenge of replacing fuel for the existing fleet, you've also got these new reactor build programs that are coming online, the PWRs, the small modular reactors. Then you also have the problem of supplying fuel for the feedstock for HALEU. So it's just going to take sort of an all of government approach to provide the government support that's needed to ensure that we don't have excess volatility in stepping away from Russian enrichment. And it's going to take speed, urgency, and massive investment.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, that's all the time that we have left, but I think that this panel conversation has really driven home the importance of the Central and Eastern European region for nuclear and for energy independence and also for decarbonization. And so with that, please join me in thanking Dr. Huff and also our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have the upcoming...
And now I'm delighted to introduce, to welcome to the stage Her Excellency Artane Rizvanoli, who is the Minister of Economy at the Republic of Kosovo, and also Ilva Tare, who is the non-resident senior fellow from the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And allow me to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Artane Rizvanoli, the Minister of Economy from the Republic of Kosovo, who joins us live with a PhD in economics from Staffordshire University in the United Kingdom. Minister Rizvanoli brings expertise in employment, private sector development, and public finances to this discussion. Dr. Rizvanoli, welcome.
Hi, it's a pleasure to join you, though I couldn't be there in person.
Thank you for joining us. Kosovo is facing a double challenge. On one hand, needs to accelerate the decarbonization of a fossil-dominated energy system, and on the other hand, needs to strengthen energy security. However, the country holds tremendous clean energy potential, and this is an opportune time to merge these efforts. How is this transformation progressing, and where can the transatlantic engagement play a role?
Indeed, our government is just over 2 years into the term, and over this period, there have been challenging times, having to face an unprecedented energy crisis in Europe, which was exacerbated by the unprovoked aggression of Russia in Ukraine. And we find ourselves with high reliance on 40 and 60-year-old unreliable and polluting power plants. Where decisions in the energy sector for the long term, for the future energy sector, need to be made immediately, as well as facing the crisis. We took this situation as an opportunity, a silver lining of the crisis, if you will. We've learned the lessons that the last few years have taught us, unfortunately, that there is no national security without energy security, and that investment in renewables and in energy efficiency is not just a means of fighting climate change anymore, but it's crucial for energy independence and energy security, and particularly energy independence from authoritarian regimes such as the Russian ones. So what we have done is we have embarked on, took a U-turn in energy policy, and embarked on a very ambitious mission to transform our energy sector, to decarbonize our energy sector by 2050. And we've foreseen very ambitious but realistic targets for building renewable capacities, adding over 1,300 renewable capacities, mainly wind and solar, by 2031, compared to 240 that we currently have. So over 5-fold increase in total amount of renewable capacity, installed capacity that we have, as well as increasing energy efficiency. We have already we're already working on making this a reality. We have successfully launched our first auction for 100 megawatts of solar PV, the first in the country, together with Prime Minister Albin Kurti and the USAID Administrator Samantha Power, who was here in Kosovo just last month, exactly 1 month from today. And this is just one in a range of, the first in a range of auctions in wind and solar that are upcoming. But meanwhile, we're also working on several other projects, including innovative ones by European standards and global standards too, like district heating powered by solar systems, and also investing in batteries to increase the flexibility of our system. Regional cooperation is another must, and also another lessons that we've learned from the crisis, i.e. energy crisis and energy issues are not bound by country borders. They are cross-border, and they can only be addressed by cooperation and in such a way. And of course, particularly it becomes important, regional integration becomes particularly important at a time when not only us, but other countries in the region too are increasing the share of variable renewables in the system. And one important step that we are taking here now is operationalizing ALPEX, the Albanian exchange, which is the joint power exchange between Kosovo and Albania, which we will operationalize in Kosovo, the Kosovo branch in September, first for the day-ahead market and then intra-day market. And meanwhile, in our efforts to join the crisis, we have ramped up investment in renewables. We have invested more in efficiency, energy efficiency. We have invested more in energy efficiency last year and will continue to more than double it this year. And this is more than we have done in the whole history of the country. So we are talking the talk, but also walking the walk. And transatlantic cooperation, no doubt, plays a very important role here. We have seen how transatlantic cooperation has helped particularly Europe and the region and Ukraine, not only with adding LNG supplies, which were crucial for this winter, but also in a more strategic and long-term way. We see this working in multiple dimensions, including transfer of skills and technology, which is crucial. Particularly when we talk about new innovative technologies and sources like geothermal. We're also want to explore the possibility of SMRs, deploying SMRs in Kosovo. We've applied actually for a feasibility study for a capacity of up to 300 megawatts. For deploying SMRs. This is another aspect in which this transatlantic cooperation is crucial. And we do look forward to continuing the discussion, which is taking place under various forums, including the PTAC forum, of which we are part of since 2 years ago. And it has been a very useful forum for us to get together with both businesses and policymakers to discuss the way forward, because the challenges go at different extents for countries, both in the region, in Europe and the US and other countries, differ, but at the same time, we all have the same goal. And to a similar, and to some extent, we also face the different, the joint and similar challenges.
Well, thank you for sharing with us the ambitions, plans of Kosovo's government. Private sector investments are critical for a large-scale deployment of clean energy solutions, Minister Izvanoli. How do you describe the investment environment in Kosovo today, especially in this sector? Which additional reforms and policies are necessary to stimulate business interests?
We have undertaken several very important steps, particularly in the sector. First of all, by providing a clear vision, a clear strategy and policy stance, we're already seeing interest by private investors, and we're already seeing new investments in renewables, be it in solar particularly, but also we've a private investor just came from Germany to start building the first biogas plant in Kosovo. So we are already seeing this reaction to the signals that we are giving as a country for our policy direction. In the meantime, we are working on the first law on renewable energy in Kosovo, and the launch of the first auction is very important for us. We worked hard over the last more than a year to secure the land, grid connection, and to streamline procedures. We're working closely with all actors, including regulators, municipalities, other ministries, to make it as easy as possible for the investors. We're also extremely committed to making sure that the process is fair and competitive and transparent, not only as a means of securing the best quality and price for the consumers, but also for sending the right signal to foreign investors that Kosovo is a safe place to invest in and that we have fair competition in the country. In more general terms, our government has done an exceptional job, if I may say so without all modesty aside, an exceptional job in fighting corruption and improving rule of law over the last 2 years, particularly. And this is something that is also increasingly being recognized by foreign investors. Therefore, I am very confident that we are in a very good way, not only to reaching our ambitions in the energy sector, but also to further attracting investment also in manufacturing and services. And in fact, we are already seeing over the last few years, we have more than doubled exports, more than doubled FDI. And if I go back to energy, again, another very important aspect that we are tackling is investing in the skills of the workforce, developing new programs for renewable energy, for energy efficiency, for the energy sector of the future. And we're already seeing some companies, either older companies like Yoha Solar, which is the first producer of solar panels in the country, operating for more than 10 years now, but also now companies starting specific production lines or parts of production lines in the value chain of production of batteries or servicing of batteries. And with a young skilled workforce and with the investments in these renewable energy related and adjacent skills and profiles, we are confident that we can be a leader in the region.
Minister Izvanoli, thank you very much for joining this conference from Pristina. And over to you.
It was a pleasure, and we do look forward to hearing the discussions on the supply chains, which are definitely something that we are keeping an eye on, both Inflation Reduction Act in the US particularly, and Critical Raw Materials Act in Europe. And we are looking for ways in which Kosovo, but also the region, can find our place, particularly as an destination of nearshoring and friendshoring with countries, partnering with countries like the US and EU, with whom we share values, not only economic interests.
Thank you again. Over to you, Reid.
Thank you. My name is Reid Blakemore, Deputy Director of the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. And I think I was just given the best introduction to my panel I possibly could have, because this is the issue that we're kind of building towards as we think through moving away from Russian gas to a more energy secure, diversified energy system. These issues around what the clean energy supply chain looks like, how we think through issues around economic leadership, value chains, friendshoring, reshoring, and what recent policy initiatives have helped us build, or at least begin to build, a more constructive, diversified, and secure clean energy supply chain. And of course, when I look to what Amos Hochstein spoke about this morning, and that the real lesson from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is the need for a focus on energy supplies and diverse energy supplies as a way to ensure energy security. I think there is a profound question to be asked as Europe moves into a clean energy supply chain, one that, frankly speaking, is thoroughly dominated by China throughout the upstream, midstream, and for certain energy technologies, the downstream consumer side as well. How you think about not moving from one single source supplier into another is a huge problem for us to answer today. And so to that end, I'm pleased to welcome a really fantastic group of panelists. We have Joshua Volz, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Europe, Eurasia, Africa, and the Middle East in DOE's Office of International Affairs. We have Deborah Kagan, a Senior Advisor with the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center, as well as a Distinguished Fellow in the Transatlantic Leadership Network. And then we have John Roberts, a non-resident Senior Fellow with the Global Energy Center here at the Atlantic Council. And shortly we'll be joined also by Frank Fannin, a Managing Director at Fannin Global Advisors and also a non-resident Senior Fellow at the Global Energy Center. And I think to kick us off, John, I'll turn to you first, which is really, are we looking at a world as Europe aggressively accelerates its clean energy deployment with an eye to diversifying away from Russian gas? Are we looking at a world where it's becoming more dependent on Chinese supply chains, and does that present its own risk, both economically and geopolitically speaking?
I will address it, but I'll give you a short answer first. Yes, we're looking into that kind of a supply chain, but I'm not sure about the level of risk involved, and I'll try to go into it. First thing, look at Europe. One result of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is quite simply an acceleration of the move towards an energy transition. Indeed, it's probably better to talk of it as an energy transformation. At the moment, we have a scrabble for gas and indeed for other fossil fuels, but that is of limited time frame. We don't know whether it will be needed beyond next winter, and next winter could be critical, or whether it might extend one more winter beyond that. But the trajectory after that is downward for gas. Essentially, take a look at the IEA's projection, 1.7 trillion investment this year in clean energy against 1 trillion investment in conventional fossil fuels. And investment in clean energy pays off quicker in terms of commercial return than investment in fossil fuels. So it's going to have an impact fairly quickly, all this rapid, massive change towards in investment patterns. But let's take it from the Chinese perspective. China's not like Russia. What is Russia to the rest of the world? A source of energy and a source of armaments, but not much else. What is China? The manufacturer of the world. China needs export markets. And if you look at China right now, its GDP growth, which we in the West would consider very healthy, is not considered healthy by Chinese standards. Possibly a GDP growth rate of 3%, and with a zero increase almost in population these days. So that means China wants export markets, and export markets need export routes. And the Chinese are no fools. They may be able to develop a good relationship with Russia that suits them on the energy front, and indeed on the strategic front, but it isn't a good export route, let alone a good export market. So they've got the long maritime routes, or an increasing interest in the middle corridor. So let's go along the chain of the middle corridor. Boosting relations with Central Asia. Curious, they're not developing relations with Turkmenistan in terms of energy imports anything like as fast as they were expected to do 10 years ago. Look at Azerbaijan. What does Azerbaijan want to do? It wants to be the heart of the middle corridor. It has conference after conference on the subject. But what's it actually doing in the field of energy? It wants to put in 4 gigawatts of newly installed renewable power. And it wants to export a lot of that to Europe. Curious though, lots of problems concerning it, but I'll make one point. 3/4 of that is wind power. 1 gigawatt onshore, 2 gigawatts offshore, and just 1 gigawatt, 1/4, solar power. So the solar power will have to rely very largely on China. But is there any reason to believe China will not supply Azerbaijan? No. As long as it has capacity to do so, which is a key issue, of course. But wind power, wind is very largely self-centered in Europe. Not totally, but basically it's a home-produced, domestic-produced product with equipment for it. So the next thing is, if you're going to be Azerbaijan, how in heaven's name are you going to get equipment into Azerbaijan? Because you can't use the Volga-Don Canal for that. Essentially, you're going to have to build an industry yourself from scratch. Possible, but difficult. So I am not optimistic about Azerbaijan being able to do anything quickly on renewables and electricity, let alone on conventional fuels. So I'm more or less saying that there may be something that comes, not least into Turkey, but all the potential is there is going to take 5, 6, 7 years to develop. It's not something that's going to happen quickly. And this is the one thing I want to say about Azerbaijan. It's been a reliable partner. It's delivered what it would like to deliver, and it has major resources. But there are massive problems on timing with anything it is suggesting to do. Mm-hmm. And that's the problem for the European Union when it comes to dealing with the Caspian. Because in all intents and purposes, it's essentially Azerbaijan with which it has to do. If there was one change I could wish for, though, it doesn't concern Azerbaijan, it concerns Georgia. Georgia has phenomenal hydropower, great potential for electricity exports, but the principal source of that hydropower is in practice shared in terms of command and control between Russian forces and Georgian operators. So it's not really available. But if Ukraine were to triumph, one just wonders whether the situation in Georgia might also change a bit.
You know,
and I'll end that.
I appreciate you offering some, some initial nuance into how we perceive China's role in this supply chain that's emerging, and that China does need export markets. I think you can look at Chinese solar capacity building and see that it does need a place to eventually put all the solar panels it's generating. But nonetheless, I think what we've seen in the discussions over the course of the day is, you do need to find a way to avoid this problem of single source supplying. Mm-hmm. And so, Deborah, I might turn to you then in terms of, given that we likely do need to think through a multitude of possible suppliers, a multitude of possible supply avenues in order to think through a resilient clean energy supply chain, how should Europe, either at an EU level or at a country-by-country level, be thinking about increasing the options it has for that diversification? What are the pros, cons, and various opportunities you see on that front?
Well, thank you for having me here today as part of this august panel, which just got more august by the second. So a couple of things, and I want to step back first. There were many of us bell ringers going back to 2013 and 14 warning about Nord Stream 2, and I'm sitting with two of them here on this, and about the lack of diversification, about putting your eggs all in one basket, about why do you keep trusting the same person and think the outcome will be different this time? And so they went forward with Nord Stream 2. It turned out to be the disaster that all of us here thought it would be. And we're not gloating over it because it was, you know, it was trenchant, it was terrible, and it took a lot of time to overcome what the issues were. And so now when we're watching Europe develop its future for clean energy, and the look toward China is, to me, the same mistake all over again. And I think this is an issue not just for Europe, if I might say. It's an issue for the United States. And I'm thinking of the new EV factory that's being built in Michigan, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Chinese Communist Party. I think these are mistakes. I think that, you know, in the military parlance, we always like to say that in nuclear safety, you have this one-point safety. You don't want to depend on one system to back you up. You need redundancy. And it's ridiculous in this day and age when we see the necessity of, you know, energy supplies, that we would go down a path again of depending on a country that has proven itself time and again not just a strategic adversary, but, you know, really can be a military adversary as well. So this does not make a lot of sense, and we should have learned something from COVID. We should have learned something from Nord Stream 2 about putting your supply chain in the hands of one country. The second thing I want to talk a little bit about is, you know, for fear, I won't mince words. I call this the supreme arrogance of the West, and that is, there are ample resources in Europe and in the United States in terms of rare earth minerals. In fact, I think it was, and correct me if I'm wrong here, gentlemen, but I think until 1986, the US was the largest producer of rare earth minerals on the face of the planet. And then there were fallouts following Jimmy Carter's presidency and the like, when you shut off the plutonium reactors and you stopped digging in mines for rare earth minerals and the like. And what you get is what we have today, which is a ridiculous fight over producing copper in Arizona. And there are places in Europe which also have the same issues, where there are rare earth minerals that can be exploited and can be exploited in a fairly safe and ethical way. And we're not doing it. And I say arrogance because I believe that people in the West somehow think that their geography and their people are more sacred than people who live in other parts of the world, who are indentured servants, who are forced to work in these mines, who live in substandard conditions. And I say arrogance again because we are sitting here, and the thing I work on every day is this war in Ukraine, and we talk about our common values, our common ethics, our moral high ground of what Russia and China are trying to do to the world. And yet, we turn around and say, we're too good to develop our own resources in our own countries, to mess up our own backyard geographically, and to sully our fingers with digging this stuff out of mines. So it's best that someone in another part of the world do it for us because we're somehow more deserving. And it is something that I find incredibly irksome. And I also find it sort of analogous with the view that there's 1.3 billion people on the face of the planet, most of them in sub-Saharan Africa, who do not have electricity. Yet we sit here and say, you just have to wait another 10 years till we get you adequate renewables. You shouldn't have electricity now. And ironically, you have progressives pushing this, and the people most hurt by this are women, because they're the ones who have to burden getting all of this done in those countries. And so I'm not going to speak very long on this, but to use today's parlance that I think has been overused and abused, but this attitude is what I think is rank colonialism. It is this somehow that we won't exploit our own domestic resources because there's a part of the world that doesn't need to be looking as good as we do, and their people aren't as good as we are.
I think that was several incredibly important points, Deborah. What I want to do is I want to turn to Frank to kind of finish a little bit of level setting and map the playing field for us. And then Deputy Assistant Secretary Voles, I want to come back to you and talk about how the U.S. is seeing both its role in the supply chain, but also, its partnership with Europe in terms of building a more resilient supply chain. But first, Frank, what got us here, I think, is a useful place to start, both in terms of, the what Deborah called the arrogance of, understanding our resources, using our resources effectively, but also what got us here in terms of China's incumbency in this space, and how does understanding those two features allow us to more effectively map a path forward as we think about these issues around supply chain diversification?
Yeah, do you want me to use that too, or just?
I think we can.
All right. Well, all right. Great to be here. So, how do we get here? Big question. Look, the United States was the leader in the energy transition before it was a thing. The United States is the country that helped develop the electric vehicle, the country that first developed the solar panel, the first country to optimize the integration of some of these systems. But that was more than 2 decades ago, and we walked away from the field and allowed for China to come in and become the manufacturing and integrated clean energy supply chain powerhouse that it is today. So it's something that was I don't think necessarily purposeful, but it had the same result. Now, but we approach the China question and energy transition from fundamentally different value sets. The United States is seeking to do it for 2 principal reasons. Locally, it's because people want cheaper energy, clean energy, and that's good. Cheap and clean, that's what people seem to like. It's rational. But more broadly, in terms of a policy lens, it's to address climate change issues more broadly. Okay, well then China, by contrast, their motivation is not to address climate change or environmental quality, or as Deborah spoke about, concern about human rights, liberty, environmental protections, and the normal conventions that we in the West ascribe to and hold dear. Their objective is security, to cut itself from reliance on the U.S. Naval Protectorate for sea lanes. They want to cut that off. And in so doing, they become this manufacturing powerhouse. And they've done so. There's a playbook that China has developed to look at the solar market and how they've stolen IP from the United States. And that's not, it's well documented, but if you ever want to see something interesting, FBI, Google FBI China threat, amazing website, and they have a little movie, super high production value, but it goes into some of these issues. It's fascinating to see the CCP corporate sponsorship of IP theft in the United States. This is very real, and it's been long-standing. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? So what happens in the solar industry? They created this industry. They had an overcapacity. And then Europe, principally Germany, said they had a green agenda. Okay, so they were moving forward, so China started exporting content to Germany principally, but Europe more broadly. And then boom, Fukushima happened. You had an exogenous shock to the system that the German government decided that they're going to cut off nuclear power overnight. And there was a supply overhang of content. So it started flying into Europe. And now we are where we are. This is a playbook. Now apply that to electric vehicles. Again, cut off oil is the objective. They created this supply side vertical integration. China, of course, mobilizes Belt and Road and other debt diplomacy models. The Army actually has a mining company. It's not the Army Corps of Engineers. And they go into places and they say it's time to move, and people move. And they exploit the resource. They vertically integrate this based on stolen IP. And then they also don't just have supply side, they also have coercive demand side policies. The last several years, in order to get a license plate in the outer Beijing area, you better drive an EV, or you're in the lottery for the rest of your life. So they're playing both sides of this. They build up this overcapacity and actually have some decent quality stuff. Then what happens? Dieselgate, Volkswagen. Volkswagen immediately says, we're going to pay for our sins, we're going to go EV, and we're going to do it tomorrow. And here we go. There's a pattern here in this oversupply. Now I start looking at some of Europe's gigafactories that are building. Something like 30% of the EV battery manufacturing capacity in Europe through 2030 is Chinese owned, 30%. So, you know, as we talk about this issue about creating a responsible, secure supply chain and this question of shared values, I think, and Deborah spoke to this, we have to reconsider this. I think we're entering into a very practical era of economic realpolitik, which we have to reassess traditional allies and see if there's a degree of compromised parties. And so I think the free trade agreement structure under the Inflation Reduction Act is a terribly crude way to go about doing things. The issue shouldn't be whether we have an FTA agreement. The issue should be effectively a China test. And again, the IRA provisions aren't there to prohibit content from coming to the United States. It's whether the US government will subsidize it. The US taxpayers will subsidize it. You know, Ronald Reagan said, if you want less of something, tax it, and if you want more of something, subsidize it. We say we don't want more Chinese content, but there's potential that we could unintentionally be subsidizing the very thing we dislike. And this is playing out in a very real world. I mean, I've worked on advisory boards for various companies now in this space. And there are companies who are seeking to set up effectively shell companies, pass-through entities in free trade agreement countries to kind of launder, if you will, otherwise prohibited content in order to benefit from US taxpayer subsidy. This is really, really problematic. And so I think the administration, the US government, we all have an opportunity to incent a degree of real competition, which is otherwise lacking, which requires both degrees of transparency and posing some hard questions to our friends and allies.
Thanks, Frank. So, Deputy Assistant Secretary, I think these three sets of comments, you know, tee you up well to talk about. You know, the administration has made a number of different areas of headway into thinking about the resiliency of these supply chains. You know, starting from what I think is we would all agree is a level of consistency across different administrations with some, you know, concern about supply chain resiliency in the critical mineral space. And this administration has advanced those ideas in tangible ways, the IRA just being one of several venues. When you look at the transition that is happening both domestically in the United States through energy transition, the attention that's being paid to both, you know, enabling and protecting U.S. industry through diverse, secure supply chains, but also how that same transition is happening on an accelerated basis in Europe in order to diversify away from Russian hydrocarbons. You know, what are your thoughts on how the United States should be a productive partner to Europe in this space? And what can we look to see next from the United States to advance some of the ideas it's already put on the table?
Well, thanks, Reed. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I see in the audience no less than 3 or 4 people that I used to work for, and so it's always a treat to be with old colleagues. But you know, I think first and foremost, I want to kind of acknowledge something that Frank said and something that Deborah said, and the kind of challenges and some of the real potential pitfalls we see in addressing the supply chain issue that has really come to the fore in recent years, but has been a problem for many years previous to this, before we really started to address it in a coherent and a comprehensive way from a policy perspective in the U.S. government. And number one is, you know, we are potentially opening ourselves up for significant Chinese infiltration through backdoors and loopholes to take advantage of the very legislation that we've put forward to try and accelerate the transition and to bring the cost of these technologies that are crucial to the energy transition down. And as a result, we're working through a set of regulations through the Foreign Entities of Concern process that will do exactly what Frank was talking about in terms of screening the type of investments that are coming into the United States. And this is a little bit different than what we do with our CFIUS process as well. And it is primarily focused on addressing the Chinese threat and the Chinese investment angle in these critical sectors. What Deborah said in terms of where these minerals are located and the rarity or perhaps lack thereof of rare earth minerals, you know, we I think I see that in a slightly different light, and I really see the opportunity that we have to partner with a number of the countries that are rich in these resources in sub-Saharan Africa specifically, but we need to do so in a different way. There needs to be a different model of partnership, and what we need to do is we need to help our African partners increase the level of access they have to capital, to make sure that they have access to alternative investors. If we don't show up, if other folks don't show up, if our European partners don't show up to invest, they're forced to go with the only other alternative, and that's China. And they say that repeatedly to us. We would love to partner with you, but you have to show up. Your companies have to be here. And so I think that's one of the biggest problems that we need to face from a kind of a holistic approach is how do we incentivize and create greater opportunities for Western, democratic, European, Euro-Atlantic commercial interests to invest in those spaces and to do so with all of the values that Frank talked about that we as a country bring to bear in the commercial sector. The other thing we need to do is we need to help our partners where a lot of these resources are located move up the value chain. It needs to stop being a sole extraction process, and we need to help them use those resources to extract greater value for their own populations and to raise the standards of living for their people, because at the end of the day, that's what they want to do and that's what they need to do. And so while it is a challenge, and while I think we should be doing more domestically, I think the opportunity exists to significantly shift the way that we see partnership with a number of these critical allies. And the angle that we need to approach that through with our European partners and allies is to do so in concert with them. This is a very complex Gordian knot, and to untie it, to think that we can untie it on a bilateral basis or country by country, I think is a little bit naive. And I don't think there are any of we don't have command economies. And so we cannot mobilize the type of capital that the Chinese can mobilize to just make those command economy decisions. So how do we do that in partnership with our European partners and allies? And how do we do that in partnership with the areas that these critical resources exist in? The energy transition is something, I think we all agree on the direction that we need to head. There may be different reasons that we're heading in that direction, but I think the direction is clear. And when you have things like electric vehicles requiring 6 times as many rare earth elements and minerals as a normal combustion engine, or an offshore wind turbine requiring 9 times as many rare earth minerals and critical minerals as a combined cycle gas plant, the problem is clear. But I think the only way that we're going to be able to address it is through partnership, but a new model of partnership that brings in the private sector and the public sector in a creative way. We need to make sure that we are enhancing opportunities for the private sector, not getting in the way, and that's a function of the right balance of regulation and legislation, but also the enabling environment and the de-risking that the U.S. government can play to some of those investments that are a little bit more of a challenge at this point.
I'm struck by, and with an eye to the remaining time we have left, and I'm frankly mindful of the fact that we're keeping our audience. We're the panel between a reception, so it means there's extra pressure on us. But I'm struck by this tension that's emerging over the course of this panel, which is the commercial realities of a globalized supply chain, right? And the fact that, John, as you put it, China, it needs exports markets for a lot of its goods, and it's looking to engage commercially in this space. Versus, I think, Frank, what you pointed out, which is the economic realpolitik, right, of the energy transition as we see a generational transformation in what economic leadership looks like. I think to close us out, I'll ask each of you largely the same question, which is, where within that debate do we find ourselves now, or how do we navigate that dichotomy between the commercial realities of a globalized supply chain that has already been in development for some time versus the economic realpolitik that is not only defining the energy transition opportunities, but is being pulled by the need to diversify, again, in a European context, diversify away from a single source supplier in the form of Russia. And I'll start with John, and we'll go 1-minute responses just to make sure we close on time.
Realpolitik, UK dependent now potentially on China for nuclear. God help us. Secondly, we got China's Huawei out of our phone system. Thank God. So you've got two big things we've done. One we've done, and one is the wrong way completely with nuclear. But the biggest realpolitik, frankly, is going to be showing that Taiwan will be defended. That's a political realpolitik. If that is not clear, why will China listen to anything we should say or do in terms of economic action? And lastly, the point I made about Azerbaijan, I do think it's right to have some commercial contacts with China still. That's my element of the balance. But it's not on the big things. And yet I am aware the sheer mass of reliance on rare earths. And I very much agree with what Deborah was saying about our willingness to put what I grew up knowing as the third world, in peril, in indentured servitude because of our greed. And I think the classic point is that when I grew up, you saw these big dams in Africa who served everybody except the immediate populations around them who would continue to live. We are in danger of doing that with rare earths. And somehow we need to partner, as was suggested, for developing rare earths, but also simply for ordinary energy security to develop them when we have them in our own backyard.
Certainly agreed, and I think you pulled out two important threads there. One, the item of the criticality of sharing value with our upstream partners, but also I think in your nuclear example that there is variance between various clean energy technologies, right, in terms of how we assess risk, both in terms of the market penetration of a given technology, but also the mineral and component needs of that. Deborah, a last word from you on this balance between commercial relationships and economic realpolitik. We don't need to call it economic realpolitik, but it is almost the grand strategy element of what we're dealing with in relation to these supply chains.
Two things, John touched on them. First of all, I think what Josh is saying, what I'm saying, are not mutually exclusive, and they don't have to be. But, and John raised this, so I'll just jump, I'm sorry, John raised this, I'll jump right into this, which is when you realize that a simple Javelin weapon system has 32 computer chips in it, all of which contain rare earth minerals, do you really want to depend on China for the U.S. defense industry to do what it has to do, or the European defense industry? And I think that's a really critical point here. And I think, and you mentioned Taiwan, and you mentioned defense of Taiwan. Do you want to depend on China for your computer chip technology for your weapons that you might have to use in a fight with China? And I'll leave it at that.
No, I think you brought a huge point. So many of the issues we deal with here are closely related to the semiconductor supply chain as well. These aren't just supply chains related to the clean energy technologies. Frank, thoughts from you on this balance that we're talking about here?
What I'd like to revert back to is what is our comparative advantage? It was said before, it's not that we're the biggest industrial policy, as some people like to talk about industrial policy. We can't out-China China. That's just not the structure. What our comparative advantage is our liberty, our ingenuity, entrepreneurship, and the scale and ability of our private sector and capital markets. The challenge I see is twofold. One, scale of the transition. Last year, the oil and gas industry was valued globally at $4 trillion. $4 trillion. Goes down, goes up based on oil prices, but last year was a good year in the oil business, $4 trillion. By contrast, the base metals business, base metals is far bigger than the very narrow set of critical minerals, is valued on a global basis at about $550 billion. We would suggest to transition away from something that's very small, and we heard about the minerals intensity, that there would be, given this huge transition, it sounds like a pretty darn good investment opportunity. Is capital responding? The last year, public figures, the minerals exploration budgets of the mining industry was $13 billion. The oil industry, by contrast, we're proposing policies to curb the demand for it, was at $500 billion. Clearly, capital isn't keeping pace with policy. Why? Why is because markets, supply, demand, price discovery work to the extent that markets are free and transparent, and they're not, and China likes it that way. China is the swing producer, the dominant supplier, and there's complete opacity in how they run things. And this is the crux of the matter. How do we mobilize our comparative advantage? If China's in control, we need to incent proper, real competition, and that's to apply the, although modest but significant provisions such as the IRA and other programs to deploy properly, based on U.S. and true allied partnerships.
I think a critical point, deploying our comparative advantage through governance, right? And making sure we keep governance front of mind. Deputy Assistant Secretary, offering you the last word here, either on this dichotomy we're pulling apart in this panel, or general thoughts on what you see as the path forward for the U.S. and Europe on these issues.
Yeah, thanks. I think Deborah's absolutely right. These issues don't have to be mutually exclusive. And I agree with Frank as well. We have to play to our comparative advantage. And what is our comparative advantage? Our ability to partner. If you ask anybody in the world, say it be perhaps Russia, China, and a few of their acolytes, they would prefer to partner with the United States on just about any of these issues, full stop, flat out, no question, no consideration needed. What we need to do is we need to make that partnership option more viable for them, because at the end of the day, it has to also make sense economically. And there's no way that we're going to be able to do it exclusively from a policy perspective or a regulatory perspective. The transition will never be able to be financed on the balance sheet of sovereigns alone. So how do we reimagine the partnership between the public and the private sector to bring together the various pieces that we need to counter the weight of the Chinese in this space? And so that's where that partnership opportunity lies, both with the suppliers and with our partners in Europe, which will be major off-takers of these resources.
All right. Well, I think that's, frankly speaking, you said the phrase "a Gordian knot" was used over this panel, and we managed to try and start untying it over the course of 40 minutes. So I just think we deserve some credit for making an attempt there. Certainly more to unpack on these issues and more. I'd like to thank our panelists for joining me this afternoon on this critical issue. Let's give them a brief round of applause. And now I'd like to pass it to Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center, Landon Durrance, for some closing remarks.
Hey, thanks so much, Reed, and again, echoing your comments, thank you to the panelists for a very important conversation about the future of the energy transition. As Reed mentioned, I'm the Senior Director and Morningstar Global Chair for Energy Security at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. And all I can start by saying is what a day, and what a great conversation. One that articulated a path forward as we further strengthen already strong bonds in the transatlantic collaboration, particularly in the context of energy security and the energy transition. I think it's safe to say that Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its weaponization of energy in Europe have reinforced a deep interconnection between these issues. And when I say that, I think of energy security and efforts to move towards an energy transition and net zero economies. Yesterday at the OSCE, Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Energy, Yaroslav Demchinkov, stressed that the war in Ukraine is, and I quote, "not a reason to postpone energy transition, but to boost it." This message, I think, is reverberated throughout today's conversation, because removing Russian energy will have an impact, a direct impact on the resilience of our security, our ability to take better climate action, and much, much more. And that's in the context of Europe and throughout the transatlantic partnership. So it's with that context that I'm very excited that today's conference has articulated a number of concrete ways that Washington, Brussels, regional partners can capitalize on this relationship and achieve energy security and decarbonization goals together. As Minister Galachenko noted, solidarity between the transatlantic partners is central to achieving our aspirations. Thankfully, those attending today's conference can attest. The transatlantic partnership on energy security and decarbonization certainly is strong, with Central and Eastern Europe featuring predominantly as enablers and key partners for driving this relationship forward. Our longstanding partnership with the Visegrad 4 has been invaluable to us at the Atlantic Council, to the broader Washington, D.C. community to convene this conference annually, and we'd like to thank the current V4 presidency of Slovakia for its invaluable support in making such an event a success. In addition, let me take a moment to thank our private sector partners for their contribution to make this event possible as well. So thank you to Cheniere, EQT, Accelerate Energy, INA PPD, Synthos, and Tellurian. It goes without saying that while you've seen a handful of folks up front and throughout the day, these events take a lot of effort. And so I'm also going to take a moment just to thank the Atlantic Council team that put this together. And bear with me, because it is an impressive community. So thank you to Olga Kakova, Patty Ryan, Katie Kinney, Lizzie Bowen, Frank Willie, Max Zandy, John Joyner, I'm not done, Rebecca Meacham-Nance, Jackson Styron, Jasper Gilardi, Graham McElvary, and Eamon Coughlin. And I'm sure I didn't get all those right, but it does take a team, and you guys have done an impressive job and a great event. So thank you. And to that end, I'd like to thank our audience for joining us throughout the conversation today and engaging in these important discussions. These conversations are available for future viewing at the Atlantic Council webpage, as well as on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. So feel free to hear this panel again. It's available. We hope to see you again soon at the Council and our future convenings, including high-profile events that the Global Energy Center will pull together in New York Climate Week, around UNGA, COP28 in the UAE, and many, many more. Without that, thank you again. The conference has officially come to a close, but I'd like to invite our audience, those here, and make this motivation to attend in person in the future to a reception happening here at the Atlantic Council outside. So thank you. I hope you found this day as informative and as important as we did. Thank you. Thank you.